Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Syphis, Who Will Save Me? In addition, he doesn't pay much attention to Canada now. The situation there is a bit complicated. There is a French-speaking area and an English-speaking area. Only the old people are full of nostalgia for Great Britain, just like Cameron, who yearns for Great Britain. And some young people of the new era, just like Alan. Many of them are a little malicious towards staying. It would be even worse if the Governor General of Canada this time was a French speaker. The other party would definitely not be too disrespectful to him. In this way, this is not easy, but the project has to be discussed, and some hair has to be pulled out of them. This time I filmed the movie from the perspective of a Canadian. We are our own people, and I'm a good noble man who cares about the Canadian people. In this case, you should first investigate who the current Governor General of Canada is. I remember it seems to be their first female Governor General. Didn't she say she was not in good health a few years ago? Let's see if they have replaced her. Patrice, I am here. As the volume of Alan's last words rose, Patrice suddenly jumped up and stood up quickly. Where is Cameron? Did he go to Hollywood to pick up girls again? Call him back and ask him to accompany you to Canada to see and investigate. Talk to their governor first. If that doesn't work, talk to the Ministry of Commerce. Just talk. For our new movie, bring the outline of the script, and then you can pretend to be more like them and sympathize with them. Patrice doesn't know as much as Alan about many things here. As soon as he heard that he was asked to talk to the Governor General of Canada, he subconsciously thought of his last experience in Australia. He is familiar with this, very familiar. Moreover, Governor Bill Hayden was a very nice person, and they had a great conversation. Before leaving, Governor Bill gave him many gifts. This time I have to take advantage of the young master again. Can I go to Canada to show off? Even before Patrice set off, he was already dreaming about this dream trip to Canada. Plus, a female governor. She is still a young female governor. Isn't this tailor-made for herself, with my own charm, temperament, and identity? Isn't it already within reach? Thinking of this, Patrice smiled and said loudly and confidently, "Don't worry, young master, leave it to me. I promise to complete the task. Everything is under control." Alan looked at Patrice with a calm and confident face and making powerful gestures. He thought that this guy had some internal connections in Canada, so he smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll wait for you. Good news, don't worry, master." As time enters April, different elements appear on the streets across Britain. The Queen's birthday is coming soon. This year is the Queen's 65th birthday. Although it is rude to directly say a woman's age, the Queen doesn't care. Everyone cares about her. Although the domestic economic situation is not good, it is still okay to put in some small decorations at this time of year. Apart from celebrating the Queen's birthday, there is only one other key thing left, the knighthood. Every eve of the Queen's birthday, the Queen will announce this year's first batch of knighthoods during this period, to celebrate the occasion. Especially during this knighthood at the beginning of each year, lucky people can have a birthday party with the Queen and experience the life of the royal family. Among the first batch of knighthood lists, there are also several lists that are not announced to the public. These people are the connections that use the back door. For example, people like Alan's family have the right to ennoble their servants. It's been several years since he last used this power. At that time, in order to stabilize people's hearts and to commend the old people who had worked hard for the family for half their lives, Hoot and Carol were knighted. This time, Alan also applied for one for Syphis. It's not that he is stingy. If this thing is priced at a bargain price by him, it will lose its preciousness. I didn't look at the knights outside who were officially knighted by the Queen. They all won some major international awards, Nobels or the like, or they made great contributions in a certain field. For someone like Syphis, who used to make adult magazines and later switched to making a few movies, if it were outside, he would never be able to get a knighthood in his life. Not to mention being knighted. Even meeting a knight was a luxury for him. Everyone's living circles were too far apart. And now his fate has changed. Not to mention many things. No matter what he did before, as long as he has a title, from now on, as long as he is in the British territory, or in the Commonwealth countries that are radiated by the British, he will be on a higher level weight point, just because he is a noble, even the lowest knight. It's that simple point. SYNOPSIS, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had just returned from the United States. Before he could report the situation to Alan, he was called into the car by Alan, who was about to go out. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the manor, SYNOPSIS had no choice but to put down his luggage, without even changing his clothes, and accompanied Alan to inspect this dilapidated castle not far from Llanelli Port. This is an ancient battle fortress on the edge of a seaside cliff not far from the port of Llanelli. Different from the traditional castles where nobles lived, the buildings inside this kind of battle fortress, which was mainly used for war, were not complicated, or even very simple. Apart from the observation tower, there are no other buildings inside the stone wall built around the seaside cliff. Only the wild castle remains. In addition, it is in disrepair and looks empty. It is full of weeds. In the past, this kind of place was used by soldiers who guarded the port, and there were watchtowers on the castle walls. If the enemy comes from the sea, the soldiers in the castle can take advantage of the terrain and charge from top to bottom. A single charge can drive the landing enemy back into the sea. At that time, in order to accommodate more people, the castle only had walls, and tents had to be set up to live inside. Anyway, just make do with it. This is one of the properties of the Hill family, a dilapidated old castle that seems to have no other uses except history. But now the shabby old castle had a new purpose. It is about to be taken out and transformed into Bentley's new headquarters. Flagship store. There is a large open space in the castle, and modern steel structure technology is used to build a glass house, which only requires electricity and water after this thing has been transformed. Low emotional intelligence, shabby gadgets, shabby flagship store. High emotional intelligence, history, and modernity intertwined. Strong British style. This thing depends on how it is promoted. Anyway, the person in charge at Bentley looked very excited after hearing Alan's arrangement. What happened to the old castle? It represents history. The locals don't care about it, but the foreigners do. What happened to the old castle? As long as the publicity is good, it's a style. Bentley likes style the most. They have made this thing into a car logo, which shows how much they like style. Think about that scene. Customers come all the way to order a car sitting in a Bentley customized VIP car, blowing the sea breeze and looking at the sea view in the distance. Then drive all the way along the seaside to the top of the mountain, watch the castle open its heavy gates to you, and personally witness the historical atmosphere of Britain that the castle brings to you. Then enter the interior of the castle and see the combined castle structure. Newly built modern building. The fusion of technology and history. Let me ask you whether you have a sense of history and style. Right, have. Yes. Why don't you hurry up and place the order? Today is the day when the castle breaks ground. Several Bentley leaders gathered in front of their new master, Alan, smiling so hard that they could hardly see their rise. In the past, I always followed Rolls-Royce as a doormat, but now that I have been liberated, I finally have my own new flagship store. In Derbyshire, does your Rolls-Royce have such a big place? Although the factory has not yet moved here, as long as the flagship store has broken ground, it will be a step into a new era. Alan smiled at several Bentley managers, took a photo with them, and picked a few more people to encourage and chat with. Today's inspection was considered complete. With him on the scene and without him on the scene, the results are completely different. As long as Alan is here, he will be the new backbone of Bentley. Several core management members of Bentley. Everyone expects that under the leadership of Mr. Allen, Bentley will step on Land Rover, punch Rolls-Royce, and embark on life. Peak. Llanelli Port is a good place. The port is not big, but ships can travel throughout Europe. The transportation of raw materials is extremely convenient. It is not far from the capital Cardiff, and even air transportation is very convenient. Right now, ground is being broken for a new flagship store here in the port, and over time, a new factory will be started on the outskirts of Llanelli. On the way back, Alan pointed to the back seat and motioned for SYNOPSIS to sit in the back. I Heard from Patrice that this business trip to the United States went well. Smooth. Very smooth. Syphis took off his pink suit jacket in embarrassment. He has died today. How can anyone wear a pink suit to participate in such a ceremony? These are all habits brought out subconsciously by his usual love of sluts and fashion. His taste is always popular in Hollywood, and it applies to both men and women. But in front of Alan, Syphis couldn't keep his face and looked embarrassed. Alan glanced at the coat that Syphis had taken off and folded on his lap. This guy's not young anymore, but he is a photographer. So many people seem to like this style. Syphis is not a sissy, but this outfit is really hard to complain about. Master, someone took the initiative to help us this time and the solution went smoothly. However, the funds are too big to bring out. Sir Cole will not need such a large amount of funds for a while. Seeing Alan squinting at his clothes, Syphis quickly changed the subject. Has the foundation injected funds? Give it. Sir Cole gave them £5 million and let them operate it first. Papa said it was enough. Alan looked out the window, and whenever he thought about it, he subconsciously wanted to light a cigarette. He touched the armrest box next to him, lit a cigarette under Syphis's service, and thought slowly. America makes money, America spends money, and I want to take them home. But master, the people who helped us this time know the specific amount of our funds. Syphis twitched his lips and said cautiously, they asked me to ask you if you need their help to transfer the funds. They have channels. Alan sneered. These real estate methods were wild, but he didn't need it now. At least the money is not needed yet. If you can't bring it out, don't bring it. This time we need to use tanks, airplanes and other props. Instead of doing it in Britain, it is better to place the order directly in Hollywood. They do it more professionally, better, and cheaper. I use US dollars to buy things directly from you. I should be able to take out the things I buy, right? Although he still has tens of millions of dollars left after making the props, he can still buy other things. Alan doesn't have a private plane yet. He doesn't like small planes and they can't fit a few people. If he goes out for a trip, just the servants will have to pay for it. If you bring dozens of people, you won't be able to fit them on an ordinary business plane. If you want to book a special plane, you have to order a big one. When Alan was rich last year, he learned about these things. The people at Boeing were quite responsible and specifically told him that if he wanted to order a special plane, he could wait. Although the current models include the Boeing 747, these are all old models. Boeing currently has the latest model of large aircraft under development. Once they have developed it, Alan can make another order. It's not that they don't want to make money, but for a person of Alan's status, even if he only orders one plane, his advertising effect is greater than that of ordinary small airlines. They didn't dare to cheat such a person, so they could only advise Alan to wait. A new model would be developed soon. At this time, if you encouraged this nobleman to order an old model of aircraft, wouldn't this be enmity? With so many places to spend money, Alan now doesn't have to worry about transferring funds out. We don't need them to help us. I have my own arrangements. After speaking, Alan looked at Syphis and looked him up and down. Except for the poor quality of his clothes. At least in Alan's opinion, Syphis was pretty good in other aspects. A man of his age looked very manly, as long as he dressed up. Syphis watched Alan look at him up and down, feeling uncomfortable all the time, and then he saw Alan's serious face and said, in recognition of your contribution to the family, this year's knighthood will be given to you. Syphis. Faith, if you become a knight in the future, don't dress like this. I can't afford to embarrass this person. Syphis was stunned by Alan's words, and he didn't even react. I was stunned for a long time with my mouth open. I understood in my heart, but my mind was blank. Can anyone understand his current mood? I was in Wales. I just got off the plane and arrived at the door of my house. I was dragged along by the young master to inspect a dilapidated castle. Wearing a pink suit, I attended a social death ceremony. Then on the way home, in this Bentley, the young master tell him that this year's title is given to him. And then he didn't forget to tell him not to dress like this in the future. He couldn't afford to embarrass this person. Jazz, can't he dress more energetically? Don't I just wear brighter colors? Is there any more oil method? What's so great about Jazz? Syphis, swear to God today that from now on I will only wear black, white, and grey. Either I'm curious about the title, or I simply want to change my clothes thinking of this. Syphis was suddenly stunned. He was enjoying himself so much that he forgot to thank him. Damn it. Throwing the folded top on his legs to the side, Syphis struggled to stand up and bent over, turning his head to look around, trying to see what posture he could kneel in, to look more dignified point. But the space in the car is really not friendly. You can't kneel in the back seat, right? What is this? Do I, Syphis, have to be so social, even when I'm knighted? Who can help me? Exclamation mark. Chapter 277 New news brought by Spencer. Sit down. Seeing Syphis panicking and preparing to show his loyalty, Alan smiled and stopped looking at him. Master, thank you for your award. I, Syphis, am willing to die for my family in the future. As soon as Syphis sat down, he swore loyalty to Alan with a serious face point. Hearing this broken oath, Alan sneered and said, "Humph, you won't die for your family without a reward." No, master, I didn't mean that. Alan was too lazy to listen to what Syphis had to say. The medal hadn't come out yet, so he just wanted to inform him in advance, so he didn't need to get too excited. It's just that as a British person, they have been influenced by this culture since childhood. It is inevitable to be a little excited when they suddenly know that they are about to be knighted. Even a well-educated and elderly housekeeper like Ute, when he heard the news when Alan was about to confer a knighthood on him, wasn't he excited for so long? Used to it, Alan liked the feeling that he could gain more loyalty from these servants by using his privileges and giving them titles. This kind of thing that he himself doesn't like at all is a lifelong goal for them. Looking at the scenery outside the window and thinking about the recent events at home, Bentley's problems have all been solved. The castle is the ancestral property of the Hill family and can be considered a reuse of waste. If their family squeezes them hard, they can still get some money out of it. Not to mention other old castles like this. Apart from the one allocated to Bentley, there are more than a dozen in Alan, all distributed across Wales. It may not be worth much because it has been in disrepair for a long time, but every year it receives a small subsidy directly from the government to repair the castle. These castles are considered cultural relics, and they are full of history, wherever they are placed. The manor he lives in now is actually similar in nature to these old castles. When they were originally built, they were used for combat purposes, not primarily for residence. It's just that the one he lives in now is relatively the best living condition among these shabby castles in this way. Alan was not satisfied with his life. When he got money, he immediately thought of building a new castle, mainly to improve his living environment. Outsiders would probably envy him when they look at the castle he currently lives in. It is large and has a historical atmosphere. But whoever lives there knows about this kind of thing. The castle is now dark and damp, and the lighting is not good. In the past, it was okay for combat, but in modern society, without the combat function, it is not very practical. Thinking of the operation of lending Bentley Castle to them as a flagship store, Alan squinted his eyes and thought about his future plans. The dozen or so castles in my hands range from large to small, but the smallest one is more than enough to serve as a company headquarters for now. It's just that it's in disrepair and the cost of renovation is relatively high. Nowadays, a castle is rented to Bentley, and they are responsible for paying for it themselves and using the company's accounts to renovate the castle. Even after the renovation is completed, they will still have to pay monthly rent to Alan in the future. Although Bentley is now his company, these castles are the private property of the Hill family, which means Alan himself use the money earned from the company to renovate your own private property and then collect rent. If you follow this model, as you have more companies in your hands, can you move their headquarters back to Wales and rent it to them? Old castle, let them pay to help them renovate the castle. You can write this down and take your time later. Master, we're home. Alan opened his eyes slightly after being reminded by Syphis. He was lost in thought just now and fell asleep in a daze. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the mess in the manor, but if you listen carefully, there are still sounds of laughter in the formerly quiet manor. Hundreds of servants gathered lively on the playground in the front yard. Point to tell Zio Shitao, still holding a notebook in his hand. Zio Shitao was lowering his head, also holding a notebook in his hand, recording something on it. The servants next to them looked like they were working in groups. Each group was holding something that looked like a dummy. Following Hute's order, these people began to hold the dummy in pieces. Disperse and go back to their jobs. It was only at this moment that Hute turned his head after being reminded. When he saw Alan's car, he quickly called the little stone next to him, and the two of them hurried towards Alan. After opening the rear window, Alan asked casually, "Where is this exercise, Master? Why are you back so early today? I don't think Zio Shitao has commanded this kind of drill before. It's almost summer now, so I will take him to learn to command drills. Well, you guys get busy first. I'll rest in the car for a while." Alan nodded and refused to cause any trouble to them, and prepared to stay in the car for a while. Hute poked his head and saw Sifis next to Alan at a glance. He clapped his hands at Sifis and said, "What are you still doing in there? Come out quickly. You also have to participate in the exercise." Sifis pointed at himself reluctantly. Under Hut's majestic gaze, he looked at Alan again. Seeing that his young master had no intention of speaking for him, he opened the car door and got out of the car. "I will be a noble knight soon, and I still have to participate in the exercises at home." Usually, when Alan is not at home, Hute will organize the servants at home to do some group activities. Common ones include management meetings, work summaries, general cleaning, etc. In addition to these, there are various accident prevention drills that are practiced every year. During these drills, the house will be very messy. If Alan is at home, he must not do this, as it will disturb his work, so he can only take the time to practice while he is out. Today, while Alan was not at home for an inspection at Lanelli Port, Hute took Zio Shitao, the trainee housekeeper, to organize the fire drill. Old-fashioned buildings like castles, coupled with certain living habits, are dry in summer and require open fires in the fireplace in winter. Even if various safety precautions are taken, although fires are not common, necessary preventive measures are still needed. According to the different areas where each servant lives and works, they are grouped according to the principle of proximity. The preset condition is that, if there is a fire in the manor, what should these servants do, where to escape, and how to escape. And unlike the evacuation training for ordinary people, since these servants enjoy various benefits that ordinary people in the outside world cannot enjoy, they must abide by the rules of the Hill family. What rules? If a disaster occurs, protect the owner as soon as possible. Those dummies simulated Alan. No matter where Alan appeared in the manor, when the disaster occurred, whenever a fire broke out, the servants around him would carry him and run away to save him first. The first goal. This is what we are practicing now. Which road is safe to take? How to divide labor and cooperate, etc. The male servants who are strong are responsible for carrying the dummy, and the female servants who are also strong are responsible for protecting the dummy along the way, to prevent the dummy from being injured during the process of leaving the castle. Anyway, the process is very complicated, but it is practiced every year. After more practice, everyone is familiar with it. Many servants still look forward to every drill. The main reason is that this kind of group activity is very interesting. Even though they were laughing and joking just now, they are doing things. At that time, he was still meticulous as Hutter blew his whistle. Dozens of bodyguards used mosquito smoke to simulate a fire scene and on the castle. Then each group of servants began a lively drill to carry the dummy out of the castle. Escape outside. Zio Shitao stood next to Hute with a stopwatch, watching how long it took each group of people to come out. If you do not come out within the specified maximum time, your money will be deducted, and your benefits will be reduced. If there are traces of touch on the dummy, money and benefits will be deducted. Make sure to escape first, and then look at the escape process. Whether the dummy is injured or not, and the priorities are different, you need to pay attention to them. Alan just stayed in the car, and the concierge served as a servant, and brought him drinks and desserts after waiting for nearly 2 hours. This spring fire drill was successfully concluded. Hute also led Zio Shitao, pointed towards Alan, and then gave a summary to the servant. The group with the best performance would be rewarded, and the group with the worst performance would not only be criticized in public, but also punished. After everything was over, Zio Shitao came to inform Alan that he could officially get off the car and go home. Alan smiled and looked at everything happening in the manor, feeling very satisfied. This is called life. This is called nobility. Everything these servants have is given to them by themselves. They can only live and live better by relying on him, Mr. Allen. In order for them to live a better life, they must ensure everything about Alan, serve him daily, and protect him, and save him. When disaster occurs, these hundreds of people all have to work hard for Alan. We all complement each other. And now these hundreds of people are busy all afternoon, just to figure out how to rescue Alan faster and better. If a disaster occurs, the premise of all this is still based on the premise that Alan can't even move. As long as he can move, if a disaster does occur, he can deal with it more calmly, as long as he follows the servant. Haha, my good nephew, Spencer, was so angry that, as soon as he entered the study, he stretched out his arms towards Alan, preparing to give Alan a big hug. However, looking at Alan's somewhat dangerous look, he asked for trouble and sat down on the chair in front of Alan's desk. After waiting for a long time, he saw Zhao Huang standing on the desk staring at him, while Alan lowered his head to read the documents and ignored him. Spencer stretched out his fingers, ready to tease Zhao Huang. I just put my finger on Zhao Huang's forehead. Hey, fuck you. Can still bite people as a pet. Spencer's finger was pecked hard by Zhao Huang, and blood was already visible on the index finger of his right hand. Little yellow lazy is lazy, mainly because he saw this little yellow fur come to his territory today and actually dared to touch himself. He and Spencer had never met each other. A few times. When he saw him stretching out his finger, he hit him hard. I took a sip. Don't mistake an owl for a hawk. What's the fuss about? Alan sighed, put down the documents handed over by the pharmaceutical factory, and glared at Spencer. Diana's younger brother often traveled between Britain and Gambia in the past few years, where he received the salary Alan paid him, played with black pearls, and had a lot of fun every day. Pointing his finger to Alan. Seeing that, Alan curled his lips and said nothing. Spencer raised his palm to scare Zhao Huang again. He watched the bird spread its wings again and prepared to continue pecking him, and then he felt resentful. He put down his hands and asked the maid to disinfect and bandage him. After cleaning the wound, Spencer watched the maid go out again and stand on duty at the door. Then she stuck her head and whispered, "The little liar you are looking for is quite capable." What? Little liar? Alan was a little confused when he heard these inexplicable words. He worked all day long and had to work for 3 or 4 hours to deal with so many things. How could he react when he suddenly said it? It's that Chickley. He brought someone out for inspection and went to our side. Gambia. Spencer pointed in one direction with his thick finger wrapped in gauze. Oh, do you have any clues? Alan blinked and finally remembered what was going on. Sure. Can I come back if there is no progress? Spencer raised his chin, looking like a busy man. But the person he brought this time seems not very simple to me. He seems to have been trained. I asked a few of your comrades to take a look at it secretly. They said that the person this time is most likely to be this one. Spencer mysteriously made a pistol gesture, then scratched it with his right hand, making a dog head biting gesture. This means a dog with a gun. Russian. Alan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Yes, the accent is very strong, but they don't seem too wary. They look like people who are used to enjoying themselves. How did you attract these people?" Alan frowned after listening to the information provided by Spencer combining these conditions. He already had an idea of what the person coming here was probably doing. It is certain that he has military experience. This kind of thing is easy to see, but when coupled with the description of a dog, it becomes a bit troublesome. These people are difficult to get along with, but they are rich. He had told Chickley to trick him into getting rich people to accept his business, but there were so many rich people in Russia. Why did he find this group of people? But at the moment, the situation is not too clear. These people must have the best information channels. If you think about it from this perspective, they can smell the danger in advance and come out to lay out the escape route in advance. This is quite similar to their style. In addition, they have the best information. There is foreign exchange here, and all the conditions are complete. No wonder Chickley met them. It is estimated that Chickley, a little liar, may not even know who he is coming into contact with. People probably guessed what Chickley did, so they used him in reverse and asked him to lead the way and come out for inspection. However, once these people come out and arrive in the Gambia, it may be difficult to find out their background, but it is not difficult to find out some key information from them. No wonder Spencer, a lazy guy, came back to tell him this time. After thinking about this, Alan squinted his eyes. He seemed to have thought too ideally before. Now if he wants to start a business in Gambia, it is estimated that only this group of people has the ability and conditions. PS. It's the end of the month. Why don't you guys vote for your monthly ticket? I've updated everything today and will continue tomorrow. Chapter 278 Giant Fishing. After thinking about the business situation there, Alan was ready to wait and see. Now that the other party had not clearly expressed his intention to contact him, Spencer came back to tell him this time. The thing is, it is estimated that the people who appeared in Gambia this time are at most the people sent by the other party to conduct preliminary inspections. Let's dry them out first. Didn't they come up to talk to us? No, I haven't even seen them yet. I asked the agent to keep an eye on them. The business in the Gambia is running normally, but on the surface, the boss of this business is an ordinary foreigner who is Spencer's agent, and Spencer was promoted by Alan as his agent layer. Hey, Spencer patted the table, interrupted Alan who was thinking, and asked in a low voice, are you so sure that they are interested in our business? Spencer was a little surprised as to why Alan had always been so sure that someone in Russia would be interested in his business. There was very little communication, and the information there was opaque and always seemed mysterious. Since Alan launched this plan, his goal was to find a Russian or American to sell it to, and his first choice was a Russian. Spencer had been having a headache thinking about this problem for so long. But now he finally saw the signs. Chickley really attracted people here. He seemed to have received some good news and came back impatiently. Share some tidbits with Alan. Alan glanced at Spencer. He was a loser. He was a member of the standard rich generation. He was very good at eating, drinking and having fun. His father was in charge of the family and he couldn't get involved in business matters. He had nothing to do all day long. Theoretically speaking, at Spencer's current age, the family could already find a partner for him to start a family and get married, but because Alan found a job for him, Spencer used this as an excuse to shirk it again and again. Although there is no obvious preference for sons over daughters in the aristocratic families in Great Britain or throughout Europe, as the only male of this generation of the Spencer family, the old Earl Spencer is actually very anxious for him. But he hid in Gambia and never came back, and his family couldn't do anything to him. Standing up and rummaging through the bookshelf next to the desk, Alan pulled out a thick stack of information, threw it to Spencer and said, read it yourself. What? Spencer was almost hit in the face by the information thrown by Alan. He glanced at Alan with a resentful look, then opened the file box and started to look through the information inside. The information box contains news cut out from newspapers and then pasted onto the manuscript paper. The corresponding English translations are in other blank spaces on the manuscript paper. Most of the newspapers are in Russian. Judging from the color, they should be from the past few years and are still very new. Looking through the information, Spencer frowned in hindsight. These are all news translations from Russia. If it were normal times, he would not even care about these scattered news. They are all trivial things, such as items in a certain grocery store being robbed. Someone drank fake wine and died. Someone froze to death in the winter and someone in the neighborhood stood a dog. It's all news like this, but now combined with the translation and analysis on the manuscript, Spencer can finally see something. Each of these pieces of news may seem inconspicuous, but such small problems often reflect some big problems. For example, when a grocery store was robbed, why did such news still appear in newspapers? They don't have enough supplies over there, so everyone needs them, so they grab them. Others, such as stealing dogs, drinking fake wine, and freezing to death, all reflect problems in this area. This means that this is not a problem in a few places, but a problem in many places. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are the most basic, but they are also the foundation. Problems can arise from this. Think about the meaning of this. If this wasn't what frightened Spencer the most, he took out another piece of information, and what was recorded on it was even more interesting. Point that teaching materials over there have been secretly bribed and tampered with, and even their war heroes from decades ago are almost being hacked. Point it has been nearly a year since this textbook was changed, but no one noticed. Point looking at the news headline titled "Toxic Textbooks Are Eroding Us." Spencer looked up at Alan and subconsciously asked, "Did you do this?" Such dirty methods made Spencer subconsciously think of Alan. Fake. Look at what I'm doing. These are all the information I asked people to collect. The things above are for my analysis. As for who did it, it has nothing to do with me. It was all done by those Americans. Alan glared at Spencer. Why did he do these things for no reason? Isn't this for excitement? And there is no benefit. Point however, this scene and method are somewhat similar to a certain period in other places in the future, but the same people are doing this work. The inheritance is the same, and the methods are of course similar. First, they mess with their supplies and prices, and then they promote the American way of life and their country's various superior systems, and then they depreciate their own system and add some good looking pictures to seduce people in their country and arouse them. The longing for the outside world is actually packaging. Point. If a person is truly harmless and poses no threat to others, who would bother to deal with him? But people are always dissatisfied. They always like to believe in things that seem very illusory and then fall into the pit. Point. One side seduces, the other side suppresses. In the end, they quietly edit the teaching materials and destroy the next generation. This is a fixed routine. Although it is dirty, it still says the same thing, as long as it is easy to use, with so much data to analyze. Alan was already certain that the Russians would not grow up. Point. At most, they won't be able to hold on until the end of the year, or next year, no matter how much more there is, and these Russian elites are well informed, and must find a solution or a way out. Point. For example, transfer money out. Point. If they are asked to come to Great Britain, these people will definitely not come. Alan guessed with his heels. Even if these people come out, the first destination will most likely be the United States. Point. They are all praised in the news. Going directly to the United States with a large amount of money is the stupidest behavior. It is tantamount to a child holding money in the busy market. Point. If you are targeted and killed, all the money will belong to others. These people, who are unfamiliar with the country, go directly to the United States with a large amount of money. Regardless of how good it is in the news, the money is impressive. If the money reaches a certain level, if they do not have the ability to protect the money, they will not be able to protect it. It has no other use than bringing disaster to yourself. Point. In this case, the best way is not to put all the eggs in one basket and play tricks. If you want to build an industry or invest in a country other than the United States, it is best to make a steady profit. In this way, you can spend part of your cash to create a long-term and sustainable income path. If you go to the United States again, you will. It's relatively safe and less eye-catching. Point. And now the opportunity is in front of them. The Gambia business, apart from saying it doesn't sound good, is essentially a legal business. It is also based on cash flow. Currently, Alan operates a complete industry chain, from upstream to downstream, with a complete line. Point. This kind of business is the best quality business at the moment. If you buy it, you can make a profit on the same day. In addition, if the economy grows steadily in the future, the profitability will increase year by year. Not to mention more, you can get your money back in 10 or 8 years. With luck. Better yet, maybe even faster. As for many of the things here, it was not convenient for Alan to tell Spencer directly. He had to leave some surprises, so he could only show him the information. Point. As long as you are not an idiot, you can make a rough analysis just by looking at these data. Point. They are now equivalent to giant Taegong's fishermen who are willing to take the bait. Those fish will take the bait sooner or later. The only difference is who they sell to and how much they sell for. Alan has been waiting for this day for a long time. These people are eager to transfer assets so he can sit down and raise the price. Spencer let out a long breath and read a few more pages of information. He threw the information he took out into the information box, pushed it back to Alan and said, "I won't read it, Alan." smiled and took the information box, stuffed the items back on the bookshelf, and looked at Spencer, who looked irritated. This child now looks like someone who only has access to the internet in the village and is shocked when he suddenly sees a lot of old information. Let's go and take you to relax. Come with me to have a sweat steam and then a massage. Alan walked around to Spencer and patted him on the shoulder. Alan was also tired and ready to relax. Massage room. As soon as he took off his clothes and lay down on the massage table, Alan turned his head and saw Spencer following his example and lying on the bed. What Alan noticed was not Spencer himself, but the 4 large green characters of an old-fashioned tattoo on his chest. Safety in and out. Who gave you this tattoo? Looking at these traditional Chinese characters, Alan recognized them at a glance. The characters were good characters and had good meanings. It was the position of the tattoo that made him feel something was wrong. Oh, you mean this? Seeing Alan asking, Spencer said proudly, "Didn't you ask me to often take those Gambians outside to see them? This was when we went shopping in Zhangjiang last year. I heard that there was a very famous tattoo there. Master, he did the tattoo for me," pointing to the 4 big characters arranged vertically from top to bottom on his chest. Spencer enthusiastically continued to introduce to Alan, "Do you understand? Let me tell you, the tattoo artist told me that this is an Eastern saying. It's a spell, but it has a very good meaning. Safety. It is said that tattooing it on the body will have a certain blessing effect. Does having a tattoo of peace in and out on your body have a blessing effect? Who told you that?" Alan was a little confused, but suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Just now, Spencer said that he was going to Zhangjiang with those Gambian officials. Think of that tattoo artist seeing Spencer with Black Pearl and the other Gambians around him. Especially Spencer himself, who really likes to play Black Pearl. These Black Pearls are basically considered white pearls. Thinking about it this way, it seems reasonable to give him a tattoo of safe coming and going. Is this considered cultural export in some sense, or you know how to go in and out safely? Alan, who was a little tired, turned his face slightly, not wanting to look at Spencer anymore, and gestured to the masser to start. Spencer did not spend the night in the castle. When he came back this time, besides telling Alan the news about Gambia, he had something else to do. Many things there are coming to an end. For example, for those Gambian officials they corrupted, their children were prepared to take over everything they should receive. Those officials themselves, including the tickets they should prepare for shipping tickets, and the transfer funds that should be transferred, would all have to be withdrawn together when the time comes. And then, the black eat the black. After adjusting the bedside lamp, Alan put a pillow behind his back and held a writing board with a piece of manuscript paper stapled on it. Alan, who was a little unable to sleep, suddenly remembered something else. If everything goes well, when Patrice comes back with Cameron from Canada, the shooting of his new movie can be put on the schedule. The earliest is early May and the latest is Saturday. Work can start at the beginning of the month. Alan, who hadn't made a movie for a long time, became even more excited when he thought of this. But in order to make the filming of the movie smoother, he had to find some foreign aid or a port in advance. When the time comes, he will take his people on an expedition to Canada, and Alan is going to pull off a bigger tiger skin to support him. Therefore, the best candidate now is of course Boss Chap. After spending a few days at Highgrove Manor last time, Alan, who was still unfinished, was going to write a letter to Boss Chad asking for help. For example, didn't I say last time that I was going to India in February next year? Then I asked Boss Chad to ask a few bodyguards from him in advance. Let's discuss the security work then, and let these bodyguards do part-time work for me. Support the facade. In this way, he not only showed that he paid enough attention to this matter, but also could mend his relationship with Boss Chap. Who knows if this petty man would still hate himself for eating his chickens early the next morning. Alan had breakfast with William and Harry in the restaurant. When breakfast was almost finished, Zio Shitao came to Alan holding 2 small boxes. First, he put the box on the table in front of Alan, then took the hot towel from the servant and handed it to Alan to wipe his mouth. "What's this, Alan? wiped it casually, handed the hot towel back to the servant, and looked at the small box on the table with curiosity. Following his voice, William and Harry, who were eating, also looked here curiously. Master, this is a new product developed by His Highness's healthcare product factory that you mentioned. Didn't you say that, after they produce it, we will show it to you first? However, since Houghton acquired Bosch's healthcare products factory from Capel, Alan almost forgot about it for so long. This is, pick up the slightly larger box on the left. There is nothing printed on the box. It is just an ordinary pure white packaging box with only one line of name. Looking at the ingredients on the box, it's mainly ginseng. Alan opened the small box. Inside was a small 300ml glass bottle that looked like a drink. It was golden and looked very high-end. What is the function of this thing? Chapter 279. How can I rest assured? Xiao Shitao quickly picked up the folder tucked under his arm, looked at the long list of instructions in the manual, and bit the bullet, and started to introduce the newly developed drink to Alan. Master, the main ingredient of this drink is ginseng from the east. It is said to be a very good medicinal material. It has many effects. Let me check it out. It can refresh your mind, enhance your immunity, and promote blood circulation. Listening to this effect, Alan and Xiao Shitao looked at each other with big eyes. This healthcare product factory is good. This time they have found the right way. Last time I checked, my boss was very ambitious and came up with some detoxification potion. It was said that it could help people remove toxins from the body. But unfortunately, Boss Chad was reported because the product seemed to have little effect. But this new product is different this time. It is said to be refreshing, immune enhancing, etc. But these things are all hidden. In other words, no matter how effective this thing is, the effect will not be visible for a while after drinking it. As for refreshing, if you drink too much tea and coffee, of course you won't feel it obviously anymore, and you can just excuse it with an excuse. By taking this approach, at least the risk of being reported is greatly reduced. As long as people don't die from drinking, it's no problem. Alan unscrewed the cap of the bottle and smelled the smell, feeling a little familiar. How should I put it? It smells like Ziboang anti-hair loss shampoo, which is weird. Not too bad, but not unpleasant either. Just as he was about to drink, he suddenly saw Harry staring directly at him next to him. Alan directly handed the bottle of ginseng drink to Harry and said, "Try it. This thing must have been tested. Regardless of whether it has any effect, it must be non-toxic." However, Alan was a little unsure, so he tried it on Harry first. Looking at the drink handed over by Alan, Harry's eyes have been looking here since Xiao Shitao came over just now. His personality has been a bit naive since he was a child, and he also has a bit of a gourmet nature. He likes to play and eat. After receiving the ginseng drink from Alan, Harry drank up the small bottle of sweet water in a few sips before Alan could react. How is the taste? Tasty. Alan and William spoke at the same time, both looking at Harry curiously. Belch. Harry looked at the two curious eldest brothers, burped in confusion, and then shook his head. Alan looked at Harry speechlessly. Stupid brother. He picked up another small box on the table. This small box looked more like healthcare products. Inside were several small bottles of oral liquid, which were also golden liquid. Isn't this the same as the one just now? Alan took out the straw from the box, inserted one and handed it to William, asking him to taste it, and he also picked up one and tasted it. I smacked my lips. How should I put it? It was a little bit bitter, but the main taste was sweet, and then it disappeared, just like drinking sweet water. Xiao Shitao picked up the document and looked at it again and said, "The ingredients are indeed the same, but the packaging is different. This small one is more expensive." What kind of brain circuit is this? The one just now was in a small bottle of 300ml. This time it was packed in 5 bottles of 300ml oral liquid. It contained less than that one, but it was more expensive. The most important thing is that the effect is still the same. After waiting for a long time, the three brothers looked at each other, and Alan didn't feel that this thing was of any use. After hooking up his hand and letting Xiao Shitao hand the folder to him, Alan flipped through it. The main records are still the effects and product introduction. But Boss Chow used to do these things But now that it was him, Alan didn't want it to be so monotonous. Alan never cheats his customers when doing business. He handed the folder back to Xiao Shitao and said, "You can give them feedback on whether the oral liquid packaged in this small bottle can be further concentrated to make it more effective. As for the cost, Alan doesn't care. Let them fiddle with it first. When the product is finalized, it will be time to consider mass production and cost issues." "Okay, I took note of it, Xiao." Shitao quickly took out his pen and wrote down what Alan told him on the document. Ottawa, the capital of southern Ontario, Canada. It is very close to the border between the United States and Canada. Next door and across the water is the state of New York in the United States. From a geographical point of view, Ottawa is only more than 700 kilometers away from Washington, the capital of the United States. It can be imagined from these circumstances that Canada has long been led astray by the traitorous son of the United States. Although Canada seems to have a large territory, its population is small, and its major cities are located very close to the United States. The farther north you go, the fewer people there are. From the perspective of the United States, Canada is basically defenseless to them. Cameron himself is Canadian and was born in Ontario. During his youth, before he was 17, he lived in Canada. Later, he moved to the United States to study, work, and then make his debut. With Cameron leading the way, Patrice's trip to Canada went extremely smoothly. The two flew directly from Cardiff, Wales, to Ottawa, Canada, and rested there for a few days. Cameron took Patrice and the two to visit for a few days, rented a car, and then contacted the governor's mansion. The other party had just heard that Patrice had announced his home address and was still a little confused. But I couldn't explain it clearly on the phone, so I could only tell the governor and let him make the decision. After this appointment, it took a few more days for the Governor General of Canada to agree to meet with Patrice. Cameron drives the car himself, and the two of them are renting a Cadillac, an American car. Canadian car brands are too niche and rubbish, so they basically like to buy American cars nearby. When he was approaching the governor's mansion, Cameron smiled and said to Patrice, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "The governor's mansion here is very interesting. If the governor is not at home, the flag on the governor's mansion will be changed to the Canadian flag, and if the governor general is at home, the flag on the government house will be changed to the governor general's flag, which is a lion wearing the crown, holding a maple leaf in his hand." Patrice looked at Cameron strangely and asked a somewhat mindless question. "Since the flag has to be changed when the governor is not at home, what's the point of flying it? To whom should it be displayed?" "You can't say that. This is for tourists. When they visit, they will know whether the governor is at home or not when they look at the flag on the governor's palace." Tourist, Patrice blinked, not understanding what this meant. Cameron was stunned when Patrice looked at him, but then he also reacted, "Well, this dish is all influenced by the United States. Our governor's mansion here is open to the public every day, and tourists can come in and visit." Listening to Cameron's explanation, Patrice couldn't imagine what it was like. "The governor's palace is open to the public every day. Can you still visit it? It's really a poor place where unruly people come out. Think about it from another place. What would it be like if the young master's manor was open to the outside world?" It is estimated that, even if it is really open to the public, not many people would dare to visit. But it is better here. The majestic governor's palace is decorated like a park and anyone can visit it. Its majesty has been completely lost. No wonder the new governor has not had a title in the past few decades. This is not shameful enough. When the car arrived at the entrance outside the governor's palace, Patrice's mouth twitched as he looked at the scattered crowds and the blue lion flag flying above the governor's palace. This means that the governor is at home today. "I am Cameron, and this is Mr. Patrice. We are from Wales and have made an appointment with the governor. You can call and report." Cameron pressed down the car window and handed the ID to the doorman. He wanted to drive in and didn't want to walk in like these tourists. Patrice listened to Cameron addressing the governor as "Your Excellency." He couldn't help curling his lips. A governor without a title dared to use the honorific title "Your Excellency." It was really unruly. The current Governor General of Canada is called Raymond John Matahin. He is an English speaker, but this name is a bit French. so he can be regarded as having both left and right. Patrice was a little surprised when he saw Raymond for the first time. Didn't you say that the governor is a woman? Why is he a man now? He glanced at Cameron, who looked innocent next to him with some doubts. Hello. Welcome to Canada. Raymond was extremely wary of Patrice's arrival and was a little unsure of his intentions here. Mainly because the other party reported that he was a retainer of an earl. After investigation and inquiries afterwards, it seemed that the earl was not very simple. Although the other party's excuse was that they wanted to come here to shoot a movie, Raymond still didn't believe it. Although Canada provides various foreign crews with great preferential policies, as long as they come to Canada to shoot a movie, there will be certain tax rebates and subsidies, some type of point. But he didn't think that a dignified hereditary earl family would be interested in such a small profit. The nobles in Great Britain all had the same moral character. They were wolves and wanted to eat meat. All Canadians agreed on this. Haha. Hello Governor Raymond. I'm from Wales, and this is a gift my master asked me to bring you. Although he was a little confused, Patrice heard the governor greeting him first and answered quickly, then took out the prepared gift and handed it to Raymond. When Raymond opened the box, which was exquisitely made and looked like a work of art, it contained a gold and silver metal plate. The plate contained a badge, which was the Lion Badge of the Governor General of Canada. But when he picked up the plate and took a closer look, Raymond moved slightly. When he got closer, he realized that this thing seemed to be an integrated work of art. It looked like it was holding a badge on the plate, but up close, the badge and the plate were both integrated, like a complete sculpture, with extremely exquisite craftsmanship. Hahaha. I know Mr. Allen. His reputation is still very big in North America. With the gift in hand, the smile on Governor Raymond's face became even brighter. In front of Patrice, he boasted a few things about Allen. At the end, he even talked about some time ago, at the end of last year. The three people looked at each other and showed indescribable smiles about the tidbit that happened. The atmosphere became harmonious, and Raymond personally led the way and invited the two of them to the conference room for a detailed discussion. In the conference room, after the secretary put down the tea and exited the conference room, only Governor Raymond, Patrice and Cameron were left in the conference room. Cameron picked up the information and was responsible for explaining it, while Patrice was responsible for answering some of Governor Raymond's questions. When he first read the script for this project, Governor Raymond was a little surprised. This is a reflection of the war years, how the British officials tried their best to get Canadian people to donate, and they have pointed out that they should seek truth from facts and restore history. While restoring history, they have sublimated the whole story a little bit. The main perspectives are all frontal, very biased toward Canada. This script made Raymond a little uncomfortable. When did the British aristocrat have such a consciousness? This isn't normal, is it? But listen, a lot of what follows is normal. The other party is here to make a movie. The reason why I came to see him today is simply to hope that Canada will provide certain support in terms of funds. On the shooting location, also need some support. Governor Raymond, have you seen the short documentary Survival in the Wilderness shot by Mr. Allen? It was released last year to promote tourism to Australia, and the effect was quite good. I was also the one to discuss the cooperation project with Australia. Patrice took the initiative to initiate this matter, and there was a touch of pride and pretentiousness in his words. Oh, I've seen that one. It turns out that Mr. Patrice also negotiated that project. Raymond was slightly moved. They were so close to the United States and would be the most affected. Be it good or bad. The financial turmoil in the past few years has caused a lot of losses to Canada. If Your Excellency is really here to make a movie, it is not impossible to cooperate with him. While talking, Cameron talked about the staffing and said, Your Majesty the Governor, we plan to bring about 1,200 actors and a full set of equipment for filming. At that time, we will also need some support from you. There are so many people, and the most important thing is that it's hard to even arrange a place to live, etc. Raymond suddenly turned his head and looked at Cameron and said, You just said, how many extras are you going to bring? About 1,200 people, 1,200 people. I remember, your movie is more war themed, right? Most of the actors have to play soldiers, right? Although the content of the story is a fake exercise, it can also be regarded as a war movie point. But now the other party suddenly said that they would bring 1,200 people to film a movie. Yes, most people will play the role of fake German soldiers. Your Excellency, Governor, please rest assured that our actors are all veterans of the Navy. They are absolutely of excellent quality and will not cause you any trouble. It was a good thing that Cameron didn't say anything when he said this, especially when he pointed out the origins of these people. Governor Raymond suddenly panicked. 1,202. This is not 1 or 200 people. This is thousands of people. They are all Navy veterans. Why do outsiders need to talk about the virtues of British naval veterans? What do you want to do? Doesn't that count? Want to build a modern version of Troy? Ottawa is said to have a population of more than 1 million, and it seems to be the 4th largest city in Canada. However, there are only a small number of Canadians, and the total number of police in the entire capital is less than 1,000. If so many people come here at once, this is not more than 1,000 actors. This is more than 1,000 time bombs. Can he agree to this? Cannot. Please rest assured. How can I rest assured? Chapter 280, Awarding of Honors. Raymond's mind instantly thought of the information about Alan. Although these information were only fragments of information that were circulated because of last year's gossip, but thinking about that, Excellency, it is said that he is not particularly good-tempered, but very irritable, and some cruel. What if he took someone with him and tied him up on a whim in the name of making a movie, and then suddenly launched an attack? Thinking of all these conspiracies, seeing Governor Raymond suddenly become sullen and silent, Cameron looked at Patrice in a daze, not understanding what was going on. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become cold while we were chatting? Cameron even doubted whether he had said something wrong just now, but he recalled what he had just said in his mind, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. This is about movie shooting, Governor. Raymond glanced at the two of them, looking a little embarrassed. He wanted to refuse now, but for a while he couldn't think of a reason to refuse. All worries are based on some instincts. In his opinion, if these people are let in, it will be like a mouse falling into a rice vat. Shouldn't he just do whatever he wants? Although Canada is now in a state of not listening to announcements, they are still a member of the Commonwealth, and the nominal monarch is still the Queen. As long as they still recognize the Queen, they must also recognize other corresponding things, such as the preferential treatment and privileges of the British nobles. What if something happens to Earl Allen or his actors during filming in Canada? Such as bullying ordinary people, not to mention their good quality. There are more than 1,000 strong young men, all in their 20s and 30s, in their prime. If they film here for a few months, there will inevitably be no problems. If something goes wrong, whose fault is it? Want to arrest someone? Don't even think about anything else. He is a noble and cannot be arrested at all. Even their police are not even qualified to question him. At most, they can send that gentleman back and wait until he goes back. Nothing will happen. As for the people he brought with him, what if Your Excellency is a short-term protector and insists that these people are his servants? The servants of nobles cannot be caught casually. If they make mistakes, they have to be dealt with by the nobles behind them. As for how to manage it, Raymond could think of nothing more than letting them go back to Wales, and that would be the end of it. The current situation is such that we are afraid of wolves in front and tigers in the back, and we are afraid of both sides. Just say that they won't be allowed to make movies, and you can't find any good reason. You can't make things clear, right? Patrice looked at Governor Raymond, who was hesitant to speak. He couldn't understand why the governor was so peaceful just now, and now he looked like he was desperate for life. Governor Raymond, is a request unreasonable? With the purpose of testing, Patrice casually tried. No, Mr. Patrice, you also know, Governor General of Canada, personally, I don't care about this aspect of work now. I'm mainly responsible for some publicity and charity matters. How about you go? Let's ask the Prime Minister again. As these words came out, Patrice finally saw it. Governor Raymond, for some unknown reason, we had a good conversation just now, but now he is sent to the Prime Minister. Everyone knows the truth. Although Governor Raymond is not a noble, he is the governor. For the sake of him being the governor, Alan asked Patrice to come to him. Now if they are asked to go to the Prime Minister again, what is the matter? Son, Patrice squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Governor Raymond, who had an embarrassed look on his face, but his eyes revealed a look of being distant. Well, that's really presumptuous of disturbing Governor Raymond, so let's take our leave today. After saying this, Patrice stood up and signaled with his eyes to Cameron, who was confused. The two walked decisively. Since the other party is so resistant, and we still don't know the reason, why are we still fussing over it? What's wrong? Didn't we have a good discussion? After driving out of the governor's mansion, Cameron still didn't understand what was going on, so he couldn't help but ask Patrice, who was sitting in the passenger seat, how do I know? These damn Canadians have a lot of shit going on. Patrice was also a little confused. This inexplicable rejection made him very unhappy. As soon as he said the complaint, he remembered that Cameron was also Canadian, so he quickly added, I'm only talking about some Canadians, which definitely does not include you. Cameron nodded subconsciously, and while driving, he recalled what had just happened, and subconsciously muttered to himself, tell me, does he think there are too many people coming this time? Huh? That's not true, is it, Patrice? Didn't think about it at all. There are so many big crews in Hollywood, and it's not like there aren't crews of hundreds of people. Their crew of thousands this time is just smaller than the crew of several hundred people in Hollywood. Just a few more, what's all the fuss about? Hey. Cameron sighed. He finally went back to Canada to do some work, but now that the work hasn't been completed, he feels a little melancholy. Then, where should we go next? Really go to the Prime Minister? No, let's book a flight to Los Angeles. Patrice rejected Cameron's idea. Why go there? This shows that they are not welcome. Why bother to go up and see their faces? Does he care? To Los Angeles, the young master has given us two tasks. The first is to come over and discuss cooperation with the Governor of Canada, and the second is to deal with the props. Now that we have failed in the first task, we can only go to the second task first. Patrice shrugged and looked at Cameron helplessly. Okay, that's all. Windsor Castle, Berkshire, Southeast England. Before the Queen's birthday in April. Bobby Robson followed Alan cautiously like a little follower. The two have not seen each other for several months. This is the first time the two have met since the World Cup ended last year. In last year's World Cup, England achieved its best performance in history in recent decades and deserved the rewards. In theory, this award is overdue and should have been awarded at the end of last year. However, there were many special circumstances last year, and after the merits were reported, all parties had to review and adjust them. In the end, there was a slight delay, and the honors could not be scheduled for the end of the year. The honors could only be awarded together with the Queen's birthday at the beginning of this year. Sir, have you come here often before? Looking at Alan walking in front, Bobby Robson asked softly. Since entering Windsor Castle, he felt that his eyesight was not enough, and everything he looked at was strange. As we all know, Windsor Castle is the Queen's favorite castle and she often likes to stay here. This castle complex located on the south bank of the Thames River was originally built to guard ships traveling on the Thames River and protect the royal family. Compared with other palaces, the living environment here at Windsor Castle seems slightly worse. Not far from it is Heathrow International Airport, with so many planes taking off and landing every day. The noise is very loud. Boss Chad dislikes Windsor Castle very much. But all this was no problem for Bobby Robson, who was here for the first time. When Alan heard Bobby Robson's words, he didn't want to say anything. It was his first time here today, and Alan didn't like it here very much. He mainly hates being so close to the old lady. Fortunately, although the old lady will attend the awarding ceremony in person today, the person who is actually conferring the award is Boss Cha, who does it for her, and the Queen is just watching. When he reached the door of the honors hall, Alan stopped and whispered, "Go and line up first. Someone will come to meet you in a while." There are many people being awarded medals here today, but the medals they are awarded are all different. The whole process will be based on the status, and the medals will be awarded in order. Alan himself definitely doesn't have to queue up. Here today, among those waiting for the award, he has the highest status. So of course he is the first in line, after sorting out his Navy officer's uniform. The dark blue military uniform did not have any military rank, only a golden royal attaché ribbon was hung on the right shoulder. Thinking that he was about to get his first medal, Alan was still a little bit excited. Point for now, Boss Cha has not revealed his medal today to him in advance, saying that it is a small surprise for him. Nobles like them will not announce the medals they have received, but also the specific contributions they received for their medals. This will not be announced to the public. Only specific people can view it. It is also tradition to keep secrets from the outside world. Otherwise, how should Boss Cha reveal such a large row of painted medals on his chest? He has earned medals and made a small contribution. Just like Alan is doing now, he followed the team to participate in a World Cup. He barely contributed much and was able to get gold plated smoothly. Only 2 people in the entire team could do it this time. Earning medals, it's Alan, the royal representative who leads the team, and Bobby Robson, the team's head coach. As for the players, I'm sorry I don't have them. Although those players were the ones who actually played hard, the cruel reality is that they were only praised once by the media and nothing else. And the medal that Alan received this time is definitely better than the medal that Bobby Robson could receive. With a roll call, Alan heard his name, and 2 guards wearing bearskin hats solemnly opened the double doors of the honor hall. The sound of solemn and low music came from nowhere. Alan tightened his collar nervously, stepped on the red carpet, and slowly walked into the honors hall. In the main hall, there are red carpets arranged in a T-shape. At the end of the red carpet that Alan is walking on, there is a row of red carpets. At the intersection of the T-shaped red carpet, an ultra-low stool was placed on the ground. Boss Cha was also wearing a military uniform and ribbon, with a row of medals hanging on his left chest. When he saw Alan coming in first, he raised his eyebrows at Alan with a serious smile. Not far behind Boss Cha's left side were several civil servants sitting behind tables responsible for recording. Behind him on the right stood a royal servant carrying a tray. The entire awarding hall is not large, but the decoration is very luxurious and solemn. The Queen was standing not far behind Boss Cha, wearing a top hat and holding a blue bag in her left hand. When she saw Alan coming in, the Queen gave Alan a rare hint of a smile, as if he was smiling. When Alan saw it, he quickly bent down to salute, then walked to the small stool and quietly waited for the next step of the procedure. Among the civil servants who were responsible for recording next to them, the one on the far right stood up and read aloud, "Alan Hill, Earl of Carmouth," and then he introduced a long list of Alan's identity, and finally mentioned that Alan led the team to participate in the World Cup in Italy last year, and the England team achieved very good results, which promoted our empire's prestige. After finishing this long series of introductions, Alan saw Boss Cha looking at him, quickly stepped forward with his left leg, and bent his right leg, to kneel on the small stool next to him. This is a half-kneeling ceremony, a bit like a man kneeling down on one knee when proposing to a woman, but compared to kneeling down on one knee, this one does not require kneeling down at all. Just place your right knee on a low stool for cushioning. Still in the same routine, Boss Cha drew out his saber, tapped Alan's left shoulder, and said some words of encouragement. This was regarded as acknowledging Alan's contribution just read out by the civil servant. Then he took back the saber, and then picked up the servant's hand next to him. He was holding the medal on the tray, a small white flower medal with a cross and a blue decorative ribbon. Seeing the style of this medal, Alan raised his eyebrows. Boss Cha must have worked hard. The medal given this time has a very high gold content, the Royal Victoria Medal. The particularity is that this series of medals can only be awarded to members of the British royal family, members of foreign royal families, and nobles who have made outstanding contributions to the British royal family. Since its establishment in 1896. The identity of the first recipient has also been legendary. The reason why Alan knew about this medal was because he was very impressed by the first person to receive this medal. This medal was created in June, and more than a month later, Li Hongzhang, who happened to be visiting Britain, was awarded this medal. Li Hongzhang is an earl and is eligible to be awarded the title. This is a little bit of unpopular knowledge. Alan just remembered Li Hongzhang, so he remembered this medal by the way. It's quite amazing to think that Li Hongzhang received this medal here more than 100 years ago. However, the difference between Alan and Li Hongzhang is that his Royal Victoria Medal is of a higher rank than his. This thing is divided into 5 levels. From high to low is the Grand Cross level, which is the one Li Hongzhang received. Below that is the senior officer level, then below that is the commander level, then below that is the member level, and the 5th level is the medal class. And now, the one that Boss Cha has pinned on Alan's chest is the commander level 1, abbreviated as LVO. This means that Alan, as a representative of the royal family, has made outstanding contributions in leading the team to participate in world competitions. Although Alan has been messing around, this is how he got the medal. Boss Cha has arranged it for him. If he performs well in the future, he will slowly get promoted. If there are other medals, sooner or later he will have to give it to the left chest. Let's talk about it. After hanging all the medals on it, calm down and do your best, boss. Cha turned his back to the queen, with a smile on his face. After Alan straightened up and stood up, he patted Alan's shoulder and encouraged him. After Alan bent down and saluted again, the entire investiture ceremony was considered complete. Completed all procedures. PS. I'm a bit busy today. I'm taking online classes, so I'll have only one update for the day. Chapter 281. Didn't you say that everything is under control? As Boss Cha finally patted Alan on the shoulder, the entire award hall, including the clerks responsible for recording, spontaneously applauded. Alan smiled and followed the waiter next to him to stand next to the red line drawn on the wall. Although Alan's own medal ceremony has been completed, the others in line behind him still have to come in to be awarded the medal. This is not like the boss paying wages and taking away one by one. Those who have been awarded the honors must wait at the designated location to watch the ceremony. When everyone is finally awarded the honors, everyone must take a photo together. This is for official commemoration. The royal family and the official will retain this information for future reference. We'll check later. Although Alan didn't have to queue up when the honors were awarded, after the first one was awarded, it was very uncomfortable to stand here and wait, especially since Alan frequently glanced at the queen with his peripheral vision. When he got tired from standing, he went to sit down for a while, and then when she feels better, she will stand not far behind Boss Cha again, smiling at everyone who comes in. To be on point on this occasion, he couldn't escape early, even if he wanted to. Alan felt as if he had been punished by the teacher and stood at the back of the classroom, watching his friends go up to answer questions one by one. He wanted to get out of class quickly. As for the last step, invited to a party, forget it. He didn't want to go. It didn't matter if he didn't eat this kind of banquet. They were all traditional British dishes. Alan had no interest in these banquets at all. We came here early in the morning to award medals. Even though there were not many people, they were awarded one by one. The ceremony for everyone was very solemn. Boss ZHA had to encourage them one by one. Some of the award recipients were old. Even Boss Cha couldn't do it. Not much to say. The arduous awarding process continued until nearly 1 o'clock, which was already past dinner time. Alan also watched the ceremony and applauded for several hours, which made him sleepy. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the ceremony is over. Just after taking the photo, Alan squinted his eyes, relaxed his back slightly, and looked like he was watching the ceremony very seriously. Suddenly he heard someone calling him, and he calmly came back to his senses, looking at the smiling face next to him, a rosy-cheeked Bobby Robson. This guy can be regarded as a knight now, but Bobby Robson still knows what is good and what is good. As for his achievement, leading the England team to 4th place in the World Cup, it is high or low, and it is not low. Theoretically speaking, without Alan, he would not be able to make it as a jazz player, but now that he was lucky, he happened to catch up with this gentleman to lead the team, and then he became a member of the Jazz. Now that the investiture ceremony was over, Bobby Robson came to Alan immediately. In addition to wanting to share his joy with him as soon as possible, he also wanted to thank the Earl who had supported him. Your Mightiness. Alan glanced sideways at the other medals on Bobby Robson's chest and felt a little curled up in his heart. The full name of the medal that Bobby Robson received today is the Order of the British Empire, which can also be translated as the Order of the British Empire. The meaning is the same point. It is also divided into 5 levels in total, which can be regarded as the lowest category among all the current metals in Britain. Unlike several other metals, among the 5 ranks of this metal, only the first 2 ranks can be regarded as knighted, while the lower 3 ranks can be regarded as knights. There is only honor, no corresponding title, not even a title before the name point, but even this lowest level metal, if placed in a place like Zhangjiang, would probably be enough for wealthy businessmen to grab their heads compared with their title of Justice of the Peace. This medal has a higher status. What Bobby Robson received was a second-class medal in this medal called the Knight Commander's Medal, or KBE for short. It is the lowest knighthood in the knighthood, and even Huth is higher than him. Let's go. Without saying anything more, Alan motioned to Bobby Robson and said as he walked, he didn't want to stay here any longer. Your Excellency, His Highness asked me to invite you and ask you to go back with him. Not long after leaving the medal hall, Alan was about to leave when he was stopped by a waiter who looked familiar. Well, let's go. Alan looked at Bobby Robson, who was planning to invite him to chat with him, and said, let's talk about it when we have time. I'm leaving first, sir. Please walk slowly. Bobby Robson looked at Alan with regret and envy as he followed the waiter and took another route. This is the advantage of having connections. Look at this, His Excellency. He is so young and his level of communication makes him look like His Highness at every turn. Invite point compared with a commoner like him. Oh no, he is also a knight now. Compared with a knight like himself, he is not on the same level at all. Originally, he wanted to invite this gentleman to have a meal with him today to express his gratitude and flirt with him, but now, pity point Boss Cha hated Windsor Castle, so as soon as the investiture ceremony was over, he hurriedly ran away. Afraid of being bored on the road, he asked Alan to accompany him, and the two of them could walk together from London to his Highgrove Manor. When the motorcade left the suburbs of London, Boss Cha was obviously relaxed. He pulled the knot of his tie, reached out to open the cigar cabinet in the car, and threw a pack of ordinary cigarettes to Alan as usual. While he smoked a cigar himself, Alan took the cigarette and didn't rush to light it. Instead, he watched Boss Cha light the cigar with interest. When everything was done, Boss Cha touched the ring on his left little finger out of habit. Seeing his action, Alan's heart moved. There was a very small question that Alan never had time to ask. Since nothing happened today, Alan boldly asked, Your Highness, what is the meaning of this action? As he spoke, Alan pointed at Boss Cha's hand and touched the ring again. What? Boss Cha's hand that was touching the ring paused slightly. He pursed his lips and glanced at his own hand, then said nonchalantly, Sometimes my fingers get a headache after I wear them for a long time. I have to move them around. Damn. Is it that simple? Alan was a little doubtful whether Boss Cha was perfunctory with him. His actions may seem inconspicuous, but as the Crown Prince, his every move will be studied by countless people. This action of touching the ring has a bit of historical origin, which happened last year. At the end of the year before last to be precise. A movie was released in Zhangjiang called The God of Gamblers. When this movie was first released in this era, the box office was average, but this movie can be regarded as starting the trend of gambling movies, and was later named one of the pinnacle masterpieces of Hong Kong movies. The protagonist of the movie, the gambling god Gao Jin, has 2 major hobbies, not smoking, drinking, and perming his hair, but he is awesome when he eats chocolate. Another hobby is that he likes to touch the ring on his right hand, and this little gesture comes from Boss Cha's liking to touch the ring on his left hand. This is a kind of blind imitation, and they don't even know what Boss Cha means. Alan didn't know either, but he had access to Boss Cha, so he just remembered it today and asked the person involved directly. Boss Cha sighed. If it were an outsider, he wouldn't want to say more, but since Alan asked, there was nothing wrong with the two of them anyway. Boss Cha stretched out his left hand to show Alan. Alan looked at Boss Cha's chubby hand, which he usually didn't pay much attention to, but when he saw it at such a close range today, it suddenly seemed strange. Boss Cha is definitely not fat now, and is even a little thin, but he usually likes farming and raising animals, and his body is quite strong. In addition, he is not old, and he is a man in his 40s. He was in his golden stage, but there was something wrong with his hands. They were chubby, like 5 small carrots. The color of his hands looked very much like when Alan was a child. He had snowball fights in the winter, and when he came home at the end, his hands were wet. It was warm in the room, and his hands were swollen due to frostbite due to the warmth. My ring is a bit small and the size cannot be adjusted. If I wear it for a long time, I can't take it off and it always feels itchy. Boss Cha asked Alan to look at his hands and explained, by the way, this gold ring looks plain and simple, but it is a token of the crown prince. Wearing it is a symbol of status and cannot be taken off. Therefore, this thing is very tricky. It has a fixed size. In addition, Boss Cha's hands are fat and the headband hurts his fingers after wearing it for a long time. He has to touch it a few times from time to move the ring, to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. After figuring out the reason, Alan was a little bored. He didn't know what Boss Cha's action meant before. He had always been curious and was even influenced by the movie God of Gamblers. He also felt that this action had a big meaning. The feeling of a guy's awesome. Now I know the reason. It turns out it's because of this. Suddenly I feel like this action is a bit low. Boss Cha thought Alan was just out of curiosity and didn't care after he finished speaking. Instead, he talked about his trip to India early next year. You wrote to me a few days ago asking for someone. Are you planning to make another movie? Boss Cha doesn't want to say anything more about whether Alan will make movies or not, since Alan has listened to him and gone to college. Let's just regard making movies as his personal hobby. Yes, your highness is like this. Alan reported his plan to Boss ZHA in detail. As for the behavior of black nobles, Boss ZHA doesn't care about him. He can do whatever he likes. As long as he is not a black noble, he can do whatever he wants. Well, as long as you don't lose your studies, you work hard this year. When you come back from India next year, I will award you a Legion medal. You will slowly build up your qualifications. You also need to pay attention to it, you know. Thank you, your highness. Although the Legion medal is of a lower level and Boss Cha can issue it in his name, these medals cannot be issued for no reason. You have to do something to get them. Alan also understands that this is all done by Boss Cha for him. This kind of honor, no matter how big or small, as long as you accumulate it slowly, sooner or later you will have it on your chest. To a certain extent, Boss Cha is extremely controlling and conceited, but as long as you satisfy his mentality, that is, listen to him and let him treat you as one of his own, he will not be stingy with everything you deserve. The Queen's birthday is almost at the end of the month. Ever since Alan came back from being awarded the honors in London, she has been waiting and waiting. It's already May. Patrice and Cameron haven't come back yet, and they don't know what happened. This makes everyone prepare. Alan was a little irritable when he started shooting. Early May. In the evening, Alan, William, and Harry gathered together to eat hot pot in the restaurant. As soon as he picked up a piece of yellow throat, Xiaoshi walked to Alan's side. After he finished eating, he bent down and said, "Master, Patrice is back." "Oh, are you finally back? Ask him to wait for me in the study. I'll go up right away." Alan put down his chopsticks, took the hot towel handed by the servant, and wiped his mouth, letting William and the others eat slowly, while he stood up and prepared to go to the study to meet Patrice. "What? You said they wouldn't let me take the photo." Alan, who had been waiting for this result for so long, patted the table and looked at Patrice, who looked embarrassed. "Young Master, it's not that we don't want to take pictures, it's the Governor of Canada. I think he is very resistant to us. Before I left, he contacted us and said that he could provide some financial assistance, but the venue was convenient for them. It can't be provided." Snort. Alan originally wanted to be tougher, but for the sake of money, it was okay not to provide venue support. "How much do you give me?" Leaning back in the chair, Alan breathed a sigh of relief and asked slowly. Very embarrassed, Patrice stretched out his right index finger and gestured towards Alan. "Fuck, are these Canadians so stingy in everything they do? Only 10 million. Alan looked at the index finger extended by Patrice, curled his lips slightly, and cursed. He went to Australia to shoot a documentary and made off with tens of millions of pounds in the process. but Canada only gave him so little money, and no other help was provided. As expected, he was led astray by the United States. Well, Patrice looked at Alan, hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Seeing Patrice's expression, Alan also reacted a little. Master, it's not 10 million, it's 1 million. Alan blinked, leaned forward, and said in a low voice, 1 million? No other help? This is an old Canadian themed movie, and you didn't let them read the script. I let them look at it, and I don't know what the problem is. Patrice was stared at by Alan so hard that he almost cried. This is such a bad thing. Then, what the hell do you mean by giving this million? Are you sending it to a beggar? Do you think I'm a beggar? As soon as he heard this, Alan felt a little embarrassed. £1 million. A few years ago, before he succeeded to the throne, Alan might still have taken this money seriously, but now this million is more like a humiliation to Alan, as if he had never seen money. Obviously he had never had any conflicts with people in Canada before, but now these people gave him a very bad feeling. Obviously, the movie he makes is biased towards Canadians. A few days ago, Alan was dreaming that, once the movie was released, he might gain some reputation in Canada, and he could travel there and make some money. When Patrice returned from his business trip, everything seemed like a dream. The image that appeared in Alan's mind now seemed to be that the Canadian raised his chin, looked at him with disdain, threw £1 million at him, and wanted to get rid of him, just like teasing a dog. This is fucking inexplicable. A dog bites Lou Dongbin, but he doesn't recognize a good heart. You two have been gone for so long, and you just brought me this kind of result. Didn't you say that everything is under control? Chapter 282. Master, please listen to my explanation. Patrice looked ashamed and didn't know what to say. Anyway, he remembered the way he complacently promised Alan during the meeting, and then thought about it now. Alan, who was so angry that his liver ached, gasped and lit a cigarette. He had never expected this situation. Who would have thought that someone who kindly wanted to make an anti-war movie using Canadian themes would be turned down by the people he sympathized with. It seems like Canadians are very tough and loyal to the Queen. But if you are really so loyal, why don't you let the Queen resume the past tradition and send the governor from the British? It's so fucking upright. Now what, £1 million? Alan won't take it. Whoever wants it will go. And it's probably not possible to go to Canada to shoot. But without you, Canada, I would have to eat pigs with hair on them. At worst, it will be filmed in Wales. Who cares about you? The movie has been filmed, but the story of the movie needs to be changed now. Movies can be considered a type of art. Art comes from life and is higher than life. Alan is now preparing to make this movie from the original restoration of reality to higher than life. It's good to have your own screenwriter who can revise the script. After putting out the cigarette, Alan paused for a while and looked at Patrice, who was sitting there without moving. Cameron was smart enough to let Patrice do it by himself, and he didn't dare to follow. But for this kind of thing, even quarreling with Patrice would be of no use. Alan sighed and said, what about the rest? Have the props been ordered? No, although he was a little reluctant. Patrice still shrank his neck and replied in a low voice. The man in his 50s or 60s looked like a child who had made a mistake, shrinking his head and looking at Alan. Have you done anything about the props? Alan was really angry this time. He confessed to two things and failed to do either of them. Isn't this a waste? No. Master, please listen to my explanation. It's not that we didn't handle it well, we just encountered a little change. Patrice waved his hands in panic and quickly explained to Alan about the props. Since his failure in a tour, Patrice took Cameron with him very forcefully. The two flew directly to Los Angeles and found the old Carol, who was in charge of the overall situation there. Then he expressed his intention to ask old Carol to help find a few powerful prop companies in Hollywood to customize a batch of German military costumes, aircraft, tanks and so on. But at this time, the negotiation with the props company was almost complete, but something unexpected happened. At the dinner that day, the business was almost concluded. Patrice was happy, and so was Carol Leo. They invited a few people to have a dinner together and then called the small gang family supported by Carol Leo, the same family that poured gasoline. Then a few grown men talked about it at the dinner table. After drinking. He does not mean that in order to repay old Carl for his kindness in reinventing the family. The new head of the family always wanted to repay old Carl, his nominal uncle. Then I happened to hear the news their family has access to the military, otherwise they wouldn't be able to get cheap gasoline. The military's access is sometimes very magical, and they can get many unexpected things. The US military has troops stationed in Germany, and it also plundered a large amount of supplies from Germany. Some of them are very useful, and of course they can be brought back to the United States, but some of them are useless and a pity to throw away, so they are just left there. The warehouse here in Germany is gathering dust. For example, there are a lot of real German military uniforms. There are also authentic real German tanks and aircraft. These things are all old-fashioned and are kept in large quantities. Even if they are placed in a museum, people would dislike these things taking up space. Now that he saw that Uncle Cole wanted such things, the new head of the family said that he had a way to buy these things at a very low scrap price, and the delivery place was close to Wales, and he could save a lot of money shipping fee. Patrice knew Alan well, and knew that Alan was very particular when making movies when filming a fire scene. The young master dared to use Koreans to film it, with the young master's spirit of striving for perfection. If he could get a real thing at a cheaper price, wouldn't it be better than custom-made props? Alan opened his mouth and looked at Patrice, who looked ashamed and almost lost his mind. Stock German military uniforms from more than 40 years ago, as well as old tanks and aircraft. Can I get this thing too? If you really take it out for shooting, when the time comes, you won't be misunderstood that you are really preparing to rebel, right? I didn't want to rebel. Now you have prepared this yellow robe for me. Damn it, you said. This is that small gang family, following the path of the US military, asking the US military to transport it to us, not to mention the quality of the goods. Alan is very familiar with this transportation channel. He saw it a lot when he was in the army, and he is still using it now. But master, the economy is in recession now, and everyone is just trying to make ends meet. In the US military, it is said that there are many gangs, and they also want to do business. As long as the money is in place, they can sell anything, not to mention it is not a critical item. These are all small things, people are just along the way. Patrice pointed in the direction of the Middle East, where the US military is currently withdrawing. Alan was even more speechless after hearing this. From the Middle East to Germany, and then to Wales. You tell me this is a smooth journey. What about the price? Compared with us ordering props? Alan watched Patrice extend his index finger to him for an unknown number of times today, and his brain suddenly hurt. Stop gesticulating for me and tell me. 10%. 10%. Master, it's really the scrap price. They sell it when they give you money. It's almost sold by the pound, regardless of whether these things are legal or not, as long as the other party dares to ship them to him. Everything else doesn't matter in the face of the absolutely low price. Alan was a little disgusted just now, but now he is buying things from the US military, and they are only 10% of the original price. This business is done, even if the quality is a little bit off. Alan admits it. In the face of the absolutely low price, no problem is a problem. Okay, then keep watching and place an order with them. You have to control the quality. Don't really ship me a batch of scraps. There was finally good news. After Alan finished explaining, he waved his hand a little tiredly, signaling Patrice to get out and go do some errands. Yes. Don't worry, young master, I will definitely keep an eye on you this time. Well, go quickly. At the end of May, Alan, who was waiting for the crew to prepare and revise the script, didn't want to go to school, so he took a good rest at home for a few days. That night, he just finished handling family affairs and came out of the study. He hadn't seen him for a few days. Hooter was about to knock on the study door. Why are you here so late? Alan motioned for Hut to follow him. He was going to go back to the bedroom to rest. If he had anything to do, he could just talk. While walking, Hooter hesitated for a moment, walked to Alan's side and whispered, I received a fax There is an emergency in China. Alan paused and frowned. What's going on recently? I keep having bad luck. The preliminary preparations for filming the movie were not smooth either. Could it be that there is another problem with the business now? What's the emergency? Something happened to the factory. No. Huth picked up the folder and flipped through it again. After memorizing the place names on the fax, he reported these awkward place names to Alan. Starting from mid-May, their eastern region has continued to rain. The water levels of many rivers have risen, and there are already floods in some areas, and according to the news received so far, the situation is still spreading. Oh, Alan was a little surprised when he heard the news. He really didn't know about this. Quickly walking back to the bedroom and coming to the map hanging on the wall in the side hall, Alan asked Huth to point to him on the map. Looking at the disaster location identified by Huth, Alan was a little silent. His radio factory and instant noodle factory are located in Fujian province. 4 cities were open to the public in the first batch. Alan finally chose Mengsha City, a place with an excellent port and an obvious inconspicuous place. He did not go north. There are too many, and it's not too far to the south. It's considered to be in the middle of several open cities. The currently affected province is not far from Fujian province, just 1 province away. In this situation, Alan squinted and pointed at the map and said, "Has our factory suffered any damage?" "Not yet. It's still some distance from the factory." Alan pinched his chin. This situation was a bit difficult to deal with. Is there anything else going on there? "No, master. This is an early warning from the person in charge. He is worried that the situation will continue to spread and affect factory production. He will report it in advance and hope to come up with a response plan." Alan nodded, pointed to the sofa, and motioned Huth to sit down and speak slowly. Now that the problem is known, the person in charge of the factory did the right thing. All warnings and response plans that should have been prepared before the disaster must be prepared in advance. It doesn't have to be a response plan from Alan. They should have already started making plans when they send back the fax. Because they are in that environment, they know better than people like Alan who are thousands of miles away. But when it comes to this kind of thing, even if Alan wants to help, he has to have a certain reputation. He can't just rush out when others can solve the problem, right? Don't do bad things with good intentions and let others misunderstand that you are just kidding. In this way, let them continue to pay attention and report to me immediately if there is any situation. First, send them our disaster plan for their reference. If nothing else is said, if the factory is affected, first ensure the safety of workers and equipment. Postponed. This Huth blinked, looked at Alan who had finished explaining, and did not refute. After thinking about it. The young master has always taught him that in the future, he must go out. Doing business in Great Britain is a dead end. The relationships between various families and nobles are crisscrossed. Doing business is too tiring. It is better to jump out. No one will be offended and develop well. Foreign emerging markets, and China is a good place, and it is also the place where the young master has been planning. Now we have to make this move to ensure the safety of workers first and postpone the safety of equipment. This is not common among noble lords. Okay, I will notify you. Who? Te took the folder, wrote down Alan's instructions and stood up. It was getting late, and after finishing the matter, he would not disturb Alan's rest. In Carmarthen town in early June, a big news swept the town in just a few days. Notices are posted in prominent locations at major intersections with high traffic volume. Before the end of the month, most residents in the town must cooperate in the filming of the movie, and the filming location was in Carmarthen town. In order to better appear in the movie, we are now recruiting extras. The condition for the group performance is that all residents who are still living in Carmarthen town must register. After seeing the conditions clearly, the residents of the town were shocked. Everyone has to cooperate in the filming. So how do they work? Is there any more royal method? Oh, was it requested by His Excellency the Earl? Then, this royal method can also disappear temporarily for a period of time, and then appear again after Your Excellency finishes filming the movie. Most of the residents felt a little distressed. Although film shooting was nothing new, and the nearby residents had seen the Lord filming movies from a distance in the past 2 years, they were still a little nervous when this kind of thing happened to them. What should I do if I still have work? If you don't work, and work as an extra, what kind of income will you get? What if I lose my job after acting for a long time without making the residents of the town wait any longer? The second announcement came out the next day. During the recent period, in order to cooperate with His Excellency the Earl's movie shooting, several nearby factories have taken paid vacations. These dilapidated factories originally belonged to Alan. Now, by paying them normal wages and not having to work, they would just be extras. In this way, they would not have to worry about work. As for those who don't work locally, it doesn't matter. They will receive a subsidy and live outside during this period. If you want to participate in group performances, that's your choice. The entire town of Carmarthen has been commandeered by Alan for the filming of the film. Originally, the script and historical story took place in Winnipeg, a city in Western Canada. Winnipeg is the capital of Manitoba and currently the 8th largest city in Canada, with a population of just over 500,000. It is said to be the provincial capital. But more than half of the population of Manitoba lives in Winnipeg. The geographical environment of Winnipeg is somewhat similar to that of Carmarthen town, of course, only in spring and summer, but not in winter. Everyone is building near the river. However, now that Winnipeg has developed, there are not many old buildings left. Carmarthen town is just the opposite. There are not many new buildings and all are old buildings apart from the small difference in the size of the town. The other problems are not big. Ever since the Canadians didn't welcome him to Canada for filming, Alan held his breath and said, "If I'm not welcome, I won't go." It was filmed in Carmarthen town, just to scare these Welsh people. Thinking about how many years it had been since the Hill family had played such a big battle, Alan felt a little excited every time he thought about it. He was already imagining the scene of these Welsh people resisting desperately, not wanting to be an extra for him, and then holding up signs to protest. Then he can make a brilliant appearance with the evil slave and let these Welsh people see the sword in the hand of the Earl of Carmarthen. However, after waiting for a few days, the whole town of Carmarthen was calm. Chapter 283 The Eve of Preparation. June 5th is the United Nations International Environment Day. Although it has already entered summer, the temperature difference during the day is still a bit large. When Alan got up in the morning, it was almost 80 or 9 degrees outside, so he needed to wear a coat. By 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the highest temperature in the whole day is around 15 or 6 degrees. Carmarthen is not a coastal city, but is an inland valley and hilly area. The average temperature is a little lower than that of Swansea or Cardiff in the south. It is considered a temperature in the mountains. Wearing a cloak of black outer and red inner, Alan stood at the door of the hall with high spirits, waiting for the servant to lead his horse, and the riding crop in his right hand hit his left hand. At this time, dozens of huge tents were set up in the front yard of the manor. Since taking the position of the head of the family, so many people have not lived in the manor for a long time. Now that more than 1,000 people have come here at one time, it still looks very crowded. Marvelous. Although the rooms in the castle are crowded and can be accommodated, there are not enough beds. Hooten is sending people to buy beds urgently, and the remaining people can only live in tents temporarily. At this time, on the lawn, dozens of Alan's bodyguards were directing thousands of new employees of the takeaway company to move weapons and clean guns from the underground warehouse. It just so happened that we had enough manpower to take care of all the old weapons at home. Although these people are retired veterans, many of them don't know how to maintain such old weapons at all, and they have to ask their bodyguard captain to demonstrate them. There are classic firearms from the First World War, as well as those from the Second World War. Anyway, there are several models of all kinds. These are the assets that the Hill family has accumulated little by little through dealing with several earls over the years. Now that so many weapons have been brought out of underground warehouses and seen again, it looks extremely spectacular. After the rows of firearms were cleaned, barreled, oiled and other steps completed, they were placed neatly on the ground. The guns are polished, and there are still cannons. There is nothing too heavy firepower at home. They are all classic old weapons. It was an old 18-pounder gun that was in service during World War I and was used until World War II. Later, It was upgraded and replaced with pneumatic tires so that it could be towed by cars. There is also an early model of the 2-pounder gun of World War II. This was an anti-tank gun used to fight tanks. Later, when the German armored vehicles were upgraded, this thing could no longer be used, so it was retired and replaced with a batch of new artillery. These retired old guns, he was taken home by a caring person. There are also some more savvy nobles who sell these outdated old artillery to Asia. The armored vehicles of the island country at that time were relatively fragile, and they shot one by one in front of this thing. The Italian cannon in a famous anti-war drama is very similar to this thing. It is said that it continued to be used after the war. Anyway, Alan didn't know much about this aspect, so he wasn't too clear. These British measurement units are very troublesome. For example, for artillery, some are measured by pounds and some are measured by caliber, and even if measured in pounds, the old-fashioned artillery is big, dark, thick, has a large charge, but has a short range, and is not very powerful, while the new artillery has a small charge, has a long range, and is very powerful. Just looking at these data, it is impossible to distinguish the power of various types of artillery. Fortunately, these items were suitable for filming the British troops in Canada at the time. Canada is far overseas and even more remote than Wales. With these old equipment, it seems very realistic that the army's equipment is backward. Looking at the thousands of soldiers on the playground and the weapons on the ground, although the weapons were not very advanced, Alan still felt a little complacent at this moment. If this power were given to him 100 years in advance. I also need to mention the size of my title. According to family history records, when the Hill family was at its peak, it only maintained less than 300 heavy cavalry. Moreover, this heavy cavalry is just a heavy cavalry named after the standard equipment of the British side. It is not the real heavy cavalry in ancient China where even the horses are wearing iron armor. The Hill family's heavy cavalry is a knight wearing plate armor with a mail lining inside, and the horses wearing leather armor. This is considered a heavy cavalry. In addition to the handymen who rode inferior horses to provide logistics for the cavalry, it was known to the outside world as 500 heavy cavalry at the time. This was the heavy army raised by the money provided by the British royal family who tightened their belts at that time. Don't underestimate these less than 300 heavy cavalry. This is a force that can destroy the world in Wales, unlike what is written in some novels. There are hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands of cavalry at every turn. Those who ride on horses without armor and just pick up any weapons are simply called cavalry. Those who are truly fully armored, like the heavy cavalry raised by the Hill family in the past, take advantage of the geographical advantages of the many hills in Wales. Under a single charge, the entire village level population gathering unit in Wales is simply like no one territory. It can be said that the total cost of raising these hundreds of heavy cavalry was more expensive than raising a first-class battleship at that time. Think about the concept of putting a land-based first-class battleship in Wales, which had a total population of only 2 to 3 million people at that time. Throughout early June, Carmarthen town was in chaos. Some people drove to other cities secretly to join relatives, but most people were still working locally and had no choice but to stay. The mayor took several town councillors and distributed leaflets door to door. The latest schedule is printed on the flyer. Every household must tidy up their house. Anything too trendy outside must be removed, and the advertising signs in stores must also be removed. Moreover, there are bilingual signs in many places in Wales, with Welsh on the left and English on the right. These must be dismantled and hidden first, and then taken out after the filming is completed. Every household has to find old clothes, and don't wear clothes that are too fashionable, which will affect the sense of time. The mayor was so worried about Alan's order these idiots didn't quite listen to him, and Mr. Allen didn't even show up. So everything was in a mess, like a cat and a mouse. Often things that were just explained here would cause trouble there again. The old Milligram's shabby car was suddenly driven out of the taxi by the mayor. It feels like I wander through the streets of Carmarthen town every day. As for the specific movie to be made, the mayor did not say, and Alan did not tell him. He only asked him to inform the people in the town to make preliminary preparations. The residents of Carmarthen town were also confused. They only knew that they had to wear old-fashioned clothes recently and hide all the trendy things at home. In just a few days, in this chaotic atmosphere, Carmarthen town, which was not very modern, demolished some neon signs and billboards. In an instant, it seemed that the economy had regressed 50 years and returned to the 1940s. Like the 1900s. The buildings are still the same, and people put on their old, tattered traditional clothes from home, and they still look the same. Some of them did not come back, and in the homes where the houses were vacant, special actors were arranged to play some French people. Canada is a country where the British and French make up the majority of the population. On June 20th. Towards the end of the month, the entire town of Carmarthen was finally ready for filming and was waiting for their Lord Director to arrive. But early in the morning, before dawn, the door of the Hill Manor was brightly lit. The searchlights that had not been turned on for who knows how many years were also turned on, and beams of light directly illuminated the road at the door. Starting from the gate of the manor, more than 50 vintage Austin K30 trucks, plus dozens of modern trucks, have been waiting for a long time. Among the dozens of trucks following behind, there were more than 300 Koreans who were not behaving well and were brought back from the construction site. They have an important role in this movie. Guest appearances. Indians. Winnipeg, Canada, is a city where Indians gather. In history, many Indians settled here to escape the pursuit of Americans. As for these Koreans, they were hiding in the truck and shivering. Some of them were a little braver and still had time to whisper to each other, "What's going on here? Are we going to mutiny? See, are we going to die? Aren't you planning to use our sacrificial flag? Keep your voice down. Don't let these ghost guys hear it." At this time, at the gate of Hill Manor, dozens of groups of soldiers wearing German military uniforms, carrying British rifles, were ready to go. They all have high noses and deep purpose. Once the military uniform is put on, Koreans can't tell whether they are British or German. Anyway, they look like they are dreaming back to World War II. Click, click, click. Although the steps are not too neat, the momentum is very strong. Some soldiers were still helping to carry supplies and ammunition boxes to the vehicle. Some are still hanging toad guns on the back of the vehicle, looking like they are preparing to go to war. The German army numbered in the thousands, and also carried equipment. Just this scene, let alone Koreans, everyone who comes to see this scene will be scared, especially the rows of large swastika flags on the truck. Canvas are extremely eye-catching. "Master, everything is ready. Do you think we should get in the car first?" Zhao Shita also changed into a German military uniform and followed Shinru Liu. It seems like a translator. Alan was dressed in a German officer's uniform with the same bad taste. He flicked his horsewhip and said, "I'm not going to ride in the car anymore. You can ask a few people to come with me. Let's ride there." The journey on horseback takes about 10 minutes at most, but Alan is too lazy to take a car. The atmosphere today makes him not want to take a car. "Yes, Zhao." Shitao subconsciously put his feet together, tilted his head, and raised his chin, looking a bit like a German soldier. Relaxing the reins slightly, Alan rode his big white horse given by Boss Chap, with his cape flapping behind him. From the end of the convoy to the front. There are also sidecar motorcycles and several old tanks here. They are all real vehicles that can be used after emergency maintenance. Set off. Looking at the flagpole standing on the tank, the small swastika flag was swaying. Alan waved his hand, feeling as if he was about to attack Carmarthen town. After giving the order, Alan took the lead and patted the big white horse under the seat like a free spirit, making it run at a fast pace along the road and towards the night, towards Carmarthen town. It was 5:30 in Carmarthen town, and the sky was not completely bright yet. As early as 3 o'clock, there was a noise in the town. The crew arrived early to arrange the photography track and crane. The mayor, with dark circles under his eyes, led a few people behind Syphis to help with the work. Having been busy for more than 2 hours, Syphis was just about to praise the mayor when he suddenly felt the ground shaking slightly. The River Towie separates the town of Carmarthen to the north and the Hill family estate to the south. It was not yet dawn, and Syphis was standing on the outside again. He was originally preparing to greet Alan, but now a little noise caught his attention. This sound sounded muffled, as if a group of people were running towards this direction. Thump, thump, Thump point. When the sound got closer and closer, I saw a small team consisting of dozens of horses running towards this side point. The only one who can form a team of dozens of horses in this formation nearby is his own young master, although it was a little strange why. The young master was interested in riding a horse so early in the morning. Syphis couldn't care anymore. He patted the mare on the shoulder and said, "Stand by the roadside, your lordship is here." There has always been a very miraculous phenomenon. For example, when you tease a dog, you will make onomatopoeia sounds like woo in your mouth. No matter where you go, no matter which country you are from, puppies will react to these syllables. But what if instead of a dog, it's a horse? When the Chinese were riding horses, they would often shout drive if they wanted the horse to speed up. When stopping, there would be a corresponding command of drive point. So what should I say? When I changed to a foreign country, Alan didn't know about other places, but here in Daying, commands were generally not shouted. Point. Civilians also have passwords when riding horses, such as O, shop point. However, the equestrian education of the Alan nobles is based on the equestrian skills of the cavalry. There are noisy sounds on the battlefield. If you rely solely on the command, the horse will easily be unable to hear the noise from the outside and be delayed. Point. Therefore, under normal circumstances, you just pull the reins and clamp your legs to give corresponding instructions. For example, for Alan now, the horse was almost running in front of Syphis before he pulled the reins. The big white horse's forelimbs lifted off the ground and made a pedaling movement. It looked extremely handsome. "Master? You are here. Everything has been arranged here. Look." Syphis rubbed his hands and stood outside. It was still a bit cold in the morning. Point, but he deliberately didn't want to go in and rest so that Alan could see him immediately, especially how hard he was working. After all, you have just been awarded a title, so you still have to behave well and show your loyalty to the young master. There's no rush. Let everyone get ready first. I'm going to do something big later. I'm going to personally give a wake-up call to the residents of the town. Alan looked at the town of Carmarthen before dawn. As the old saying goes, armed with sharp weapons, murderous intentions arise. Point. He feels a little like this now, and always wants to ride into the town and have a good time. Point, but his only sanity limited Alan. After all, he was making a movie and he couldn't go too far. However, I heard from the mayor that he issued a notice a few days ago asking the people in the town to cooperate with him in making a movie, but some unruly people were not very obedient. Thinking of this, Alan looked down at the mayor standing next to Syphis and said, "Where is the map I asked you to bring? Give it to me." The mayor looked at the big white horse that Alan was riding and was slightly in a daze. This was one of the few opportunities for him to get in close contact with Alan. He had seen him from a distance several times before, but this gentleman didn't even have the desire to talk to him. Now I finally have a chance to show my face in front of him. Point. Hearing Alan's voice, the mayor got an idea and quickly took out a map from his pocket and handed it to Alan on tiptoe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. Attack Carmarthen Town. Sir, this is the schematic diagram you want. These are the marked ones. The mayor, with a shy face and a flattering look, stood on tiptoe and pointed to the mark on the map to Alan on the horse. Point. The places marked on the map are the residences of those unruly and somewhat thorny people from the past few days. Time can cover up many things, and some unruly people who come from out of town and have never heard of the reputation of the Hill family here will become even more angry. Point. Usually Alan has no contact with these people, and he doesn't care, but now. Point. It was no wonder they caught up with him just in time. Point. As long as he doesn't leave the territory, Alan can do whatever he wants in the entire Carmarthenshire. Even if they dare to expose it to the media, they will lose some money in the end. Point. Looking at the map instructions provided by the mayor, Alan smiled with satisfaction. The town is so big, he just needs to mark the areas and give a little special care to the people in that area. Okay, Syphis, please go and inform us. Our people will be a little further away from this area later, and we can just take a long shot. Alan hooked his hand again, asking Syphis to get closer, and pointed at the area marked on the map towards Syphis, asking him to inform him first. That's right. Turn on all the equipment. When everyone is here, we'll start shooting. Before Alan finished speaking, the motorcade behind him drove over in a mighty manner. The mayor opened his mouth slightly, looking at the German tanks and swastika flags emerging from the darkness. His mind froze. Point, Your Excellency, are you preparing to rebel? So in order to keep it secret, will you kill yourself first? Seeing the mayor's dumbfounded expression, Alan curled his lips and comforted him. Don't be afraid, this is a movie prop. Props. The black muzzle was pointing this way. The mayor believed that he was not blind, and he could still tell whether it was a prop or not. Point, even the real tank has been built, so why not make a movie? But in the current situation, it doesn't matter whether the tank is really there or not. He just hopes that he will have a better impression on this gentleman and not make it against himself. Point, in this short period of time, the mayor carefully thought about his performance in the past few days, and he was loyal. The reason why Alan never showed up or told the town people what he was going to film was for the sake of realism. Point, as for war movies, how can we make them feel that realistic if all actors are used? This problem can be solved, but if we find thousands or tens of thousands of extras at once, it is estimated that we will have to sweep the entire British entertainment industry to get them together. Let's not talk about the money. Too much trouble. Point, for ordinary people, let alone acting. Even if it is an ordinary TV interview, some people will be so nervous that they can't speak when facing the camera. Point, if the shooting effect of such a big scene is affected by a few nervous extras, how long will it take to shoot? So point, in order to better shoot the movie and to achieve a sense of reality in the movie footage, Alan prepared to attack the town of Carmarthen in a half-truth. Point, enter the village quietly first, and don't let anyone shoot you. Point, then give this group of civilians in the town a hard blow. Point, suddenly they broke into their home and arrested them. Point, ordinary people in the early morning are suddenly rushed into their homes by German troops with live ammunition and arresting people. How can they be frightened to the point of peeing? What Alan wants is this sense of reality. Maybe only a small part of the footage can be taken in the entire town. Even if a large part of the people are scared, it will be in vain. Point, but point, isn't this to better allow them to immerse themselves in what it feels like to be invaded? I hope these civilians will not let down Master Alan's painstaking efforts. These are not ordinary civilians. As a regional supervisor, Alan will rectify the security situation in his fiefdom and conduct exercises. No one will criticize him, right? As for so many people wearing German military uniforms and rushing into the town to conduct exercises, this is called cosplay, an immersive experience. Just wait and tremble, you unruly people. Some of the delivery soldiers wearing German military uniforms on the truck had already gotten out of the truck and lined up. Point, Alan stood at the gate of the town, holding a telescope, as if he was preparing to attack Carmarthen. Town, go ahead, tell me those areas I pointed out just now. Listen to my orders later. First, fire a few cannons on the road in front of their houses. All departments are ready to shoot. Try to go through it again. The sound of cannon sounds. Enter the village to arrest people. Be careful with your strikes. Don't kill anyone. Alan suddenly discovered that this feeling was really exciting. As the sky got darker, people in the town were getting up. Point, that's the good thing about the slow pace of life in Wales. Although it's only after 6 o'clock, ordinary people usually don't get up until 7 or 8 o'clock. It's still late at this point. It's dawn and the light won't delay the shooting. Point, it's just that this kind of shooting opportunity is hard to find. Point, it's best to go through it once and catch them off guard. If you have to rework it and shoot it again, it will be troublesome. Point, Alan was already looking forward to the scene of these unscrupulous people being caught crying for their fathers and mothers after sniffing. Alan, whose hands were itchy, shook his shoulders. Oh shit, how quickly helped him take off his cloak and shouted in confusion, Master, let's go. My hands are itchy too. Call a few people to come with me. Let's go in and have some fun too. Alan's eyes were excited, staring at the town not far away. Zao. Shitao suddenly felt a bit big-headed. It was okay for the young master to just stand outside and give instructions. but now he wanted to go in and fight in person temporarily. Although people in the town don't have guns, the British ban on guns has also shown its benefits. Even if there is a sudden attack, there is no need to worry about casualties, but if you don't have guns, you still have knives. The young master is a valuable person. What if something goes wrong? Hurry up and get ready. I'll go to the front first. Alan picked up the small stone in his hand, his special trumpet, and walked across the bridge and the river step by step, preparing to rush to the town and experience the German army entering the city. Pointer where the reconnaissance aircraft modified from a P-3 reconnaissance aircraft was flying at an altitude of 3,000 meters. This is a reconnaissance aircraft purchased from the US military that was retired and then refitted and transferred to the meteorological department for meteorological investigation. There is a thick red and white detection tube sticking out from the nose of the aircraft, like a unicorn. Wales is hilly and mountainous, with a vast territory and sparsely populated areas, making it suitable for establishing weather observation stations. This is an observation aircraft established at the Weather Observation Station in Powys, a neighbouring county in Carmarthenshire. The route is all the way to the southwest, flying from Carmarthenshire to the coast of Pembrokeshire, and then turning back to the north. Observe along the coastline. I only fly once a week. It works. In addition to adding jobs, we can also make weather forecasts and add a few pages to the weather station observation data. There were only 7 members in the entire crew. In the cockpit, liaison officer and co-pilot Mike looked down at the Welsh mountains and rivers below. They had been flying on this route for several years, and it could be said that they could fly with their eyes closed. Not far ahead is the town of Carmarthen, the county seat of Carmarthenshire. It is a very small town. Every time you fly near this place, you need to pay a little attention. The route should be as close to the north as possible, flying directly over the Earl's Palace, which is very close to the town of Carmarthen. Although they were not flying very high, most people wouldn't be able to tell unless they paid special attention. However, they still had to respect the nobles and could not fly directly over the noble manors. Of course, if the route is higher, it doesn't matter since you can't see it anyway. But their old-fashioned propeller planes can't fly that high. Suddenly, Mike seemed to have caught something with his peripheral vision, and he quickly took out his telescope and looked down. What caught his eye were several swastika flags. As an Air Force veteran, Mike recognized such iconic flags, and near these swastika flags, there were hundreds of soldiers lined up, and in front of the queue was the small town of Carmarthen. Captain, there is a situation. Below. Look below. I seem to see German troops, nearly 1,000 German troops. I'm not hallucinating, and I'm not drinking. They seem to be preparing to attack the town. Mike reported in shock, then quickly picked up the intercom, contacted his colleagues in the cabin, and asked them to use the observation equipment to take a closer look. The captain was suddenly frightened by Mike's roar, and the plane shook slightly before it stabilized the fuselage. Taking a breath, the captain was in no hurry to disturb Mike. More than 10 years ago, there was a very popular short TV series called The Blurred Time and Space. It tells the story of using various means of transportation such as airplanes to travel through time and space and into parallel time and space while working. But now, the content of Mike's report made the imaginative captain instantly think of whether their plane had encountered such a bridge and traveled into parallel time and space. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had a good encounter with the German army. It's fucking 1991. Not 1941, in a ghostly place like Wales. If you can meet the German army, is it because you have traveled through time or something? Report to the captain. There are indeed German troops below. According to preliminary observations, there are about 1,000 people. At this point, the voice in the earphones hesitated, and then said, after thinking for a while, there are dozens of trucks on the other side, and a tank platoon of tanks. Looking at the personnel configuration, it is initially judged that it is the establishment of 2 motorized infantry battalions. Hearing the voice in the earphones, the captain and Mike looked at each other, feeling that something was a bit serious. How to do this? Is it running, or risk your life to send a message to the British troops nearby in this time and space? The captain picked up the radio and started calling frantically. Headquarters. Headquarters. I am. We have encountered a German offensive force. Call. Is there anyone? I'm the captain. Subconsciously contacted the frequency band of the rear weather bureau first, and then contacted several other frequency bands. It's okay that he didn't speak, but now that he speaks so early in the morning, everyone who receives his message looks confused. What's the situation? In broad daylight, the sky is clear. The German army. Where did the German troops come from? Is this entire crew drunk? Seeing that the captain was about to raise the altitude, Mike nervously observed the German troops on the ground with his binoculars. Then several sparks shining with orange light bloomed on the ground, and a faint sound came later. Seeing this scene, Mike shouted heartbreakingly, "Emergency avoidance." They opened fire. "Captain, anti-aircraft guns, anti-aircraft guns. Avoid." As Mike yelled, the captain's hands were trembling nervously. The somewhat clumsy propeller-type reconnaissance aircraft was swaying and making funny-looking evasive actions with an agility that was extremely inconsistent with its capabilities. None of them had ever experienced this kind of thing. It happened suddenly. Anyway, Mike saw the Germans on the ground opening fire. The captain was yelled at by him, and subconsciously took out all he had learned throughout his life. He was accelerating and dodging unsteadily. When the plane finally left the sky above Carmarthen town, where the incident occurred, the captain looked pale and looked at Mike next to him with pride. "Well done, Captain. You are our hero. We are safe. Queen bless you." Mike, who was surviving the disaster, wanted to hug the captain and kiss him, but the captain just smiled slightly and then said with a hint of pretentiousness, "It's not the time to celebrate yet. We haven't received a reply. Now, we have to find a place quickly. Langdon sent information to the rear. Did you take photos of the situation below? Shoot. Shoot. Okay, sit tight. Let's return." A solemn look flashed in the captain's eyes, and he was about to make a big circle and turn around, returning from the north side of Carmarthen town, bypassing Carmarthen town, and then returning to report to the British Army in this time and space. Alan held the telescope and frowned, looking at the white plane in the sky with a red spiral tube inserted into the nose, like a clown's nose. It was twisting and turning in the sky above him, like a fucking stunt. It took a long time to fly away. I'm filming a movie. What's going on with this plane? Come to spy on the movie. It shouldn't be. Is this an acquaintance greeting me on a plane? This was the first time he had seen such a stupid way of greeting someone. "Master, master." They all rushed. "Master, Zao." Shitao looked at his young master, holding a telescope and looking at the sky. It was so shocking that the young master didn't come back to his senses. "Oh, rush. Come with me, Attack." Alan shouted in the German he had just learned, put down the telescope, and led the people to rush towards a small dilapidated house that looked very old. Bang! Sawdust flew everywhere. Alan, who was wearing riding boots, stepped down and almost reached his waist. "Oh, fuck, give me a hand." Alan was excited to kick the door in, but the door was a bit thin, and he used too much force. When he kicked it down, the door did not open, but instead he kicked a hole in the door, and half of his thigh slipped. I went in and almost gave him a split. Zio Shitao was shocked, and quickly held Alan's back with both hands, to prevent Alan from falling. He directed the bodyguards beside him and said, "What are you doing standing still? Smash the door. Hurry and save the young master." "No, no, no." He kicked the door excitedly and almost hurt himself. It was embarrassing enough. Then he asked a bunch of people to save him. If the people inside reacted and saw his current appearance, wouldn't that mean he was dead? Master Alan can't afford to lose that person. Hurry in and arrest people. Be fierce. Don't be too aggressive. Look fierce. Go quickly. After several bodyguards wearing German military uniforms rushed into the house aggressively, Alan allowed Little Stone to pull him back and help him pull his legs out of the door panel. "Pull me back and I'm stuck." Chapter 285 exclamation mark. Click along. With the sound of wood chips breaking on the door panel, Alan gasped. This is such a frivolous thing. Empiricism kills people. He always thought that this kind of wooden door panels should be made of solid wood. Anyway, in his manner, the door panels of all the rooms were made of solid wood, and there would be a muffled sound when kicked up. But today, this door looks like a solid wood door, but in fact it is a door made of broken plywood. Not only did his legs get stuck when he kicked it, but now the small stone is dragging him back. I don't know if it is the wooden thorn again. It was fried into the flesh, and it hurt like hell anyway. Hey, please be gentle. It hurts. Alan held onto the side wall of the door. Gingy stretched his legs independently and asked Xiaoshitao to see if he could drag his feet on the other side of the door. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't let the camera follow me. Otherwise I would have been embarrassed today. On the first day of filming, the director was injured on the set because he robbed the concierge and bullied civilians. This news was enough for the entire British aristocracy to laugh at him for a year. Who are you? We have no money. A harsh scream came from the back room, as well as a man somewhat guilty scolding, hurry, don't be seen for a while. Alan felt a little guilty and urged Xiaoshi to help him get his legs out. The little stone at the door took the small piece of iron that fell from the lock after the door was opened and carefully helped him clean up the sawdust around the hole in the wooden door around Alan's leg, and then carefully freed Alan's leg. Looking at the situation now, fortunately, the crew was well prepared. Every time they filmed, the ambulance from Carmarthen Hospital was called in as a backup, so they quickly carried the young master for treatment. Master, I see there's a little bleeding. It's all sawdust. It needs to be debrided quickly. Walk around. Walk along the walls. Stay hidden. Don't let the cameras catch you. Alan held Xiaoshitao's shoulder and jumped on one leg in the direction of his nanny's RV to escape the scene. The bald director of the Carmarthen Public Hospital stood next to Alan, rubbing his hands awkwardly and looking with fear on his face as he watched the most experienced old head nurse in the hospital squatting to help Alan clean his wounds. The old head nurse couldn't squat down, mainly because she was too fat. British women tend to gain weight very easily after getting married. The waist of this person is a real bucket waist, and it is also a large bucket. The old head nurse weighs about 200 pounds. She is said to be experienced, but she strikes very sharply and does not care whether Alan is an earl or not. She holds a tweezers in her right hand. The sawdust and hydrogen peroxide held in his left hand were poured onto Alan's legs, as if they were free. In order to maintain the dignity of a nobleman, Alan pursed his lips and turned pale, but remained silent. Didn't you say that hydrogen peroxide doesn't hurt? This buzzing sound is like sulfuric acid, bubbling and stinging. Who said it doesn't hurt just now? Your Excellency, how do you feel? Alan glanced at the blind bald dean, gritted his teeth and said, very good. The technique is very professional. Hurry up. Yes. Lily, speed up a little more. You still have things to be busy with. The bald dean urged the old head nurse who was squatting on the ground again. The old head nurse looked up at the bald dean with her begrimed face, rolled her eyes at him, and opened her mouth to curse, but her peripheral vision glanced at her face. The expression on Alan's face seemed to be still concerned about the occasion, after thinking about it, but he held it back and continued to help Alan wash the wound on his leg. As the P-3 modified weather reconnaissance aircraft landed crookedly, the ground staff at the small weather station and airport looked a little strange at the crew, who had not disembarked for a long time. In the past, this group of people would wait for the plane to land, eager to turn on the afterburner and rush directly to the hangar, and then rush off work with the information and film. Today not only did we come back early, there was no movement after the plane came to a stop point in the cabin. The captain looked at the familiar airport and the familiar ground staff outside the window, but his mind had not turned around for a while. He was yelled at by the co-pilot at that time, coupled with the influence of the information observed by the observer in the cabin, so that he subconsciously thought that their entire crew had taken the plane through. But now looking at this familiar small airport, the plane long confused. He couldn't figure out whether he was wearing it again or what happened. The co-pilot Mike next to him looked at the ground crew outside the window, feeling quite like he was surviving a disaster. In Mike's opinion, this was a group of German remnants who suddenly appeared. Wasn't there previous speculation that Mustache was not actually dead, but faked his own death and escaped, taking his loyal soldiers with him and escaping elsewhere on a submarine? In the past 7 years, the US military has been deployed on a large scale to search for the legendary Aryan city of Antarctica in Antarctica. The cost is huge, and the final result is mysterious, and has not been announced to the public. Point on the contrary, there were reports a few years ago that a German base was found on Alexander Island in the Arctic Circle, with hundreds of people and supplies inside. Point coupled with the things he saw today, Mike subconsciously thought that this group of people had come back. As for why they appeared in Carmarthenshire, Wales, I didn't have time to think about such trivial things at the time. Point the other team members in the cabin were all affected by Mike's preconceived impression at that time. In addition, the plane was not flying very low. When observing from above, the cameras on the ground could not see clearly those tracks. The crane was also mistaken by them for construction machinery. Anyway, so many people wearing German military uniforms saw it clearly, and it was true that the cannon was fired. Point the co-pilot is a veteran, and everyone trusts his judgment. So, there are 7 people in a crew, and almost everyone has a different idea. Everyone chatting across servers actually thought they wanted to go together. As soon as the plane stopped, everyone had different thoughts, and no one was in a hurry to get off the plane. But they were not in a hurry, but the people at the airport were. The small airport at the weather station is called an airport, but it is actually very crude. Military aircraft like the P-3 can take off on lawns. This airport is just a road with a cement runway. Next to it is the office building of the weather station. The entire weather station has only a few dozen staff. Ever since he heard these people yelling on the radio, the station commander thought they were drunk. But if he thought about it carefully, even if one person was drunk, it wouldn't be possible for the entire crew to be drunk, right? These people behind were only focused on escape and did not contact the weather station. Now that the plane has stopped and no one is getting off, the scene looks a bit strange. The station master took a car and bravely went to the plane in person. He asked people to go up and check first, and then called out the dazed crew members. Looking at these excited and curious crew members with different expressions, the station commander raised his eyebrows and said, "What's going on? Did you change the route? What happened?" Mike took the lead, carrying the box of film in his hand, approached the webmaster, and reported the situation to the webmaster in a low voice. Words like remnants of the German army and counterattack all came up, and the station master was stunned for a moment. These days, people have not been bombarded with information from the internet. Even if there is TV and various programs, some legends or things that are not within the scope of their knowledge will be classified as mysterious, such as Loch Ness water monsters, even decades later, have yet to be confirmed. Just like now, although the station master doesn't quite believe what Mike said, this kind of thing requires evidence. There is no high definition video now. Their plane is mainly responsible for observing the weather, and there is a high definition camera on the plane equipment, but if you want to develop the photos, you have to wait for several hours, even if it is expedited. Before the photos are developed, as the webmaster, I have to do something. Correct. Carmarthen, Wales. This place. The webmaster was suddenly startled. He was not familiar with other places, but Carmarthen was becoming more and more famous in recent years. The main reason is that there is an earl there who plays more fancy games, likes to make movies, and is very famous, and he also benefits from his territory. And since something happened in Wales, and it was in the aristocratic territory, wouldn't this be a ready opportunity to contact His Highness, even if it turns out to be a misunderstanding? Later, you can still show your face in front of His Highness, right? Who would have thought that he, a weather station manager working in a remote area, would be related to His Highness in this life? Thinking of this, the webmaster puffed out his belly and raised his chin slightly and said, "Okay, Mike, take the film to develop the photos first. Before the results come out, keep your mouth shut and don't talk nonsense to avoid causing misunderstandings. I'll go and report the situation to the superiors first, and let me know, as soon as possible, if there's anything going on here." "Yes, station master, I'll go right away." Mike straightened his back and hugged his precious film box. June, especially the first day of the month, is the International Children's Day. Every time at this time, it is the peak season for showing off. Buy some school supplies, food, toys, etc., and go to orphanages and other places. Put on a show and make a wave of news. Boss Chad is a master in this field. At this time of year, Scotland is about to have its annual Independence Time. Boss Cha likes to take advantage of this time to show his face and visit Scotland. He took a week to visit orphanages in several Scottish cities and talk cordially with the children. Then take a group photo and finally publish the news. Having just finished taking photos with a few more children, Boss Cha had a gentle smile on his face and followed the bodyguard next to him as he walked out. He had been busy since the early morning and now he followed a few children to visit the children's art exhibition. Boss Cha thinks that he is also a famous in the painting world, so in order to cater to his interests, the people below will organize children to hold art exhibitions, plant specimen exhibitions and other activities when he comes soon. Select the project based on your strengths and let him give you guidance on the spot. In this way, Boss Cha will be happy, the children will find it very interesting, and the photo effects will be very good, and the purpose will be achieved. Boss Cha, who was touching the ring while walking, was about to get in the car and go back to the hotel to rest. The secretary took the phone, walked to him with an anxious look and bowed. "Your Highness," Butler Capel called and said it was urgent. "Oh, this is strange. What's the emergency at home? Could it be that Alan went to the manor to steal his chicken and eat it while he was not at home?" Thinking of this, a rare flicker of vigilance flashed in the boss's eyes. If Alan really went, Capel really couldn't stop him. "Hey, it's me. What's wrong, boss?" Cha took the call, bent down and sat in the car, waved his right hand gently, signaling to go back to the hotel. "Your Highness, I received a strange report. I think I need to inform you quickly." Hearing that it was another report, Boss Cha slowly let go of what he had mentioned just now. As long as he wasn't stealing chickens. "It's like this. The director of a weather station called me and said that in the morning, the weather observation aircraft of their weather station had photographed organized German troops attacking a small town in Wales. Boss Cha, who wasn't too concerned at first, said 3 ums in a row, each representing a different mood. Wales found the organized German army attacking a town. Boss Cha subconsciously looked out the window. The orphanage was slowly moving away in the rear view mirror. He even saw the person in charge of the orphanage standing at the door of the orphanage watching the motorcade leave. The Germans arrived in broad daylight. "Someone wants to fight Wales. Your Highness. Your Highness. Are you still listening?" Capel had just finished speaking. Except for his highness humming a few times on the other end of the phone, there was no sound after that. He thought the signal was poor again. "I'm here. What's going on? I remember Alan said that he wanted to make a movie. Is it a misunderstanding, boss?" Cha calmed down and suddenly remembered that when they came back from Windsor Castle some time ago, Alan told him on the way that he was going to make a new movie. Wasn't it about war? Anyway, he was not very interested in this kind of professional stuff. Alan spoke in general terms, so he just listened casually to Boss Cha. He had long forgotten the specific details. "I know, Your Highness, but the pilot, captain, co-pilot and other members of the crew at the weather station all reported that they photographed the real German army, which was organized into an organic system. The other party also had a tank platoon, and after the other party discovered their aircraft and opened fire on them." Butler Capel's voice sounded a little helpless, and the helplessness was mixed with a hint of doubt about life. Anyone who heard this kind of news early in the morning would doubt life. After listening to Capel's call, Boss Cha felt a little doubtful about life. Alan was in Boss Cha's impression. First of all, he must be a good boy. He can be called a young hero of the empire and the pillar of the country. It's just that his temper is a bit messy and his personality is a bit naughty. That's all. But based on his understanding of Alan, no matter how naughty he was, he wouldn't openly fire at the plane in the sky, right? So if it wasn't Alan, could this be true? Where did it happen? Well, Your Highness, they said it was taken above Carmarthen town, but the photos haven't been developed yet, and the authenticity of the matter has yet to be confirmed. The other station manager reported the situation to me first. Carmarthen town. When he heard about this place, Boss Cha was stunned again. "This place, is that boy Alan? Didn't you just call Alan and ask?" Thinking of this, Boss Cha became a little angry, and his mood went up and down. "My lord, Chapter 286 The best way to solve bad debts is..." Capel didn't dare to refute. He was just a butler. Even though Lord Alan sometimes respected himself, when he met him, he would even call himself Sir Capel Point, but he knew very well that these titles and attitudes were all based on the fact that he was the butler of Boss Chap. After all, he was just a butler. What qualifications did he have to take the initiative to call and question an earl? Now he called Boss Chap. He just couldn't handle this matter, so he was going to see what Boss Cha had to say. Point. After living for so many years, if Capel still can't tell who is the master and who is the servant, he will not be able to be the crown prince's butler. Boss Cha lost his temper and came to his senses, but he couldn't even say anything and didn't even apologize. He thought for a moment and said, I know, I'll call him to confirm the situation. Okay, I understand, your highness. Then you are busy first. Capel finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Boss Cha finally took care of the matter. It was so early in the morning, it was the German army, and it was the war. For an old guy of his age, it was a bit too exciting. Okay, thank you for your hard work, you go out first. After the wound was finally cleaned, Alan smiled slightly and let the little stone lead him away. He also used his eyes to signal the book director of Carmarthen Hospital to stay. Point. After everyone in the bus got out, Alan hissed slightly and glanced at his bandaged leg. What a damn bad luck. Point. I originally wanted to play an upright game of bullying good people, but I never thought that Mr. Allen would be lame before he left the army. Point. After glaring at the book dean again, Alan said, have you arranged all the things I told you, sir? I'm almost ready. Alan looked at the book dean, who couldn't even slap him and didn't want to disturb him anymore. Point. It's not a big deal. Point. In the past few years, Alan had been using the shell of the Carmarthen Public Hospital to get medical equipment from London and then resold it and shipped it to Gambia for use in the medical institution he opened. Point. Later, the small clinic in the Gambia gradually transformed from an ordinary 2-story small clinic into one of the largest hospitals in the Gambia. Point. What do they rely on? A famous doctor? No. It is the most advanced medical equipment in the entire West Africa. These are all things that Alan has worked hard to get for him every year by urging the Welsh Assembly to help him. Every piece of equipment has been poured into Alan's hard work. Later, all the equipment was ready in Gambia. Just when the bold dean thought Alan would spare him, Alan's new plan came again. Point. He wants to turn Carmarthen Public Hospital into his own half-private hospital. Point. Apart from anything else, as long as the medical equipment is available in London, regardless of whether it is needed in a rural place like Carmarthen, we have to come here first. Point. In just 1 or 2 years, all the medical equipment in Carmarthen Town Public Hospital has been replaced with new ones, and a lot of new equipment has even been added. Point. The small hospital in Carmarthen, a town with only tens of thousands of people, ranks among the top 3 in the whole of Wales in terms of medical equipment, not to mention the number of doctors all of Wales. And where did the replaced old medical equipment go? Of course it was shipped to Africa and sold again. Point. Anyway, the money went into Alan's pocket. Point. For this matter, the London Parliament brought up this matter more than once, but Alan always argued hard, saying that the environment in Carmarthen County, Wales, was not good and the per capita constitution was weak, so medical resources needed to be strengthened. Point. Anyway, as long as you give me the equipment, what's the fuss? The dignified earl seems to be a bit unworthy of arguing over such a trivial matter, but medical equipment, especially the most advanced medical equipment, such as magnetic resonance imaging and color ultrasound equipment, cannot be bought, even if you have money. The manufacturer's production equipment is almost dry and smoking, and the machines are, before it was produced, the destination was decided. Point. If it all depends on allocation from above, then we will have to wait until 2030, or later. By that time, Alan doesn't know whether he is dead or not. He can't afford to wait. He would rather get these equipment first. Even if the equipment is left to gather dust in the hospital, Alan doesn't want to wait until he needs it one day. Useless. If he was really sick, how would he have time to fly to London? Isn't the hospital at your doorstep the most convenient? Therefore, in recent years, the equipment of Carmarthen Public Hospital has been updated rapidly, and the accounts are also very confusing. Although these things were obtained through formal procedures, they cannot withstand in-depth investigation. Point. But the problem is here, and it won't work unless it is solved. In order to solve the problem, Alan thought of a good idea. So, in order to end things once and for all, Alan took advantage of this opportunity to make a movie and asked the bald director to burn down the hospital's finance room. All the current account books were burned, and there was no proof of death. It was all an accident. These days there are no computer records. The account books and files are gone. Everything is gone. Want to continue checking? Then let's check it out slowly. Looking at the bald dean who had no energy. Alan was about to give him a nod. The ledger is burned, and all records are gone, including your own things. If you have anything here, you can get involved in the fire and make them disappear together. Do you understand what I mean? After listening to Alan's words, the bald dean's eyes lit up. It's not that he hasn't thought about other evil ways, it's just that he doesn't dare in front of Alan, as the director of a hospital, so close to His Excellency. Baldyard is quite familiar with Alan's temperament. But only after he became familiar with his nature did he dare not do it. Even if he is not greedy at all, he does not dare to make small moves. The people of the Hill family are very cruel, but now what does your excellency mean? Is he opening the net and letting the seams in his fingers leak out so that his subordinates can also eat some meat, since your own things can also disappear with the help of this fire? If we have this opportunity, if we don't be greedy for money, wouldn't we be betraying Mr. Allen's good intentions? I understand, your excellency. I will go back and check the preparations again now, and they will be implemented in the afternoon. The bald dean seemed to be energetic this time. The old man seemed to have suddenly become more than 10 years younger. After bending down to salute, he walked out of the bus in a hurry and trotted to call the driver back to the hospital. Sighing, the troubles at home were finally over one by one. Once the hospital's account books were burned, the export relationship with Gambia was severed from the source. There will be a new chapter from now on. Just as he was about to go down to see how the German troops were filming in the village, Zio Shitao knocked on the door, poked his head at the car door, glanced at Alan and said, "Master, your phone number." Who? Alan stretched his waist, carefully sat down again, lifted his injured leg to the side, and stretched out his hand to answer the phone. It seems to be him. I didn't recognize it either. He's a man. His voice sounds like he's young. He called you by your name and his tone was loud. Zhao Shitao and Boss Cha have only met a few times, so it's normal for him to be unfamiliar with his voice, but Boss Cha is used to it. He always talks like that to everyone he calls, and listens to whomever he calls. He didn't even say his name, and his tone was rude, so Zio Shitao thought it was a noble or elder contacting Alan. Not many people knew this kind of private number anyway. Oh, Alan answered the phone, and was a little surprised who was calling him so early in the morning. "Hello, I'm Alan. Who are you?" "It's me. Where are you now?" As soon as he heard this voice, Alan knew who was on the other side. Plus this tone, why is Boss Cha so angry so early in the morning? Alan coaxed carefully. Your Highness. Why did you call me so early in the morning?" "Me. I'm here." Alan subconsciously lowered his head and looked out the window of the bus. There were still several tanks parked at the gate of the town that were still on. Except for the initial firing of a few shots, these tanks were parked here and posing. Thinking about the fact that Carmarthen town is right at the doorstep of his home, Alan didn't know why Boss Cha asked so he simply replied, "Your Highness, I'm right at the doorstep of my home." "At your doorstep? Do you know that some people said that organized German troops appeared in Carmarthen and were attacking the town? They also said that the German troops opened fire on their planes. Was it you who did it?" What the hell? Alan looked at his injured leg and wondered why bad things happened one after another today. Is this a mistake? Still haven't done the power on ceremony yet. What fired at the plane? Why? Alan suddenly remembered that just before the filming started, there seemed to be such a silly plane flying above him. Who the hell is this? He flew out early in the morning to watch me film a movie and then went to complain to Boss Chap. Are you crazy? Who attacked you? That was a tank shooting towards the town, and the anti-tank gun next to it hadn't moved yet. Besides, you can't even tell the difference between hitting in the sky and hitting forward. No, it's not me. I'm making a movie. Alan's tone also sounded a little aggrieved. Your Highness, I've been up since 5 o'clock to prepare for shooting. We have prepared for today's big scene for a long time, including costumes and props, including obtaining the cooperation of the residents of the town. I'm also injured. Who is so crazy to complain to you? When Alan said this, Boss Cha frowned while holding the phone. Injured? Then please be careful. I'll ask again. It doesn't sound like what Alan said is a lie, so it means that the people at the weather station are making a fuss. Have you never seen someone make a movie to lie about military information? He had to call and ask in person. Boss Cha hummed and hung up the phone, patted the passenger seat and said, "You call Capel back later and tell him that Alan is working on a movie and nothing is wrong. Also, that shit cha-cha at the weather station. Transfer the crew who reported the situation today, as well as their station manager." Boss Cha was holding back his anger. This was a group of people who didn't understand anything. They reported it immediately when they saw something serious, which almost caused him to misunderstand Alan. Alan was a child who didn't cause any trouble. He was just filming a movie in front of his house. He called him early in the morning and gave the child a quarrel. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Transfer them north to a deserted island. After thinking about it, Great Britain is so big. If he couldn't be transferred directly to Scotland, he would have to transfer these people to a deserted island in the North Sea to enjoy themselves. Then go and see if there are any German troops in the North Sea. Okay, Your Highness, I've taken note of it. Looking at the hung up phone, Alan was a little confused. A phone call early in the morning. That's it. Who did I provoke? Hell me up. With the support of Xiaoshi, I walked a few steps gently and felt that there was nothing serious about my leg. The main reason was that it didn't hurt when I was injured, but cleaning the sawdust in the wound hurt a little. Now the pain has passed and it doesn't hurt anymore. It's not a serious injury anyway. Alan stood at the door of the bus, holding up his binoculars and looking at the mess in Carmarthen town with an envious look on his face. TSK. Look at those actors playing German soldiers. They were so involved in the scene that they grabbed the man in the room and went out. They threw the man to the ground and kicked him. Although there were cameras not far away, the man lying on the ground and being kicked was stunned. Is this what we promised to do together in a movie? Is this really a movie? Why are you still beating people? Looking at the camera pointed at him, the man was a little confused. He turned around and looked around. The formerly quiet town of Carmarthen was now filled with cries on the streets, women's screams, men's wails from being beaten, and children. The whole town was in chaos due to the child's crying. Some people still got into the act and wanted to resist when they saw the German soldiers breaking through the door, but as soon as they were slapped, they were stunned. They were pushed and kicked, and the confused people were thrown into the street. Alan specifically told him to be gentle on this, mainly for the shooting effect. He wanted this realistic feeling of crying for father and mother. Panicking. Looking at it now, Carmarthen sure is indeed a place full of outstanding people. The average resident is an experienced actor, so the acting skills are good. There was a man lying on the ground holding his calf and wailing in agony. It looked like he was real, not but Alan didn't go in either. His current image is a bit poor, so he just held up the telescope to see the overall effect. When the time comes, the shooting array composed of several camera positions will need to cut out intersecting shots and then intersperse close and distant shots. As for today's battle, if the movie were made in black and white, some people would believe it if they said it was a documentary filmed back then. Turning his head and glancing at the waiting Koreans gathered in the distance, Alan's eyes flickered. Historically, according to records collected in Ceylon, it was the fundraising committee and the local garrison that did this, and Canadian residents are pure victims. But now that the governor of Canada is out of touch, Alan is not ready to coddle him. It was originally an anti-war movie, but now under Alan's instruction, the script has been revised a few times. What originally seemed like a farce was changed into a deeper expression of human nature. Whenever human nature is involved in a movie, it will appear to be high-minded. On the other hand, if the movie is too esoteric, nonsense and the audience can't understand it, then there's another story point. Now the new script content is that after this immersive German invasion exercise, the residents of Canada experienced the dire straits and honestly donated money to support the British military industry. Point in this way, Canadian officials looked at the fundraising committee and saw the money being made. As if they saw a door to a new world opening towards them. Point. Since civilians can take out their money if they are frightened, they can also imitate the British fundraising committee and carry out such actions in other places anyway. Who makes money from civilians? Chapter 287. Luck Besson lets himself go. Now that they have this idea, the first target that Canadian officials think of is the Indians living in Canada. We can't do anything to the British officials, so why can't we do nothing to you Indians? Following the plan of the British officials, we also set up a group of fake German troops in another place to scare the areas where Indians gather. Wouldn't the pounds just come in? From the moment the Governor General of Canada ejected Allen, the relationship was settled. Point. According to Allen's idea, one black person is black, and he will bring you to Canada. Two black people are also black, and there will not be more than one of you. Since it's shameless, then don't blame Mr. Allen for scheming to gang up on you. Anyway, spanking a child on a rainy day is just free time. Change the script and add a small subplot. In this way, the whole story becomes more three-dimensional and fuller. Looking at the big scene in the telescope, Alan nodded with satisfaction. He already had an idea of how the movie would work by then. As a noble, he is naturally able to stand on the commanding heights of the class and point fingers at these British officials. The House of Lords is for the nobles to vent their energy and point fingers. In recent times, Alan has rarely gone to the House of Lords, except when he first became a formal member. He was enthusiastic for a few days, and then he was too lazy to go. The main reason is that going to London is quite troublesome. You have to go there a day in advance, get up early the next day, and have a meeting. You spend most of the time talking about it, and you can't say anything. Alan is planning to make his own example this time, borrowing the future self-media model he is familiar with, and applying it in reverse to the current era. Decades later, with the development of the internet and the development of various short video software, a large part of people's daily life is occupied by various short videos. Even if you watch each video, it is not too long. But because all kinds of videos are mixed together, as long as I touch my phone and scroll, it feels like I haven't watched anything yet, and an hour has passed. And because of the rise of short video platforms, self-media has also declined, and cats and dogs of all kinds can do it. Just find some news, recordings, or even unrelated pictures, add some made up text, and make some eye-catching titles, and a short news video is born. In the past, Alan was in the internet drama industry and looked down on those wild and unqualified self-media people. At most I can only watch a marginal online drama. At least the audience will feel it is worth their money. As for those who engage in self-media, some people have no moral limits. For the sake of traffic, they will not care whether the news is true or false, and even make up random news and dare to post it. Based on the traffic of short video platforms, there is no regard for the consequences, and all kinds of chaos occur frequently, including rhythm and rumors. Because of the rise of self-media, the cost of these things has become lower, and that's what Alan is doing now, looking for some random information, processing half-truths and half-falsities, and making a movie. At that time, this is called restoring history. Whether you admit it or not, I say this is history. This is history. Originally, he made this movie on a whim, wanting to catch the British official and satirize it. And by the way, he used the past to satirize the present. Anyway, what happened during World War II nearly 50 years ago can be considered ancient. Finally, he made an allusion to the United States, held high the anti-war sign, and used the current popularity of the United States to improve Alan's own reputation. The script and the crew were all ready, but the only thing left was a scapegoat who would pay for it. Who knew that the frivolous Governor General of Canada would not be happy? As a nobleman, there is no problem at all for Alan to blackmail the British official. After a movie like this is made, as long as it is released in the UK, ordinary people will feel very happy after watching it. What's wrong with you politicians being scolded by Alan for not doing anything? This simply scolded them to their core point in the current economic environment. As long as it is against the British government, the people will support it point anyway. I'm talking about the past, not the present point. As for the nobles, even if they know this kind of thing, they don't care too much. They can point fingers at the officials anywhere. The difference is that some noble gentlemen are pressuring them in the House of Lords, while Alan is making movies instead. Inside point, and this movie is very suitable abroad point when people from other countries take a look at this theme. It's great. This is politically correct everywhere, and it can even defeat the United States and the entire Europe point. They wish that Alan would keep filming like this in the eyes of foreigners. This is exposing dying scars. The final result is that everyone is happy, and I have to praise Alan, by the way. He is worthy of being a British aristocrat. He is a noble man in the new era of imperialism. He cares about current affairs, has a sense of social responsibility, and dares to think and do point. As for the British authorities in Canada, the only two victims, who cares about them? Now that you are a politician, isn't it normal to be scolded? Putting down the telescope, Alan tilted his head and motioned for the little stone to come closer. Master, I saw a plane hovering above us this morning. I didn't think it was anything at the time, but you heard it just now. These people went to complain to His Highness again. Alan looked at it coldly. He was sitting at home, and trouble came from the sky. Although he finally explained it clearly and Boss Chad didn't say anything, he just felt unhappy. Go to the Civil Aviation Administration of China to check the route and see who they are. You don't need me to teach you what to do with the rest. Revenge does not last overnight. Alan has become increasingly unable to hold back his temper in recent years. These fast-talking people are always complaining. Do you really think that Mr. Allen can't even carry a knife? Even though they are far away, you can't see clearly where they are. But if they fly in the sky, you only need to go to the civil aviation to check the route and follow the clues, and they can't escape. Okay, I understand. I'll go there soon. While go now. Seeing Zio Shitao wanting to wait a while before going, Alan glared at him. What are you waiting for? He couldn't wait to find out which bitch reported him right now. And then the entire crew spent a busy day filming, then stationed on the spot to comfort the residents who were accidentally injured during the day, and then took out Alan's secret weapon. Red envelopes, not much, £50 per person point, but this is enough to cover the damage caused by the shock of someone suddenly breaking into your home. Besides, according to the staff, all damaged doors, furniture, and other items will be compensated later. If you behave well, there will be red envelopes in a few days. In this kind of place, where people are not being treated every day and the earth is not working, it is good to get some compensation. Besides, this is making a movie, isn't it? An explanation? This is not called being beaten. This is called dedicating oneself to art. With this statement, these people in Carmarthen town could only succumb to Alan's lust. Fortunately, they could rest the next day and continue filming the day after. Tomorrow point. It's not that Alan doesn't work hard, but the tone of the current movies is this. If the small scenes are okay, and how the actors are performing, even if he doesn't look at the camera, he can probably know the performance of the actors directly on the set point. But this is the first time he has shot such a big scene, with so many camera positions, and so many people. He has to give the department in charge of film and television post-production a little time, to let them cut out a rough demo, and show it to himself. If the photo doesn't work well, you have to rework it point. The shooting that day lasted until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was not until dinner the next night that Alan met a tired-looking Cameron and the chubby Luc Besson in the screening room of the manor. Alan's two humongous generals have recently been captured by Alan. Cameron is responsible for the medium and long shots of big scenes, while Luc Besson is better at depicting detailed shots. With the help of these two people, Alan was only responsible for the overall manpower arrangement and overall mobilization, which saved a lot of trouble for the filming. Boss, this is a rough cut sample. Take a look. It takes a long time. Luc Besson is a bit dull and a bit conceited, and he has always looked down on Cameron next to him point. But God is not as good as man. It has been a while since he joined Alan's staff. Last year, Cameron made a lot of money for Alan with the movie Terminator 2, and he also had a big face. But during this time, there is no fart achievement point. Luc Besson didn't take this little setback seriously. Movies all rely on temporary inspiration and cannot be mass produced. At present, he has some inspiration. Since Cameron is playing with special effects, not bad, he was also prepared to give this little Canadian golden retriever some color in Cameron's strengths. Luc Besson is planning to make a special effects movie of his own. Well, let's go to the screening. Alan moved his buttocks and leaned back on the sofa, sitting in a very comfortable position, ready to see how the filming of this collaboration between these two guys was going. The Dark Knight. With the arrival of dawn, a group of German soldiers walked out of the darkness, wearing the iconic grey German military uniforms and the highly recognizable M1942 steel helmets. This M1942 is an improved version of the M1935 helmet. During the European War, the British Army's steel helmets were so ugly that they were nicknamed flying saucer helmets. The German Army's helmets are very different from the British Army's style. Whether before the war or after the war, they have influenced many countries. For example, a German armorer's equipment is equipped with the German M1935 steel helmet. With the grey German military uniforms and the iconic steel helmets. Even if this group of people are far away, their identities as German soldiers can be identified with a casual glance. But the camera showed a close-up shot. Although they were wearing German military equipment, they were holding British Army standard rifles. As they walked, these German soldiers were laughing and joking. They didn't look like they were going to war, but like they were going home. A few Panzer III tanks were clearing the way. As they passed by, they took a photo of the signpost on the roadside. Not far ahead was Winnipeg, Canada, as the Panzer III tank fired a few symbolic shots, breaking the silence of the small town. A group of German troops began to attack. The city of Winnipeg, located in the interior of Canada, did not react at all. There was no defense at all. Listening to the noisy shouts of kill from the speakers, Alan frowned and looked at the camera arranged in advance to follow a group of German soldiers. The leading German soldier kicked open the door of a private house, and the residents inside were killed by this. The German soldiers who suddenly broke into the home were shocked. They were really shocked, and it didn't look like they were acting. The residents showed no signs of acting. The hostess didn't even put on her clothes. She just screamed. After the man of the house saw these German soldiers, under Alan's expectant eyes, he did not resist or beg for mercy, but made an action that Alan never expected. The traditional French etiquette is to raise your hands in the air. He surrendered subconsciously. It looked like he was French. Even the male protagonist didn't say a single line. Fake. Who arranged this plot? Alan turned his head and looked at Cameron subconsciously. Luc Besson is French, and there is a high probability that it is not him. So among these two assistant directors, apart from Luc Besson, Cameron is the most suspect. Master, it's not me. Cameron quickly waved his hand when Alan looked at him, then pointed at Luc Besson next to him and said, he added the scene without authorization. It has nothing to do with me. He also recruited these actors. Alan's eyes widened, and he knew how to do it, but he had never played like this in front of Luc Besson. Unexpectedly, this old boy was so ruthless, trying to make a fool of himself. Luc Besson's chubby face puffed up, and he said nonchalantly, they all hid in Canada. It would be appropriate for them to be cowardly at that time. Very. But, as a French, it is very French to look down on French people hiding in Canada. Alan was speechless by Luc Besson's reasons, turned his head, and continued watching the movie. As the male host surrendered, the hostess became furious and backed away. While holding her frightened daughter in her arms, the camera gave a close-up shot, and Alan looked at the hostess, looking more and more familiar. It seemed like they had seen this girl before. Before Alan could continue to think about it, several German soldiers grabbed the mother and daughter and escorted them outside the house. Only then did the daughter, who was hiding in the hostess's arms, show her face. Looking at the face of this blonde girl, Alan raised his eyebrows. Good guy. Luc Besson doesn't have to take responsibility, so he lets himself go. The male owner is French, so he has black hair, and the female owner also has black hair, but their daughter has blonde hair. The children are not biological. This is very French. As for the person who plays the daughter, Alan is very sure that she is not from the town of Carmarthen. Didn't Cameron just say that all the actors in this family are related to Luc Besson? Where did they most likely find them? Large ensemble point. It was these two actresses that Alan became more and more familiar with. Wait a minute, where are these two people playing mother and daughter from? Alan stopped the screening and turned to look at Luc Besson. Seeing that Alan finally asked about this matter, Luc Besson first gave Cameron a very hidden sneer, then turned sideways and whispered next to Alan, "Boss, this black-haired one is called Catherine Zeta-Jones, is still from Wales. When she was filming in France last year, the director was a friend of mine. I happened to go to see my friend at the time and got to know her. As for the one next to her, she's her schoolmate. They performed in stage plays together and just graduated this year." Chapter 288, Major Emergencies. Speaking of which, Luc Besson patted his head. The actor who played his daughter was incidental. Alan needed to shoot a big scene movie. Although the whole town would cooperate with Alan in filming, there were still some details to interpret the scenes. Yes, we still need some professional actors, not particularly famous actors, just ordinary actors from majors. Ordinary people can only act in big scenes, and they can act as an extra, but if they really hold a camera in front of their faces, they won't be able to act at all. In addition, the movie needed a few actors to play French people. Luc Besson also wanted to insert a few of his own actors into this kind of film, as a personal favor, so he thought of this Catherine whom he met when he returned to France last year, Zeta-Jones. But unexpectedly the other party also introduced a schoolgirl and best friend of hers. That's the name. He didn't remember it for a while. It seems to be called Kate Wing. I can't remember. Alan glared at Luc Besson and waved his hand to let the movie continue. This Catherine Zeta-Jones, Alan really didn't know that she was actually Welsh, but she can pay attention to this in the future. She is half one of her own. Remember this guy who seems to be famous for playing Zorro, right? Anyway, I can't remember clearly. Alan can remember very few of the British actors. Anyway, they all seemed to be foreigners at the time, and he didn't distinguish between British and American actors. Looking at the little beauty who was kicked down by the German army on the screen, she looked like this. What did Luc Besson just say her name was? Kate Wynn. Her point, isn't this fat Rousey? Thinking of it, Alan suddenly turned his head and looked at Cameron. Seeing that this guy was looking at the samples seriously, Alan suddenly felt something strange. The young looking blonde girl on the screen seems to be Kate Winslet. If I remember correctly, it was Rousey who was standing on the bow of the boat and being hugged by Little Plum. She kept saying that she would only love Zyrolazzy all her life, and then her ex-husband was a double standard for women one after another. He's a very interesting person. I didn't expect that all the extras would be included in his crew. Ellen thought she was American before, but she didn't expect that I can't remember the name. You remember where she is from, right? Thinking of this, Alan crossed his legs, tilted his body in the direction of Luc Besson next to him, and asked in a low voice, "I do know this. It's west of London, in Berkshire." Alan nodded. "This is interesting. What do you want to do? Let yourself quickly arrange for Leocat to take pictures of the big ship. Hey, I happen to have a super yacht that is almost ready to be built, and even the props are ready. When the time comes, take Rousey on your own super yacht and have a classic scene on the bow. TSK TSK TSK. Oh, Rose. Oh, Alan, please be gentle. It's exciting just thinking about it. However, it is not easy to take pictures of big ships, not to mention the investment of funds, but also the special effects, which cannot be done in a short while now. Alan squinted his eyes and put aside the idea of taking pictures of big ships. He stared at Kate Winslet lying on the ground crying on the screen. This girl was the kind of girl with tough features at first glance. The thinner she became, the more ugly she became. The type that is more attractive when you are fat. It can be regarded as the ceiling of the real fat world. Other actresses all lose their appearance when they gain weight. She is just the opposite of others. When there is a little flesh on the face, the baby fat looks better, and she naturally has a little bit of it. Noble, a bit coquettish, ahem, charming. The current movie is a rare one for Alan. There is no scene where the male and female protagonists are determined. It is just a group portrait, not an individual as the protagonist. This movie relies on the big plot. Therefore, he didn't choose any heroine. Now, by coincidence, there is one he likes. This Thinking of this, Alan was suddenly stunned and turned to look at Luck Besson next to him. This old boy can do it. He has studied himself and knows which bite he likes. He personally chooses it and delivers it to him and then lets him choose. A dark-haired Catherine Zeta-Jones, a blonde Kate Winslet. This compared to Kate Winslet. Alan's feelings about Catherine Zeta-Jones are just average, mainly because he feels that this girl doesn't quite fit his taste. Alan felt that this person looked a bit like a replica of Guanzilin, and the rendering was not so detailed. Up close, the nose was big and the skin was a bit rough. Maybe the black hair and the more heroic face would be very European. Ellen just doesn't like the aesthetics here, and because of her Welsh identity, Ellen is a little fond of it. Find an opportunity to hook up with Kate Winslet another day. After a night. The sample film I watched last night was good, so this scene was passable. But there are still several big scenes to come, and Alan has to continue this kind of life of shooting one day and taking one day off. This historical event is very interesting. The plan of the fundraising committee at that time was to make a fake show and tell the British soldiers who played the role of the German army to be as real as possible. However, there are some things that cannot be photographed here. At that time, there were so many British soldiers, all young men in high spirits. They were stationed abroad for a long time, and they couldn't help it. They were suddenly given tasks, and they were also given limited edition German skins, and they could do bad things legally. The consequences historically, on the first day, when the British Army occupied Winnipeg, they burned all the English and French books in everyone's homes, except for the German books. Then there was the establishment of a concentration camp, the establishment of a new Winnipeg Provisional Management Committee, and the raising of the German flag and the Nazi flag. Anyway, all the procedures were done in a decent manner. People in the city, if they disobey, will be beaten and scolded, and so on. The whole exercise lasted for about more than a week, and the residents of Winnipeg were so screwed that they finally donated money. Honestly, they really immersed themselves in the feeling of being invaded by the German army. Except that not many people died in the end. Everything else seemed real, and there are many chain reactions that seem to be very fucked up. For example, in the United States next to Canada, some people heard that Winnipeg was occupied by the German army, and then heard rumors about the tragedy in Winnipeg. Some of these Americans could not bear the pressure and did not even dare to run away, especially some who escaped Jews to America. They thought the Germans were coming after them. Some people were so desperate that they were so frightened that they shot themselves to death at home. The effect of the exercise is so real, very explosive. Carmarthen town, early July. At the east end of the town, the residential buildings here are relatively sparse, and it is already considered a suburb of the town. At this time, the residences here were arranged into Indian-style buildings. The appearance of the building cannot be changed. Only some decorations with Indian cultural symbols are added on the door and the roof, which represents a gathering place for Indians for more than half a month. Almost all the footage of the German army's repression of Winnipeg citizens has been filmed. These 200 to 300 Koreans who were captured by Alan have also been engaged in the logistics work of the crew. They are responsible for serving the more than 1,000 delivery boys. Now finally it's time for the Koreans to play their part. Have you sent someone to observe them? Alan clasped his hands behind his back and stood far away, watching the crew in front of him preparing. Today he still has to shoot the scene where the German army enters the village. He has done it several times. The crew is already familiar with this routine. Now it looks much better than when I first started shooting. At this time, Rex was standing next to Alan, watching the Koreans with him. These people have been arrested for so long. They seem to have resigned themselves to their fate. They have lost their passports. Now these people are considered undercover. Even if they can escape, there is no place to receive them, let alone they can't escape. After using it for such a period of time, Alan listened to Rex's report and found that Koreans are not without their advantages. At least they have strong tolerance after they become honest, just like when they work on a construction site. As long as they have 3 meals a day, they can work for 10 hours. If they grit their teeth and push harder, they can work for 12 hours. This is physical work, not mental work, and in doing so, it brought new inspiration to Alan. For example, after the electronics factory is built, Can we let that old boy Lee Jiangxi help him trick some Koreans from South Korea to come over and work as workers? At that time, as soon as they enter the country, their passports will be confiscated first. And then the charges will be listed for them. They will be sentenced to a certain period of time, and then they can be sent to work. The electronics factory can set up a prison unit that cooperates with the Carmarthen police station to specifically accept the labor of Korean prisoners serving their sentences. In this way, wages are saved, people are hardworking, and it is easier to manage, so they can be used until death. In addition, the electronics factory is within their own territory. As long as Alan doesn't say anything, even Jesus can't save them. And now, with the help of this movie shooting, we will select those Koreans who can turn over the dark side and have management talents. When the time comes, we will apply for naturalization for these people so that they can help manage Koreans in the future and serve as Lee Zarang, a deputy or something. Yes, the plan works, Master. Don't worry, I not only sent people to observe, I also placed more than one person among them. Rex stretched out his hand and pointed to Alan. This was to prevent any of these Koreans from being disobedient or wanting to collude in private. A few dogs were installed, and they would report the news to Rex at any time. Well, it will be useful for me to pick a few people who have the ability to lead and are obedient. I will be useful in a while. Alan didn't say what he was going to do specifically, but since he had given the instructions, Rex had to do it. On July 11th, Alan usually slept until he woke up naturally in the morning. He just finished filming a big scene yesterday, and today he has another day off as usual. During this period of time, Alan's rest time has been a little irregular. I adjust my work and rest time every time I take a vacation. He didn't even have time to get to know Kate Winslet during this period. I slept a little late tonight. It felt like I just fell asleep not long ago. Dang drowsily, I heard someone knocking on the door. I slowly opened my eyes and subconsciously said, "Come in." Who? Te held a piece of copy paper and walked to Alan's bedside with a serious face. I glanced at the clock on the wall. Holy shit. Alan was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. It was past 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. It was so late, and if there was no emergency, Te would not bother him. What's wrong, Master? Something happened. I think it is necessary to inform you. Look, Te said, handing the copy paper to Alan. Alan held the information Te had printed out urgently and looked at it, feeling a little heavy. In the morning local time, foreign reporters were officially briefed on the disaster. Dozens of provinces have suffered immeasurable economic losses due to the disaster. They are now calling on international organizations to provide humanitarian assistance to Huzhou and Suzhou, the two most severely affected areas. Rescue and assistance. The time difference betwing Daying and there is about 7 hours, so they hold a press conference in the morning, but it is still early at night here. In Daying. This is the first time that a rescue request has been sent to the whole world. Think about how big this thing is. This is like an honest person asking a colleague to borrow money when he can't make ends meet. No matter how hard he tries, he won't open his mouth. Now that he has opened his mouth, it proves that he is really in trouble. Is there any report on the TV news? After putting down the information, Alan sat up, picked up the water glass, and took a sip of water. Seeing that the servant was about to come over to help him get up, Alan waved his hand and motioned for the servant to go out first. The BBC has urgently interrupted the news. It seems that Yin Yang Master BBC doesn't dare to play tricks this time. Alan nodded. He heard Zhao Shitao say some time ago that there was a disaster there, a once-in-a-100-year flood. The current situation is not clear. He didn't expect that the situation would become so serious in a short period of time. It is time to appeal to the international community for assistance. But Alan doesn't have anyone on hand to help him now. Faced with this kind of thing, why was Te so anxious to call Alan out? There are several factories in Alan over there, and most of the business depends on others. As a foreign businessman, if you don't do anything when encountering this kind of thing, that would seem too cold and heartless. Not to mention that Alan has always shown a good impression of their. Alan pinched his eyebrows and thought for a while. He had no idea for a while. He must help, whether it was for the sake of the factory or his own past. But how to help? Why? Thinking of the factory, Alan suddenly realized that, if his factory was not greatly affected, then, aren't the goods produced in the factory just right for use? Radio, this thing is usually invisible, but if in this situation, communication is blocked, and the phone line cannot be used, radio is the eternal god. Don't be afraid, if you run out of power, the radio can still be used with batteries. At the very least, you need to ensure that among dozens of people there is a radio device that can receive external messages, right? Plus instant noodles, this thing is easy to transport and is very suitable for emergency food distribution during disaster relief. This one receives information and the other is for food, both of which come in handy. There is also the food factory at home, the one that produces ginger candies. This stuff seems to be of little use at ordinary times. It is very spicy after eating, but if it is sent to the disaster area, it can not only warm the body, but also prevent colds, even if the effect is not very good. Warm up your body, right? If you eat one, it will be spicy from your mouth directly to your stomach, even if you dissolve it in water and drink it as ginger soup. Well, now that we have the supplies, wouldn't it be enough to donate some money? Chapter 289, Change of plan. But don't rush this matter. It's so late at night, and there's not even anyone to discuss it. After looking at the information again, Alan frowned and thought for a while and said, in this way, arrange for people to call people in the morning, call Thomas and Rex, and then notify my assistants. At 9 in the morning click to start a meeting. Make a few more copies of the materials. After handing over the things, Alan leaned on the bed. No matter how anxious he was, he couldn't rush for a while. He was too tired. He was woken up just after falling asleep. He was still in a daze. He wanted to sleep for a while and wait until everyone was gathered in the morning. Some time ago, Alan asked Xiao to go to London to help him find a few assistant secretaries. Now he has only found 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The first assistant was named Jonathan, and his education was relatively unsophisticated. To sum up, I'm a linguistic psychoanalyst, and I'm still learning behavioral logic analysis. This subject may seem useless, but it is indeed a high-end skill that serves people, especially those in higher positions, but you can use it yourself. But most people, like Alan, rarely learn this kind of thing. After seeing many people, they can gain some experience by groping. The purpose of this major is to look at some specific data, to analyze the person in the data, their personality, thoughts, and the meaning of a certain sentence, and then combine the analyzed data to deduce the person in the data. The next step, action tendencies. It is a kind of auxiliary skill, which is very useful in business, especially when it comes to taking advantage of others. It is very useful for some upstarts or business groups with weak foundations. There is quite a feeling of knowing yourself and the enemy and being victorious in every battle. The second person is Zhang Xin, the one who studies development economics. This Alan plans to let her become the person in charge of the Asian region in business in the future. For now, he will stay with her for a while to familiarize herself with her abilities. The third person, named Cliff, has German ancestry and studied financial auditing. This is the insurance that Alan left. No matter how good the reports of the people below are, he will send people to check the financial situation from time to time to prevent these people from lying to him. After sleeping for a few more hours, Alan didn't get up until around 8 in the morning. When he arrived at the conference room after washing, he found that everyone was here. Butler Hute personally sent someone to pick him up early in the morning, which seemed like a big deal. On the way here, they also read the information, and now they have started discussing it before Alan came. Seeing 2 servants entering the conference room, opening the door, and standing on both sides of the conference room door, everyone realized that Your Excellency was coming, and quickly silenced, and sat down. Tap tap tap. Alan's steps were neither hasty nor slow, and he adjusted the buttons of his shirt cuffs with his right hand. When he walked to the door of the conference room, he paused deliberately, and there was a sound of chairs being pulled out in the conference room. This was the time he deliberately left for these people to stand up. Normally, you can be more casual, but now for this kind of formal family meeting, you need to follow all kinds of etiquette. For example, as soon as he comes in, these people have to stand up and salute. It can't be too early, and you can't stand up before he comes in. The opportunity must be grasped. Walking to the main seat at the front of the oval conference table, Alan glanced around and saw that everyone who was supposed to be there was here. Several others who were away on business and could not come also sent their deputies to listen. Sit down and let's talk about it. Have you read all the information? Picking up the information on the table, Alan didn't even look through it. He had read it all at night. He held a pen in his right hand and tapped on the information gently. Why should we discuss this matter? First of all, the announcements issued by others are aimed at a wide range of people and are not specific to a specific person. In this way, things must be done in a measured way. To give a very simple example, if you want to donate money, should it be paid in the name of the entire United Kingdom of Great Britain, that is, Great Britain, and then collected together and paid together? Or should everyone be separated, and England counts as England, and Wales counts as Wales? How much should everyone donate? Is there a baseline? All of this must be discussed in advance. Alan plans to discuss it at home first, and then ask someone to go to Congress to ask what kind of process should be followed. This is not just about scanning WeChat and transferring money to others. The whole process is very troublesome. Several people in the conference room, when Alan saw it, took the initiative to stand up and say a few words. Anyway, everyone knew about Alan's business layout. Even if they didn't understand it thoroughly, they knew generally what they should know. This matter is like the relationship between a cook and a diner. If you want to eat good food, you can't offend the cook, let alone pick up the bowl to eat and put down the bowl to scold the cook. Zhang Xin looked at everyone, hesitated for a moment, and raised her hand to indicate that she wanted to speak. You say, Alan didn't know much about this person before, but seeing how positive she was, he put down his pen, crossed his hands on the table, and looked like he was listening to her carefully. Boss, it's like this. We can wait for financial donations, but for material assistance, you still have factories over there, so we can't wait. If you have to wait there too, we will miss the best opportunity. Time, and even if someone spreads this news, it may be used against you. Listening to Zhang Xin's suggestion, Alan squinted his eyes. He had this idea at night. Money can be delayed, but supplies cannot be delayed. The main reason is that the factory is right there. It is too conspicuous, and hesitation will appear awkward. If you are happy, if you are not happy, your reputation will be ruined. Of course Alan would not be unhappy. When can we not make money? The loss of some supplies is nothing compared to the money earned there in the past few years. Well, that's great. I also have this consideration. So, you can buy a flight ticket for the nearest time later. As the assistant for this assistance, you will go over to take a look on my behalf and supervise the proper supply of support materials in our factory. After thinking about it, Alan looked at Thomas again, who was a member of Congress from Wales. Thomas, while you wait for the afternoon, you must urge the Welsh Parliament to come up with a plan and submit it to the London Parliament as soon as possible. Don't waste time. Let's see what kind of donation process we are going to take. Okay, Your Excellency. I will draft a proposal when I get back and try to come up with the results of the meeting within 2 days. It takes 2 days to get the results of the meeting in Wales. This efficiency is already considered lightning speed in Wales, and we can't ask them for anything more. Think of this. Alan suddenly remembered that sometimes plans cannot keep up with changes. Now that the external situation has changed, some things must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Although some things always don't go according to your plan, life is not like this. There are always surprises. The fiefdom of the Hill family has always been called Carmarthenshire. This county, on the British side, is considered a provincial administrative unit, but looking at the location and population alone, it seems very unusual. There are 3 major towns in Carmarthenshire, namely Llanelli, Carmarthen and Ammanford. The combined population of the 3 places is just over 100,000. The total population of Wales is also not large, which is normal in Wales. However, since the power of the nobles has been weakened, Alan still has the right to dispose of the land belonging to his family in Carmarthen County, such as land development, sales, etc., and the old people on his family's land. He also has the right to dispose of buildings, such as many abandoned castles. However, in addition to land, in terms of personnel, especially in the management of towns in the 3 major counties, he can only secretly influence or use the remaining power of the family to do things, but cannot directly lead. The same is true for the outside world, such as the entire Wales region. The only right he retains now is the prosecutorial power in Wales. If something is not done well, he can jump out and criticize it, that is, point, a bit like a member of parliament. However, his power is greater than that of a member of parliament. Members can only propose proposals in parliament. Then he expresses his opinion. His right is that he doesn't even need to go to Congress. He can directly spray, but no matter what, on the surface, Alan, as the Earl now, has no real power. Unlike before, he had soldiers at home, and could kill anyone who was upset, by making up a reason. Now he has been using the method of supporting his subordinates, influencing them from the side, and controlling them secretly. This is also the method used by most nobles. But with the future development and the popularization of the internet, it was okay to play like this in the past, but it will be somewhat difficult to play like this in the future. It's not that it's impossible to play, it's just that it's difficult. In an era when information is underdeveloped, it is understandable to be slow in doing things. However, in an era when information is becoming more and more developed, something happens in the Eastern Hemisphere and a short video is captured. Under the guidance of a caring person, maybe in a few minutes, people all over the world everybody knows, and this is an unmonitored channel for releasing personal information. The combination of too many troubles made Alan feel that it was hindering his performance. He felt that as he slowly gained a foothold, the restrictions of his noble status became more and more restrictive. It's like he has money now and can obviously buy anything when he goes out, but now someone has artificially put a trap on him, asking him to carry money when he goes out and spend money, not to use banknotes or credit cards, but only you can bring coins, but they are the smallest amount. This feeling is very frustrating. Who carries hundreds of kilograms of coins when they go out? Therefore, these days, Alan has been thinking about this kind of problem, whether he can find a way to solve this problem. Even if it can't be completely solved, it can be done secretly, so that he can intervene better. It can't always be like this. It's obvious that his superficial identity is a feudal earl and a provincial cadre, but he has 3 major cities, each of which is only the size of a town, and has a population of tens of thousands. Looking at it scattered, it doesn't work. Even if you want to take this thing out in the future and control them to form a friendly city with other cities in the outside world, it is not easy to operate. Take China as an example. Alan's business will get bigger and bigger in the future, so he can't do it in his own name. This is inconvenient. Big business needs to be done between cities. This is the serious way, which is both safe and convenient. What would you say if you took Carmarthen town out? This is the second largest city in Carmarthenshire, the size of a small county town, with a total of more than 30,000 people. Given these conditions, compared to a city with millions of people, it is not even as big as a district. How can this be done? It's not nice to hear, it's not easy to say, and it's even more shameless. In the past, Alan didn't care much about this kind of thing, but now, with changes, this plan has to be moved forward. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity, Alan wanted to try to see if he could operate it before the end of Congress in the first half of this year. Okay, I have already discussed the specific details of the assistance with Butler Hut. You can come up with a detailed charter. The rest can wait for the meeting above. Thomas is coming with me. Alan stood up. Since the meeting was almost over, he left time to make plans for the people below. He called Thomas to a smaller living room on the other floor first. He asked the servant to serve him a cup of milk tea, and then casually asked Thomas about the situation at home. After doing some housework, Alan put down his teacup, crossed his legs, and said casually, "The economic situation has been bad in recent years. London doesn't have so much energy to worry about us, but we in Wales must also think of a way." Thomas subconsciously touched his Mediterranean hairstyle. When this young man talks about honor, he always says I'm an Englishman, but when it comes to the economy, it becomes we Wales again. The main feature is a person who can switch between England and Wales easily. But these are all minor issues. It doesn't matter where he is from, as long as his family is from Wales. What do you mean, young master? Thomas was originally prepared to give a few words of praise, but after thinking about it, today's discussion is about family affairs and economics. Based on his understanding of Alan is not such a philanthropic aristocratic gentleman. There is something to be said. Well, since they don't care about us over there, then we have to think of ways, such as gaining more autonomy like Scotland. I heard His Highness say that next year we may join the European community and enjoy some economic benefits preferential policies. As soon as Alan finished speaking, Thomas' breathing became a little unsteady. Scotland has been arguing for independence every year, arguing that their autonomy will become greater and greater. Not only will they have autonomy, they will also receive certain subsidies from the UK. In other words, this routine will make you cry. The child has milk to eat. Wales, which has always been honest, does not have so many subsidies compared with Scotland. Wales is pure and even a little naive. They are honest children, and if Mr. Allen wants to make a fuss, not to make a fuss, but to fight for, more autonomy, then Wales will be more comfortable in the future. Which politician doesn't like to have greater power and influence in his hands? But now that he knew these things, Thomas couldn't act too smart or too impatient. He could only suppress his excitement and whispered, "Master, please make it clear that I will do whatever you say, haha." No rush. Alan took out a cigarette, lit it slowly for himself, organized his words and said, "Since we want more autonomy, but we in Wales didn't have these things before, if we add them rashly, many things will go wrong. I'm going to change it. One way, for example, is to first select a place in Wales as a pilot area." Pilot area. Thomas was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he felt blessed. "Master, I think Carmarthenshire is very suitable for this pilot area." Chapter 290. Is this brother Fu? THATN-039. S it? Alan pointed at Thomas. The old guy is very ideological. Alan couldn't initiate this matter, but he really wanted to do it, so he could only instruct Thomas to propose it secretly, and then make it look like others were supporting him and recommending him to do it. Although it is very shameless, here you can only play like this. This is the operation. However, even if Thomas said it, he said what Alan wanted to hear, but he still had to be willing to put the blame in place. Well, Carmarthenshire. Is there anything wrong with this? Alan glanced at Thomas suspiciously. How is that possible? Who in the whole of Great Britain doesn't know this? Your Excellency, you are worried about the Welsh economy, so you first take out Carmarthenshire as a pilot project. You can be regarded as sitting here, so we can rest assured. Thomas looked at Alan affectionately. There was a feeling that without Mr. Allen, Wales would not be able to survive. You are the pillar of the country, and we are just looking forward to your coming out. After Alan expressed his position, and with Thomas's unremitting efforts to persuade, he reluctantly agreed to the proposal to use Carmarthenshire as a pilot project. Since I can't shirk the blame now, it's time to arrange the specific operations. Have you ever heard of a unitary administration area? Thomas was stunned by Alan's sudden question. Although he had been in politics for some years, as a Welsh councillor, he had heard of such high-end terms as single management area, but he had never used it. This word means literally unity, management, district. If this is done, then the entire Carmarthenshire can be said to be integrated into one. It will appear to be a county, but a direct county council will be established, and then the 3 towns will be combined into one to form a city group. Externally, it can also be regarded as the entire county act in the name of. To sum up, the scale has been unified, and the management method has become not that each city manages it alone, but that it is managed and autonomous by the county as a whole, and it even only reports to London, bypassing Wales in a large country. This approach would be equivalent to a municipality or autonomous region. This is a disguised return to the aristocratic management of hundreds of years ago, except that the county council has replaced the management power of the aristocratic master. However, if this county were replaced by Carmarthenshire, based on Thomas' understanding of Alan, it would be basically the same as managing it himself. In the past, he was a lawless local overlord here, and the Hill family still had power. Now that the entire county has been integrated, it has become what it was earlier. who dares to stand up and oppose it, and with Carmarthenshire setting an example, as long as there are no major problems, this model can be expanded in the future. Can Wales also manage itself? Well, there is hope. All that remains is to take the first step. The first step is the most critical. Let's start with Carmarthenshire as a pilot and get it operational first point. After watching Thomas move his eyes and think for a long time, Alan coughed lightly. Your Excellency, this is a good suggestion. We in Wales have a large population, but a small amount of land. In this case, we must concentrate our efforts on doing big things. Your Excellency is worthy of your foresight. Thomas, who came back to his senses, subconsciously extended his thumb and praised Alan's extremely selfish idea as a way to concentrate people and unite, to develop the economy. Alan's face didn't turn red as he listened to Thomas bragging. Okay, let's do it this way. When you go back, make a proposal first. You must submit the proposal before August and try to complete it within this year. Media side, don't worry, Your Excellency. I will convene the media to report on a few bankrupt factories. When I get back, exaggerate the current economic situation and then build momentum for you from the side. Yeah. Go ahead. After waving his hand to drive Thomas away, Alan sat on the sofa and did not move. The reason why Thomas was asked to quickly put this matter on the agenda was due to the influence there. Carmarthenshire's desire for single administration does not seem to have anything to do with donations, but this kind of operation, based on Alan's current experience, can only be done by following the trend in the most common way. Just like now. In a short period of time, the most important discussion in Congress will definitely be about donations. Taking advantage of this time, it will not be so abrupt for Wales to submit a pilot proposal for a county point, and taking advantage of this opportunity, as long as we get things done, it will be like cracking an egg. Wales has always been so honest, and the Hill family also deserves credit. If such an honest kid suddenly makes a request, he won't refuse it directly, right? Besides, it's just such a small request, and you can pass it with a high probability if you fool around. And as long as Carmarthenshire's single management area is won this time, things will be easier to handle in the future. Alan donated money this time, but the donation must have results. He gave both materials and money, and he didn't just want fame. You must use this money and materials to pave the way for your future business, and paving the road must have a name. You can't say that it is the money and materials donated by Earl Alan of Carmarthentown, Carmarthenshire, Great Britain and Wales, right? This long list of names is too low and has no momentum at all. In the future, we will publicize that this is the Earl of Alan in Carmarthenshire, Wales. To be clear, this is an entire county with a control of the entire county. Other plans will be easier to implement. Alan already has a preliminary action plan. For example, the first step is to go to China, to find several economically developed cities, and establish sister cities with Carmarthenshire. If we take an entire county, to establish sister cities with you, this sincerity seems to be more sufficient than just taking out a town, right? As long as sister cities are established, more things will be easier to operate in the future. The first step is not to determine an investment project, but to establish human relations first. For example, in Shanghai, Pudong is being developed there, and various companies or wealthy businessmen are flocking there. Alan seems to be sitting firmly on Diote, with no intention of going there at all. But what if he takes Carmarthenshire and Shanghai to establish sister cities? Think about it. Mr. Alan holds donations and supplies in his left hand and sister cities in his right hand. Then, after forming a sister city, we can naturally invite the leaders of the other party to come and inspect. No amount of money can buy an inspection place this year. This thing works better than anything else. Coupled with the good reputation brought by Alan's donation, is Carmarthenshire worth inspecting? Why don't you come to Carmarthenshire with its beautiful scenery and numerous cultural relics after they get here? As long as the two parties have a good conversation, Alan can also organize them to visit England nearby. His inspection invitation is definitely worth every penny. It only takes one visit to establish a relationship. Once the human relationship is established, what kind of business he wants to do there, and which piece of land he wants, is no longer just a matter of words. How do other foreign businessmen compare to this kind of operation? By bribery. How could it be safer than an inspection invitation like this? This thing doesn't mean that it can only establish a friendship with one city, but as long as he has money and connections, Alan can use it to establish a friendship with whichever city he wants. This can be used as a weapon for him to do business in the future. Even after the relationship between the two parties is good, they can also develop study abroad and use Cardiff University as a favor. Alan will earn fame. Cardiff University will earn tuition fees for studying abroad, and the other party will earn opportunities to study abroad. It's a win-win-win situation. Originally, Alan was planning to wait until he became stronger before putting this plan on the agenda, but now, since he wanted to donate, he had to take advantage of the situation and not let the money go in vain. Although this idea is very powerful, why can't you get some benefits for yourself if you donate real money? Time passed slowly for a week. During this period, the crew continued filming at a low speed. I just returned home from filming today. Hute was waiting at the door of the hall. The first time he saw Alan, Hute said with a smile, "Master, thank you for your hard work. The Parliament over in London has come out with the results." "Oh, it's pretty fast this time. In just 1 week, it is difficult for these useless politicians to come up with the results of the negotiation." Alan stretched out his hand and waited for the servant to help him take off his sun protection clothing. He took the information and read it while walking. Well, as expected, the donations will be uniformly given in the name of Great Britain, rather than individually. However, this donation amount, damn it, only £1.5 million. Is this a joke? Alan looked at the donation number with some surprise. It took a week to discuss the result, and this is it. 200,000 a day. How fucking free do you have? Yes, the economy is in a recession right now, but what idiot would come up with such a small amount of money and not be ashamed of it? This amount? Is it correct? Is there a zero missing? Alan was still in disbelief, so he stopped and turned his head and asked, "I remember correctly, that's the amount. However, I received a call from Wei Dui in the afternoon. He came forward to donate about £5 million in cash in Zhangjiang. There will be other supplies later. This is divided into 2 batches. The total amount donated is probably £10 million. Oh, it's still a few years before Zhangjiang's return, but it's so close, so it's fair to say, not too little." Alan breathed a sigh of relief. This way, it would be easier for him to suppress staying. "You go back and contact Wei Dui and ask him to say hello for me first, saying that I'm going to donate £5 million in our corporate name and personal name, as well as follow-up supplies, but the total amount will not exceed the British side the overall amount. This baseline is now placed here. Alan can donate according to the maximum amount, but he cannot exceed it. If it exceeds it, it will be a slap in the face. It will be difficult to say when the time comes. However, £5 million plus supplies should not be considered too small for an average individual in this era, right? Calculating the purchasing power, it is equivalent to tens of millions, nearly 100 million Chinese dollars. What about the amount of donations from other places? Have you not received statistics? After looking at the ones in Great Britain, although they were a bit fussy, they were generally reasonable. Alan immediately became concerned about donations from other regions, especially wealthy households like the United States. It would be interesting to see how much money these rich people who talk about humanitarianism all day long will get if something goes wrong, and it will also open your eyes. Well, the data is still being collected. Master, your data will have to wait for a few days. I will report to you as soon as it is collected. Dang. Had been discussing for a week to come up with a result. In other places, their efficiency was probably not as fast as Dang. As soon as Hute said it, Alan understood. Okay, then I'll be waiting. The international news in recent days has also been full of reports about that place, but regarding the donation of money, it seems that there is not much enthusiasm. It is very strange and calm, different from usual. On the 5th day, when the final results were obtained, Alan finally got the early data point from the United States and the United Kingdom. plus Canada, Australia, Germany and other countries. The total donation amount is up to 50 million Chinese dollars. Seeing the data sent by Hute immediately, Alan really doubted life this time. Point is this what a few rich brothers donated to others? Damn it, if you change it into British pounds, the sum of them together wouldn't be as much as you could donate by yourself. Point how do you have the nerve to spend so little money? No wonder there are no reports on the amount of donations on TV. Is it because it's embarrassing? Aren't the rich guys usually wearing 5 and 6 clothes, so they pretend to be like that? He also speaks loudly and becomes a network keyboard warrior to attack some unfair things he sees something really happened now. Is that it? How did you have the nerve to come up with this little money? The statistics are correct. This amount is really too small, so small that it is a bit unbelievable. This is the second time in just a few days that Alan has questioned Huth. It's absolutely correct, Master. This is the first-hand data, but there may be material support in the future. With this said, even Hute lost his confidence. He only gave so much cash. As for the supplies, he didn't even dare to think about it. This was too embarrassing. Fuck. Thinking of the Gulf War at the beginning of the year, which was a lively fight at the time, but now that real humanitarian aid is on the table, these rich guys shrink back, and Alan gets angrier the more he thinks about it. How much did they spend on the war in the United States at the beginning of the year? They spent nearly 70 billion US dollars, and now they have to spend this little. He stood up and flipped through the information on his bookshelf. Alan also had this kind of internal information, which he got from Boss Chapoint. Looking at the statistics last month, it was 72.2 billion US dollars, of which Great Britain borne 4.1 billion. The United States alone has borne more than 50 billion US dollars. Think about how much it is. The money was equally shared by their domestic military industrial companies. Although Alan also shared a bit, this is not the point. The point is that all these expenses were paid in advance. After the conquest of Kuwait and Saudi Arabia reimbursed nearly 40 billion US dollars in expenses. The remaining costs are shared by other countries, such as Germany and Ireland. Countries in total. After one battle, the United States not only recovered the expenses they had advanced, but also made nearly 10 billion US dollars in vain. This does not include their total domestic production driven by so many orders. How long has it been? You've made so much money, and now you're spending $1 million. Is this just for begging? No. Thinking about their appearance, Alan felt uncomfortable all over without messing with them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Making Trouble. But how to do this needs to be considered in the long term. Thinking of this, Alan pulled the rattle and told the servant who opened the door, "Go and call Celine and Zyro Shitao." Okay, who? Te watched Alan start calling people, but he didn't say anything. He looked honestly at Alan, who had finished giving orders to the servants, and then stood up and started looking for documents. Well, the information at home is still very complete. Alan took out a Gulf War earnings report. There is a high probability that this will not be used. Although he also made a small fortune with the United States in the Gulf War, he did not earn much compared with the United States, which easily earns tens of billions of dollars. The thousands he earned, £10,000 is nothing. Before the war began, Alan directed people to transport all the cans that had been accumulated in Australia. He found connections with the Admiralty and took the route of military supplies. Kangaroo meat and canned rabbit meat are theoretically cheaper than beef. But if he sells it at the market price, why does he need to accumulate it for so long? What you earn is military expenses. How can canned kangaroo and rabbit meat be sold at a higher price than canned beef? Of course, change the name. Kangaroo meat should not be called kangaroo meat. Instead, it should be called low-fat, crude fiber, nutritious canned food. It is an Australian specialty and especially designed for the physique of American babies. It is very suitable for Angsa people to eat, and rabbit meat cannot be called by its original name, but changed to a superfine fiber, low-fat, easily digestible and nutritious can, with a lot of function introductions. such as what to eat to not gain weight, not to gain weight, and tastes good and nutritious, all in one. Printed onto the packaging. Point with this change, the original canned meat that no one eats has been transformed into a high-end product, and the supply price has increased tenfold. Among them, 40% of the total profit will be distributed to the people who help establish relationships between the US military and the British Army Logistics Procurement Department. The remaining 60% will be allocated to the middlemen who introduce relationships and make connections. The final 50% is Alan's, but this profit is already several times higher than that of selling cans. Honestly, let's put it this way, the money from selling cans during the Gulf War was more than Alan's previous income in a year, and it was because he was involved in logistics sales that he was able to obtain the document for total military expense reimbursement some time ago. Point, this kind of thing is considered confidential material to other countries or individuals, but to Boss Cha, who has the right to know, this thing is something that can be seen if he wants, and if Boss Cha gets it, Alan can go to him. Point, Great Britain participated in the Gulf War and advanced about $4.1 billion US, which also included a small contribution from Alan. During this period, after the military reimbursement given by other countries came down, he could also receive a subsidy. Point, if you calculate here and there, selling a can is more profitable than selling arms. It's just that his relationship is not too big, it can only be regarded as drinking soup. Compared with the larger military industrial groups above, Alan's tens of millions of pounds are really just drizzle and not noticeable. Dang. As soon as he handed out the business information, there was a knock on the study door. Alan motioned to Huth to open the door. He put down the information, picked up a few more materials that might come in handy, picked them up, and put them on the desk. Point, after sitting down, he picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Alan glanced at Seelan and Xiaoshi, pointed to the chair in front of him, and asked them to sit down first. Then he threw the donation statistics sheet Te had just given him to Seelan, motioning for her to take a look first. Seelan looked at the statistics on the information, especially the amount of donations from the United States, which was specially circled with a pen. She had probably guessed the purpose of Alan asking her to look at the information. Recently, because of the victory in the war, the United States led a group of young men to violently attack Iraq, which was very exciting. Specifically, they seem to be everywhere, and the situation is clearly bipolar. As a result, the United States suddenly seems to be at the top, and Ami suddenly became confused. His speech became tougher, and he became even more arrogant. As a result, many people don't like it, but this time it's good. Ami, who always talks about freedom, is donating just this much now. Even if the relationship between the two parties is very tense now, this cannot be justified. You don't even do any superficial work. You don't even pretend to be. Knocking on the table, Alan looked at Seelan expressionlessly and said, when they talk big words, they are everywhere. Now it's time to do practical things. I just donated £5 million, and they donated less than $1 million US for nearly the same amount of supplies. Seelan handed the finished information to Xiaoshita next to him, nodded while listening to Alan's words, then looked at another information on the table, and picked it up. This information is confidential war income information. Originally, given Seelan's current level, she would not be able to see this kind of thing in a short period of time, but now that Alan has obtained it, she can see it arrive. Looking at this bill, after Ami won a battle, not only did the domestic military industry companies make money, but after the war, not counting spoils and fame, they earned tens of billions just by reimbursing expenses. What is the concept of tens of billions of dollars? In this era, the total annual income of smaller countries cannot reach tens of billions of dollars. This is too exaggerated. No wonder the United States always respond when they provoke trouble. This is not a violent attack on Iraq. This is simply like going to the Middle East to pick up money in sacks while collecting money. It can also boost the domestic economy, train troops, and expand international influence. Boss, what do you want? Seelan hesitated and asked. Alan pointed to the information again and said, they are so rich, but they donated so little money, which is not as much as I donated. I don't like them, so I want to think of a way to expose this matter and give them some money. Look at the color. Not everyone dares to pour cold water on the head of Ami, who is in the limelight. At least after hearing what Alan said, Seelan was heartbroken. Point. Although in terms of strategy, people in Great Britain generally look down on Americans, the reality is that they are indeed rich and powerful. This Gulf War is the best proof. The whole world fell silent after seeing the results of the war. Now my boss wants to give America something cruel at this moment. This is too conspicuous for us. Seelan could only comfort Alan in a very tactful tone. This matter should not be rushed, let alone jump out and say it directly. Even if Alan is a nobleman, everyone knows the principle of shooting the first bird. I know Alan is not stupid. Of course he will not jump out with information to expose the United States. With his current small body, he will be directly targeted and will definitely be cool. Point. However, Alan felt unhappy if they were not exposed, so now he had to pay attention to methods. He can't directly expose some things about the other party, but he can secretly arrange for others to do so. If someone else exposes America's deeds first, then he can stand up openly, stand on the moral high ground, and point fingers at them. Thinking of this, Alan had a preliminary idea and gently knocked on the table to signal the other 3 people present. In this case, Seelan, please arrange for someone to investigate. I remember that the BBC sent a war correspondent to Kuwait, right? Yes, we sent someone there. Great. Are those reporters back now? Hearing Alan ask this, Seelan thought for a little longer and waited for a long time before hesitating. I probably haven't come back yet. There are still a few left over there to do follow-up reports. Okay, that's enough. Alan stroked a thread-bound book on the desk. Journey to the West. Point. Everyone knows that America likes to study 36 strategies. Alan likes to read Journey to the West. This is not very clear to the outside world, but it is not a big problem. America has 36 strategies. Alan, there are 81 difficulties in taking advantage of oneself. Point. He didn't learn this to help himself overcome any difficulties, but to use it in reverse to cause trouble for others. Now, Alan suddenly had a mutated version of 3 Strikes White Bone Demon in his mind. 3 Strikes America. Well, Zio Shitao, you help Seelan, and you can go down and make arrangements later. As the plan took shape, Alan slowly spoke out his arrangements. First, send someone to determine the location of the BBC war correspondent who is still in Kuwait, and then use your own identity to further determine the specific location of the other party. Point. Then they sent people to sneak attack the reporter and robbed him of his camera and information. Point. There must be something exciting in this, and even if there isn't, Alan can give him a quick copy. Point. That's a dozen. Point. Then take this information and give it to Kuwait, which was reconstructed after the war. Find a younger Kuwaiti reporter and show him the information on the accidental injuries of Kuwaiti civilians by the US military. Point. Then with the help of Kuwaiti reporters, this information can be exposed and you can fish in troubled waters and mix this war reimbursement data into it. Point. At this moment, Alan didn't believe that Kuwait could bear it. Point. They worked hard to pay for the United States to help them restore the country, but in the end, their military expenses were reimbursed, and their own civilians had to be accidentally injured. Who can bear this? What should I do if I can't bear it? Make a fuss. Then he took advantage of the chaos to kill the Kuwaiti reporter who broke the news, and pretended that the United States, which was angry, took action to kill him. Point. This is the second dozen. Point. As for the third hit, this one is easy. Point. After the Kuwaiti reporter is killed, it will definitely arouse public outrage and the news will become a big deal. I believe that by then, people who are dissatisfied with the United States will have to stand up and say something. Point. At this time, Alan can come on stage and accuse the United States of America. Since it has earned so much military spending, why does it still hurt innocent civilians? What's more, when other places in the world are in need of rescue, Sheshu Sosa only donates this small amount of money. Will the idle baggage that the United States has finally built up collapse this time? In the whole plan, one after another, the purpose of strenuous efforts is to bring out public opinion. Alan is not the leader on the surface. He only needs to stand up at the right time to say a few words and lead the rhythm. That's it. Once there, the goal seems small. Point. The hatred will not be too great. Point. When the rhythm picks up, other media will definitely follow suit and criticize the United States, who can't say a few words about it. Normally I can't say it, But now that they in the United States have made mistakes and been caught, why not seize the opportunity to say a few words to them? Sealan pursed his lips and looked at Alan, who had finished talking about his plan, then turned to look at the small stone next to him. The boss's plan is very bold, but extremely feasible. Kuwait is now in a period of post-war reconstruction. And it's a mess. As long as there is chaos, it will be easy to do things. In addition, Sealan knows Xiao to some extent. Although this person is tall and big, and even has a bit of a simple face, he can be Alan's attendant. Who will take him? If you are a fool, you will definitely suffer. If you do such dirty work, since you need your personal cooperation, then it is not a big problem. Anyway, everyone involved will be eliminated in the end, and safety is very guaranteed. As for the 2 journalists who died unjustly, although they are dead, their names can be left behind after their death. Isn't this the highest honor for journalists? Okay, boss, let's plan it again when we get back, and then execute it as soon as possible. Well, Xiao, pick some clean hands and go over there. I'm waiting for good news from you. I understand, Master. Early August 1991. On a cruise ship sailing from Germany to Gambia, there were several big men in black standing on the deck, and these big men in black were surrounding the 2 people in the middle. One of them, a middle-aged man who didn't look too young, had a stern face. He looked very fierce, but his face was obviously very fierce, but he had to pretend to be very kind at the moment, which looked a bit strange. Next to him stood a curly-haired mixed-race man. This man's face was interesting, and he looked quite shrewd. Mr. Chekhov, we are arriving soon. Look, we will be arriving in the Gambia soon. Chikli rubbed his hands and said to the middle-aged man like a fool. Chikli had already brought their people to the Gambia once some time ago, but that time it was most likely that the other party came to inspect it earlier. Not long after returning that time, a few people changed this time, and they took him to continue the inspection. These people were contacted through his friend who sold Tetris. It was not him who took the initiative to contact these people, but the other party who took the initiative to contact him. Chikli thought that they secretly sold the copyright and did it perfectly, but in fact, behind the scenes, their every move had been watched by someone who was interested. The other party was originally prepared to take a long-term approach to catch the big fish. After they completed the copyright transaction and got the money, they would then try to kill the donkey and take advantage of the bad guys. However, after the other party saw Chikli's relationship, he changed his mind. In the end, not only did he not, instead of touching their money, they sent someone to contact him. He didn't say anything about his specific identity, he just asked him about things in a roundabout way. Although Chikli couldn't tell the identity of these people, the temperament of the other people made him feel like he was being targeted by a poisonous snake every time he came into contact with them. It was very evil. This was a different feeling than when he first met Alan. A more sinister feeling. Your Excellency usually looks kind and gentle, but he only looks scary when he is angry. But these people are different. They are always ruthless, and they have guns. Think about it. Those who have guns in that place are not ordinary people. This time too, the other party directly invited him over, and he was actually able to take the route of East Germany, taking the land route all the way to Germany, and then turning to the sea route. PS. Today is Crazy Thursday, the first chapter monthly pass. Chapter 292. Current situation in Gambia. Chekhov glanced at the flattering Chikli and moved the corners of his mouth twice. This was what he called a smile. With what he thought was a very kind attitude, Chekhov spoke in strange and emphatic English. My friend, when we finish this business, you will benefit a lot. Haha, thank you first, sir. Chikli was non-committal. He was actually panicking now. He wanted to run, but he couldn't. If he runs back to Russia, he will be targeted by these people. If he runs out of Russia, he will be targeted by Alan's people. In comparison, Chikli is still more afraid of Alan. After all, Alan can catch him in the outside world. As for the benefits, Chikli didn't dare to think about it at all. He just hoped that these people would quickly complete the so-called business and then let him go. Just after standing on the deck for a while, it started to rain sparsely. every year from May to October. It is the rainy season in Gambia Point, especially in the 3 months of June, July, and August. Rainfall periods are more frequent, but frequent rainfall periods also have certain benefits. The Gambia is located in West Africa and has a very interesting climate. The temperature can remain in the 20s and nearly 30s all year round. Point. Although located in Africa, not all African countries are very hot. The Gambia is a place with a relatively pleasant climate. Point. You can doubt the character of the British gentlemen, but you cannot doubt their vision. Since the occupation of Gambia in the 16th century, it has been a traditional British colony intermittently. Point. If the climate is bad and the economy is underdeveloped, why occupy him? Just like now, every time it rains, the local temperature can drop a few degrees, reaching more than 20 degrees. The temperature feels very comfortable. Such cool weather is very suitable for traveling or playing here. In other words, it is the peak tourist season in Gambia now. Point. Chekhov had his hands behind his back, and his men behind him held black umbrellas to protect him from the drizzle. Point. As soon as he stepped onto the pier in Banjul city, Chekhov's eyes widened. No matter how good others said it, it would be better to see it with his own eyes. He had an impression of this place, Gambia. It is known as the appendix of Africa. The entire country is distributed along the Gambia River on both sides of the river. It is really like an appendix, and their capital, Banjul, is like the protruding hemorrhoid at the end of the appendix. Facing the sea on 3 sides, has a pleasant climate. Point. But Gambia used to be very poor. Now Chekhov couldn't believe his eyes. He was standing on the pier. Groups of passengers were walking out of the pier, and most of the guests were middle-aged and elderly women. Point. Chekhov has never paid attention to this place all this time. Just like normal people, no one would pay attention to the daily income of the roadside canteen. Point. However, the current Gambia gives Chekhov a very different feeling. Since getting off the pier, all the Gambians passing by him were dressed very cleanly. This made him even have a little doubt about the traditional image of black people. Point. This is a very weird feeling. These black people are not skinny, but are very healthy, energetic, and very friendly. You can see it from their facial expressions. Every female tourist who passes by them will be greeted enthusiastically. In addition, the clothes are very clean, which will give people a sense of peace of mind. Chekhov can truly feel that this place is not chaotic. Without stable public security, ordinary civilians in such a small country would not be able to achieve this kind of mental outlook. From this small detail, he could see many things that ordinary people could not see. Point. Walking out of the pier, Chekhov followed Chikla's introduction and looked at the road in the distance. Point. His first impression of Gambia was clean. Although it is still raining lightly, there are garbage cans on both sides of the road here, and there is basically no garbage on the road. Chekhov even saw a few cleaners with shovels. Seeing this, Chekhov became even more confident. The Gambians alone could not manage such a fine process. There must be masters behind this. Sure enough, as soon as we stepped out of the pier, we were faced with a row of very eye-catching signboards. The greenhouses are divided into various colors. The languages of each country are written on the greenhouses. This is to facilitate tourists to find tour guides. Which language you are accustomed to speaking, can just go under the shed to find a tour guide who can speak the corresponding language based on the signboard on the shed. Looking at the signboards representing more than a dozen languages, Chekhov raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, how damn professional. Your shitty place actually has tour guides in more than a dozen languages. This is not something you can just talk about. These are all talents. These dozen languages already cover more than 90% of the major languages on the planet. Think about the concept. Seeing those tour guides who were originally very enthusiastic, seeing him as if they were seeing the air, Chekhov was not angry. Chikli introduced to him that the people here are very rule-abiding. Ordinary people would never dare to approach a big shot who travels, so as not to disturb the big shot. Point. To be able to manage these people so obediently, you can only imagine how powerful the boss behind this place is. This thing requires not only ability, but also means. Not far from the entrance to the pier, there is a small hospital with an eye-catching sign. Point. Chekhov watched some tour guides take their newly determined employers directly to the small hospital. He signaled to his subordinates and followed them directly. Point. There are many ways to get to Gambia from the outside world, but Europe prefers to travel by boat. First, there is this background. It is cheaper to take a boat, it is safer and more comfortable than flying, and shipping is relatively developed in Europe. There are airports and piers entering Banjul city. There are tour guide hiring offices and small hospitals at the entrances of the airport and the pier. After several years of business, Alan can no longer hold back in the Gambia. The economy is developing too fast. The Black Duck project was a success beyond expectations. Nowadays, the outside world is relatively chaotic, and no one has noticed this place. In addition, the reputation of this place is not particularly good, so the sense of existence here has been further reduced. However, among some groups, Gambia has become increasingly famous in recent years, and has a huge reputation. When doing business, Alan never deceives customers, and attaches great importance to service quality. Although his business is a little more expensive than outside companies, customers will feel that it is worth their money after experiencing it. For some old ladies who have heard about Amway from their old best friends and want to come to the Gambia, they can just buy a boat ticket. After arriving at the port, first find a tour guide. The tour guides here are all little girls or housewives, and there are very few men. The tour guide will then recommend different tour routes and service packages based on the guest's requirements. Among them, a new service will be introduced to guests, the all-in-one card. The card issued by the Gambia Development Bank, which is secretly supported by the Bank of England, will give you a Gambian-style service if you top up £1,000. Don't ask what kind of service it is specifically. Asking is about local characteristics. It doesn't matter whether the customer charges money or not, but there will be certain discounts for directly charging the card. Then the tour guide will recommend corresponding packages according to the needs of tourists. These tour guides have been trained and will never look down on tourists even with a meager pension. Old ladies who come here to spend money can enjoy high quality services. If your pocket is not too rich, the tour guide will suggest that you try a relatively meaty package first, a simple and direct one. This package has fewer additional services, few options and playfulness. It is the most basic, straightforward, one-stop service. Stick in place. The main thing is an enjoyable and fast food. And if the tourists are richer, it will be even better. Each tour guide has a thick book with a complete package introduction. From the simplest vegan emotional package to the supreme experience package with both meat and vegetables, there are package introductions for various price ranges, and each price range can also provide different customized services. For example, if an old lady likes excitement, she can provide a professional venue for a plot killing. For example, the night my old sister checked into the hotel, she was kidnapped by cannibals. When they were in distress, suddenly a black prince led his troops to defeat the cannibals and rescued the old sister. Then the two fell in love at first sight. Certain lie if you don't like this kind of excitement. There are also more literary and artistic ones. As long as you want it, as long as you can imagine it, you can find it here. Hundreds of scripts and thousands of role plays for you to choose from. There are elegant black scholars who studied in London, and there are elderly black professors. There are also black politicians who are in trouble, and injured black mercenaries. As long as the money is available, Gambia can satisfy any fantasy of all the old sisters. The latest star service has even been launched recently. This is to find a black guy who looks very similar to a certain star, and then package him as a certain star. As long as you add money, you can arrange a plot to meet the staff of the old sisters who like this, from the lowest package to the most high-end package. As long as you still have money, you are the queen here. There is also the kind of very rich old sister who lingers in Gambia and even subscribes to a long-term plot service package. This long-term plot package is even more expensive. It includes a villa for permanent residents and a full set of people to play her family members. You can even add some small surprises to the mundane stick life, as long as you continue to increase the money. Add interest. After choosing all the packages, you need to proceed to the next step, a physical examination. You must have a physical examination as soon as you leave the pier and the airport. The biggest feature of the Gambia is safety. Since black guys are safe, tourists who come to play must also have physical examinations. This is called running in both directions. With so many measures in place, the Gambia's reputation are getting bigger and bigger, spreading further and further. Even rich women from the island country come here to experience it. After experiencing it, they praise it as squai. There is a slight twist in the physical examination. A normal physical examination costs £10 and requires a 48-hour wait point for some tourists who have just arrived. After an introduction by the tour guide, they are already impatient, but they have to wait 2 days for the physical examination. Isn't it impossible to have fun tonight? At this time, you can continue to add money and expedite the physical examination report. You can enjoy basic services in the Gambia without paying any extra money and only experience the ordinary service. However, those who come here are basically old ladies who have been waiting all the way. They just have to finish the job. It's rare that you don't pay extra. Even if you have no money, it doesn't matter. The latest cakes in day service has also been launched. As long as you have your retirement certificate and pension issuance card, you can get a loan to play, which is very considerate point. Looking at the tourists lining up for physical examinations in the small hospital that looked like a bank business hall, Chekhov nodded point. Professionalism is reflected in everything here, so professional that even a very demanding person like him cannot find any fault point. Following Chikli, they took a few taxis on the roadside and prepared to go to the city to meet the boss here. Point along the way, Chekhov looked out the window. It was rare to see young or mature men on the streets here. Even the building layout has been optimized. Ordinary facade houses are on both sides of the road, while residential areas and hotels are all inside the street. You won't be disturbed by cars on the road. Chikli, according to what you said, they have so much water flow here every year. How are the protection measures taken? Chekhov looked at everything outside the window and was very satisfied. This was a temporary place that was very suitable for transferring funds. Even as long as he took it over and continued to operate it according to the rules set by others, this would be a business that would make sure profits without losing money. Sir, there are more than 60 retired veterans here, plus a security group composed of more than 300 local people. They are responsible for the security work of Banjul city. They have a complete range of light and heavy weapons and armored vehicles. Please rest assured about security issues. Speaking of this, Chikli was familiar with it. Not only was he familiar with it, he had also met those people. Among these people, there were even acquaintances he had met in Carmarthen before. They seemed to be the bodyguards of the Earl. No, I know why they changed their names and infiltrated into this kind of security group. Point anyway, there are only more than 600 regular troops in the entire Gambia. In Banjul city alone, there are more than 300 security groups. Despite the small number of people in the security team, the core veterans are capable of fighting and have complete weapons, not to mention the city of Banjul alone. No one dares to mess with them in the entire Gambia. Point as for those gangs, or ordinary gangs of thieves, these people are basically extinct in Banjul city. Point. If someone is caught by the security team, their hands will be chopped off at a minor cost, but if they hurt tourists, it will be a big deal. The graveyard outside the city is where they end up. Point. Alan would never allow any little mouse to ruin his business in this general environment. The public security environment in Banjul city is extremely good. Point. It is also under this kind of public security environment that the entire city of Banjul develops so fast. Point. It can be said that, if we take the city of Banjul for comparison, it has even reached the economic level of small and remote cities in some second-tier European countries. Chekhov listened to Chikla's introduction with a calm expression on his face, but he was a little unsure in his heart. Point. This kind of routine is a bit inconsistent with what he knows about the boss behind this place. The Gambian said he was the boss, but he looked like a puppet. Anyway, Chekhov didn't believe that an ordinary Gambian could pull off such a trick. Point. But it's not a big problem. I came here today just for inspection and to discuss business with the other party. As long as I show a little sincerity, I believe that the other party will gradually leak some of their trump cards. For example, send someone who can speak better. People come out. Chapter 293. William's little secret. At this time, he was in a villa with a large area a few kilometers away from Chekhov Street. Point. Spencer is wearing a flashy vest and big pants, with thick gel in his hair. He looks very hip hop and cool. There are several black pearls who are massaging him. Don't look at this guy. The flower The taste is not bad. At least these black pearls now are really worthy of the title of black pearl. They must have a good figure and good looks, except for the black spots. There is nothing wrong with them. And sitting next to him was the helper specially sent by Alan. After receiving the news from Spencer, Master Alan's new assistant, psychoanalyst Jonathan. Jonathan, relax. The Gambia is different from other places in Africa. We are absolutely safe here. Spencer winked at Jonathan and emphasized the word safety when he said it point. But Jonathan glanced at the black pearls sideways, shook his head uninterested, pushed his glasses gently with his right hand and said, Master Spencer, before coming here, the boss specifically told me to do my best this time. These people are not simple, and we cannot take them lightly. Think about the origins of these people. For example, in previous American movies or the famous British movie 007 series, there are allusions to the departments these people belong to point, but everything in the movie is labeled and objectified point. In fact, this certain department of care is divided into more than a dozen bureaus. Each bureau has a different division of labor and is responsible for different matters, including external, internal, etc. Point. As for the person who came to discuss business this time, Jonathan recalled that it was said that he was from the 7th Bureau. His main job was to engage in surveillance work, but he retained a certain ability to act in the bureau. Point. The people here know a lot because they have more contact with the outside world. In other words, the people inside them are very well informed. Moreover, there are many people in the 7th Bureau, a mixed bag of good and bad. So, well informed, a mixed bag of people, and a large number of people. When these conditions come together, some people will inevitably have different ideas when thinking of this. Jonathan felt very stressed. He was just an intern, but now the internship goal is too big. The other party has a whole team, but here he is the only one. Fortunately, the place he is in now is considered his own territory. He has a slight home field advantage, and the other party is now eager to acquire it, and he has no choice. These two bonuses made Jonathan feel slightly at ease, and gave him a little comfort for his already insufficient confidence. Ha ha, what are you afraid of? Let me tell you, this is not their place. They are great in other places, but they are only in other places. Not here. Since Alan sent you here, you should do it well, but before you do it, relax first. It's okay, just listen to me. You have to be brave and take the first step. Spencer didn't care about Jonathan, who was resisting. He smiled and pointed at the two black pearls and motioned for them to serve Jonathan. By the way, Alan doesn't have anything to say for you to bring to me. After playing around for a long time, Spencer finally remembered the business. There were some things that couldn't be said on the phone, so he had to send someone to take the message. It's here. Jonathan was being massaged by the two black pearls in an extremely unnatural manner. After hearing Spencer's words, he quickly took out the briefcase he carried with him, which contained a handwritten letter written by Alan to Spencer. Opening the thick document bag, Spencer waved his hand. The black pearls who were surrounding him and serving him quickly bowed and left. After the whole room was empty, Spencer took out the document bag with a serious look on his face. Says things there is a quotation for this transaction. As for the specific details, Spencer simply skips it. He hates Alan's direct command of various details. He only cares about how much Alan wants. Looking at the final quotation on the document, Spencer almost laughed out loud. There were a string of 0 quotations on the document. Spencer counted for a long time before confirming that it was $1 billion. In theory, with the scale of Gambia, it seems reasonable to sell this business for $1 billion US. But as long as you understand the operation mode here, you will find how pitiful this asking price is. Business in Gambia is not so much an industrial chain as it is various rules and channels, whether it is what procedures tourists should go through if they want to visit after they arrive, or how the service staff in the middle should be trained, have physical examinations, etc. They are all asset light, and these things are composed of training institutions. What is valuable is not the land and equipment, but the people. It is these many departments that make up the current Gambia. If someone understands the routines here, they can completely copy the Gamma play here and play it in other places. But whether you can play or not at that time depends on your specific organizational skills. But the other party should know this by now. They are in a hurry to transfer funds. Now it seems that Alan means that the lion is opening his mouth and raising the asking price first, and then everyone will slowly bargain. Point anyway, these people are rich and in a hurry. They don't have that much time to inspect too many projects. Now here in the Gambia, it is a single business, and it is a ready-made high-quality asset. As long as the money is paid, the management will not change. It can be a transitional business, which can transition both personnel and funds, and can also use Gambia as a springboard. Point anyway, now it's Zayu's job to fight Huange. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. In the end, it depends on what price the other party can get. Anyway, he will take advantage of this opportunity to give them a hard blow. Okay, I feel confident. You can go and have some rest first. We will receive them together tomorrow night. Once this is done, we can go home. Spencer rematched the information to Jonathan, stood up happily, and confessed. He has been operating here for several years, and now he can finally solve the problems here and go back to enjoy the happiness with the dividends. Click, Alan shouted angrily, holding his cool little speaker in his hand, looking at the group of people on the set, a little speechless. Today we have to reshoot a scene in which Canadian officials have hired a new group of fake German soldiers to blackmail the Indians by imitating British masters' fundraising methods. Director Alan, who has a very profound artistic accomplishment, of course wants to more perfectly restore the historical events of that year. But the acting skills of these actors are not very good. Now it's not that these fake German soldiers can't take action, but that these Koreans who play Indians are a bit too weak, so weak that they have no visual impact. What Alan wants is for the Indians to fight to the death and defend their property, not to kneel down on their knees and hand over money when the fucking foreigners come. Now that these Korean cowards are acting in their true colors, it won't work. But these Koreans, after a month of adapting to the set, had long been frightened. Now when they see the extras in military uniforms, as soon as they raise their hands, the Koreans tremble with fear and cannot stand up at all. This seriously slowed down the filming progress of the crew. But even though he was angry, there was nothing Alan could do. They were also obedient. The purpose of the scene was to slap them. He couldn't just continue beating them, if he was too honest, right? There was no resistance at all, so how could we film this? Now I'm trying to beat them hard, but it doesn't work anymore. Come here, Rex. After thinking about it, Alan waved to Rex, who came to cooperate with the work. Master, I don't care what method you use. I only give you 1 day, just 1 day. You have to make these people tougher and act like Indians. This scene can't be delayed any longer. This Rex looked embarrassed. In the past, when these people were disobedient, he felt bad. Now that these people are too obedient, he still feels bad. Didn't I train these Koreans in vain? But now that Alan had already confessed, Rex didn't dare to shirk, so he had no choice but to accept it. Master, don't worry. Early tomorrow morning, you can see my results. Well, let's call it a day, and call it a day. Alan handed the small speaker in his hand to the servant next to him, turned around and looked at the lawn behind him. In the distance, 2 people, one big and one small, were playing with Alan's pet Zao Huang. William is on holiday today. Usually when he is on holiday, William likes to stay at home and play games, but today is different. I don't know what this little kid is thinking. He insists on following Alan to the set, so just come. Before leaving, he even specially picked up Zhao Huang from home. In fact, Zhao Huang is lazier than William, and he doesn't like to go out when he's not at home, except when Alan feeds him. He spends the rest of his time either strolling around, bullying the servants, or sleeping. Today, I was hugged by William and forcibly pulled out to play, and then I met another idler on the set, who had no role in the role, but liked to watch the filming on the set. Kate Winslet. Kate Winslet is only 7 years older than William. Apart from social experience, the generation gap between the two is actually not too big, and they can still play together. The main reason is that Kate Winslet is more curious about the white one that William brought. Snowy owls are not too rare in Britain, and are kept by many people. But this is the first time for Kate Winslet to see a snowy owl that eats so white and fat, especially this little pet named Zhao Huang. It is very arrogant. The more you show that you like it, the more it will ignore you. Even when William put it on the lawn, it looked like a dead dog. It lay motionless on the lawn. Occasionally, when it got anxious, it would stand up and want to run to Alan and ask for help from its master. Sister Kate, I heard that your hometown is from Berkshire. William rolled his eyes and struck up a conversation with Kate Winslet seemingly casually. Kate Winslet took a twig she picked up from the ground, poked it teasingly at Zhao Huang, who was lying on the lawn, and became obviously impatient, and then responded to William's questions perfunctorily. She knew this was the prince, but so what? Except for the freshness. When they first met, the prince was just a little kid. Except for the pet he brought that aroused her interest, there was nothing else. I have a friend who is also from the Berkshires. William, who had always been a little confused, seemed to have remembered something, looked at Zhao Huang on the ground, and said quietly, "Oh, friend, Kate." Winslet's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this gossip? Prince's friend, male or female? Thinking of this, Kate Winslet looked towards Alan with some guilt, and saw that he was talking to a fat policeman. She quickly turned around, and asked William curiously in a low voice, male or female? What's your name? Looking at Kate Winslet with a curious look on her face, William suddenly became a little wary. What? Huh? I'm just asking. Maybe we still know each other. Although, in a county with a population of 500,000 to 600,000, the chance of getting to know someone as a child is very low. But William has no such concept. He knows that Kate Winslet is from Berkshire, and he should know her. His friend just wanted to come to her to ask about his friend. Well, her name is Catherine Elizabeth Middleton. Do you know her? She is as old as me, and we were classmates before. William shyly said a name, and then pretended to glance in Alan's direction and advertently point. This is his own secret. This person is his childhood sweetheart. They used to have a good relationship and even took photos together, but later, for some reason, he lived with Alan and then transferred schools, and the two had no contact. Now he keeps the photo hidden in his bedside table and takes it out from time to time. Oh, Kate Winslet's eyes brightened even more. She really didn't recognize the name William said, but it didn't affect her. What does this girl have to do with William? This is a secret about the prince. When she thinks of this, Kate Winslet's heart beats faster. This kind of secret is not something that outsiders can know casually. I didn't expect to hear such gossip from William today. Just as he was about to open his mouth and continue to say a few words, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. What did I just hear? Catherine? Who is Catherine? William glanced at Kate Winslet in astonishment, and then the two of them raised their heads at the same time and looked at the person coming. Alan, cousin, this sister, and I asked about my classmate. She is a very ordinary friend. She is also from Berkshire. William quickly grabbed Zhao Huang, who was on the ground like a maggot, and was about to squirm towards Alan. He grabbed Zhao Huang's big paw, pulled it to his side, and held it in his arms. Yeah. Alan looked suspiciously at William, who looked a little strange, and then at Kate Winslet. The girl's face looked wrong as well, looking excited, apprehensive, and a little nervous. It was very similar to when Alan used to go to school, secretly chatting with his classmates, and then suddenly saw the head teacher appearing at the back door of the classroom. The nervous and guilty expression was a bit similar to now. But in my impression, is there a girl named Catherine around William? If it doesn't work, he has to check it out. Alan looked at the two people squatting on the ground, and seemed to be whispering. He raised his eyebrows and had a new idea. Why not write a letter to Diana and give her some fun? I believe Diana will definitely be interested in this kind of thing. Let's go and call it a day. Kate, what about you? Alan looked down from the top and took a look. It was all white, and he was ready to invite Kate to go home for a meal. Chapter 294. Kate Winslet. Kate Winslet was subconsciously nervous when she heard Alan's inquiry. She comes from a family of actors. Her parents, uncles, and grandparents are all professional actors. Her whole family is an actor, and she has been exposed to this aspect since she was a child. She started acting in stage plays when she was 5 years old. Later, when she got a little older, when she was 11 years old, she borrowed some money from her grandmother, and signed up for a drama academy to start school. After studying for 2 years, she was able to make money on her own, and she could take on advertising shoots by herself. Regardless of how she picked it up, this is an extremely precocious, courageous, and independent little girl with a strong ability to take care of herself. To put it another way, drama is actually one of the performance forms of stage dramas. Traditional stage dramas have many more forms of expression than dramas. If you want to stand firm in this, you must not have some level of skill. In this way, while accepting advertisements, she went to school at her own expense until this year, when Kate Winslet graduated. With the connections she has made in the industry over the past few years, Kate Winslet is eager to find a crew to take over the role. She wants to make a lot of money, make movies, and become famous. Then she happened to meet Catherine Zeta-Jones, a senior who used to perform in stage plays, and this senior brought her to Alan's crew. Kate Winslet, who had just joined the crew, was very excited, but actors like them, who were born in stage plays, needed a short adaptation period when they first came into contact with movies. After all, she used to stand on the stage and face the audience directly when acting, but now she faces the camera directly with no audience. Fortunately, the senior sister took care of her and took her with her for a few days, and Kate Winslet quickly adapted to it. However, due to the subject matter, Kate Winslet, who has been on the set recently, is a little afraid of Alan. I don't know why, but this aristocratic gentleman is very powerful. To be honest, everyone in the entire crew, including the already famous director Cameron, had to hold him carefully. With this understanding, Alan now contacted Kate Winslet and even took the initiative to invite her, which made Kate Winslet even more uneasy. She didn't even dare to refuse. In addition, William just said the problem is that it feels like you are risking your life for gossip. I have been on the set for so many days. I see that William just wanted to ask you a question. Why don't you come back with me for dinner today? You don't want to. Alan's face was expressionless and his tone seemed very casual, but he was used to giving orders, so his words unconsciously carried a feeling that he could not refuse. William next to him gave Kate Winslet a push, signaling her to agree quickly. Okay, thank you for the invitation, Kate. Winslet looked around and agreed very obediently. There were huge mats placed in a circle on the lawn in front of the manor, and in the open space in the middle, there was a huge pile of meat. This is the first time Kate Winslet has seen such a big barbecue. This is different from the skewers of barbecue you used to eat. This one has a huge skewer standing there, and then thin slices of meat are laid out and stacked on top of the skewer. There is also a large rolled iron sheet standing next to the fire below. There are rows of carbon grids on the iron sheet surrounding a large bunch of giant barbecues. The fat on the barbecue flows along the almost solid meat slices. The chef next to him was laboriously turning the barbecue, and dripping fat fell onto the fire below and sizzled. Just this atmosphere seemed to increase appetite. Today, in order not to put too much pressure on Kate Winslet, Alan did not have a formal meal with a lot of rules, but planned to have a barbecue at home. This is a newly recruited chef from Uzbekistan. His specialty is this dish, and he is known as the leader in their barbecue industry, shawarma barbecue. The main thing is a dish that looks shocking and tastes delicious. Anyway, Alan has never eaten authentic shawarma barbecue before. He has only eaten similar Brazilian barbecue in self-service barbecue restaurants, but the meat skewers are better than this one. Is much smaller. The meat skewer standing in front of you is thicker than a torpedo. As the cook turns the meat skewer like a top, the fragrant smoke smell plus the meaty aroma emanating from the beef. Don't talk about that feeling. William twitched his nose while paying attention to Alan, and then pulled Kate Winslet to whisper. While Kate Winslet responded to William, she secretly looked at Alan sitting next to him. Eliminating a trace of nervousness in her heart, Kate found that this aristocratic man looked better and better as he looked at her. He was very much in line with her aesthetics. He was a bit like the Prince Charming in the fairy tales often performed in stage plays. Well, that's not right. He looked more like Prince Charming. Prince Charming. It seems that Alan is not so fierce when he is not on the set. The person looked pleasing to the eye, and Kate Winslet's heart was no longer on William's gossip. She suppressed the smell of barbecue and treated William while quietly sizing up Alan. A simple barbecue. The four of them chatted while eating. Anyway, Alan was mainly responsible for listening. Basically, he listened to Kate Winslet telling anecdotes about her various stage plays outside. They were all trivial matters. Although Alan didn't care, the two young men, William and Harry, were very interested in them and listened to them with great interest. They always let Kate do the talking, but Kate was already a little impatient. She didn't even bother to say a few words to Alan and kept talking to these two little brats. Okay, you guys can chat for a while and then go take a shower and change clothes. It's time for William to take etiquette lessons, right? Harry, don't be too playful. He'll take piano lessons later. Alan stood up, arranged his two stupid brothers, and then he was about to leave. Then he pretended to just remember, stopped, and said in Kate Winslet's expectant eyes, "Miss Kate, if you are not in a hurry to go back, you can stay in the guest room tonight, or you can come to my study to chat with me later. I want to wash up and change clothes, so I have to leave first." Kate nodded subconsciously and said nothing, feeling a little ashamed of herself. She has played nobles before, but she has never been exposed to them, especially top nobles like Ellen, William, and Harry. And it was such a close contact, and we even had dinner with them. When we had barbecue together just now, we all chatted together and didn't notice any sense of distance. But after the meal, Kate discovered the gap from Alan's few words who would go out of their way to wash up and change clothes after eating barbecue. Moreover, these two princes, even if they have to take etiquette classes and piano lessons in the evening, this is too much. Anyway, this kind of life has gone beyond her knowledge. Fortunately, Alan retained her and allowed her to live here tonight. This made Kate a little happy. She was already brave enough to be with the nobles, and the other party was still a high-ranking official. She wants to have a good relationship with the well-known director, dear aunt. After Alan took a shower and changed his clothes, he went to the study room, picked up a pen and paper, and started writing furiously. First, he urged Diana, his chief food appraiser, to quickly finalize the meal plan for the upcoming French restaurant. This request has been made to her for a year. Every time Diana responded quickly, but every time, after waiting for a while, there was no result. I don't know if she forgot or if she was really striving to make the selection carefully. In the past, it was okay to put it off, but now the staff is almost fully trained and the food menu has not yet been determined. Alan is really anxious. After talking about the important things first, Alan continued to complain about the living environment and catering hygiene in India. Fully expressing his concerns. There is less than half a year left before his visit to India, and Alan wants to change his way of travel. He didn't want to go by plane, because if he flew there, he would have to have food and accommodation there. Alan didn't know if Boss Chad was really big-hearted. Anyway, Alan was a little resistant to India. Especially when thinking about the Ganges River water that basically contains the periodic table of element. Alan's scalp goes numb. The royal family has a cruise ship. They can definitely take the cruise ship there a few days in advance, and it's not far away. If you take a cruise ship, at least the living environment and food will be safe. So Alan complained to Diana in a letter, hoping that Diana would stand with him and complain about India's food safety issues. When the time comes, they will be 2-on-1. He hopes that Boss Chak can change his mind and just treat it as a trip. Everyone will be happy. I would rather take a cruise than fly. After writing this paragraph, the rest is about William. Just as I was about to start writing, there was a knock on the study door. Dang, come in. After Alan finished speaking, he looked up casually, thinking it was a servant coming to deliver tea. But just like that, he realized that the person who came in was not a servant, but Kate Wen, who was wearing a short floral skirt. Later, when she was on the set, she usually wore looser clothes, which were in line with the characteristics of Canadian civilians of that era. Now, after changing clothes, Kate Winslet put on this slightly tight floral skirt, and her figure was undoubtedly revealed. In a word, little meat bomb, coupled with the long wavy blonde hair, that is a little damp. It looks very sexy. She has the feeling of a country young woman, but now Kate Winslet has a very tender face and a little toughness, which makes this feeling more like a country girl. This is not a derogatory term for a country girl, but a flower girl type. The village girl gave Alan a feeling of Zayu by the damning lake point. He is used to seeing all kinds of attractive and well-dressed members of the opposite sex. This is the first time that Alan has seen a member of the opposite sex with this kind of temperament. Now, with just one glance, Alan sniffed, not to mention, quite good looking point with both excitement and curiosity. Kate Winslet followed the servant through the dark corridors. There was only the slight breathing of the servant and the footsteps of the two of them. The quiet castle in the evening was filled with excitement. It feels like someone is about to be swallowed up. Fortunately, she hadn't gone very far. In a bright spot in the distance, there was a large solid wood study door. There were two servants on duty standing at the door. The servant who was leading her said something to one of the servants on duty in a low voice. Then he gently knocked on the study door. After a faint sound came from the door, the servant who led her turned around, smiled at Kate Winslet, opened the study door, and said to Kate Winslet to come in. Gesture point. As soon as she entered the study, Kate Winslet blinked. The entire study was not particularly large, about the same size as her home. The light was not dazzling, but very soft and warm. The entire study is full of historical atmosphere. As soon as you enter the door, you can see two oil paintings hanging on the walls on both sides. Facing her was an extremely large, polished solid wood desk. On both sides of the desk were bookcases reaching to the ceiling, with various books and information displayed on them. There are several chairs in front of the desk, and some documents are piled on the large desk. On the table on one side of the desk, there is also something like a cushion. The fat white snowy owl that William is holding today is now just lie down on this mat and sleep. Other owls sleep with one eye closed, but this one has both eyes closed, and even the sound of opening the door does not disturb it. Seeing him coming in, Earl Alan raised his head slightly, and then in his eyes, Kate Winslet could feel that Alan's eyes changed from not caring to admiring to slightly passionate, but this kind of heat only appeared for a short moment and then disappeared. Seeing this look, Kate Winslet lowered her head slightly, a little embarrassed. She didn't even think that she had just finished washing and changed into the clothes prepared by the maid. Then why didn't she go back to rest? Instead, the maid ordered her to. After bringing her to see Alan, Kate Winslet became nervous again when she arrived in the study. Come, sit down and say, what would you like to drink? Alan's somewhat hoarse and low voice came. Kate lowered her head slightly and walked slowly to Alan's desk. She took a look at the information on the table and saw that Alan was holding a very gorgeous piece of letter paper. It seems like you are writing a letter. However, due to the problem of perspective, she could not read the content of the letter clearly. I'd like some coffee. Kate Winslet's face turned red as soon as she finished speaking. She usually likes to drink coffee, but that was during the day, and it was already night now. She couldn't even imagine how she blurted out that she wanted coffee. However, the expected ridicule did not come. Instead, Alan's voice was heard. Drinking coffee at night affects your sleep. Let me give you a cup of rose tea, which will help with your beauty. Oh, well, Kate Winslet nodded and glanced secretly at Alan, who had already lowered his head. Smiling and giving instructions to the servant who was still at the door. Alan put down his pen and prepared to ask about William first. He was also a little curious about what William said to Kate Winslet. You want me to secretly tell you the secret that William told me? Kate Winslet raised her head suddenly, no longer caring about her shyness. This request was a bit embarrassing. She promised William to keep it a secret for him, but looking at Alan, who looked expectant, Kate Winslet was embarrassed to refuse. After hesitating for a moment, Kate Winslet said the second sentence today that made her feel a little embarrassed. What? Do I get paid? Chapter 295. Little sister want reward. This girl is interesting. Why don't you pay more to be a layman? Alan looked at the shy Kate Winslet asking for payment, which was a bit beyond his expectation point, but in this way, Alan's interest became even greater. This girl has an interesting character. Pulling down the side of the letter with the words on it, Alan put down the pen and looked at Kate Winslet coldly, preparing to scare her first point unexpectedly. This person was so stubborn that he looked into Alan's eyes for a few seconds, then lowered his head and remained silent. TSK, what do you want as reward? Money. Seeing her like this?" Alan asked. Kate Winslet shook her head and said nothing. The two of them were silent for a long time. After the servant came in with a dinner plate and put the rose tea on the desk in front of Kate, closed the study door and went out. Kate Winslet then he raised his head, raised his brows, looked at Alan with some pride and said, "I don't want money. I like gems and diamonds. Do you have any, Kate?" Winslet looked at Alan, especially at Alan, who looked a little stunned and felt a little proud. Asking a noble for money is so stupid. She wants something more expensive. A little girl who started out on her own when she was just a teenager. Although she was a little shy in front of Alan, when it was time to fight for her own interests, Kate Winslet showed no mercy. "Gem, diamond, damn it. Are you so snobbish?" Alan almost laughed out loud. "It's interesting. It's really interesting. This fat rose wants to be very fancy." But Alan suddenly remembered that he seemed to have something that could be used to bribe Kate. He patted Xiao Huang, who was sleeping with his but propped up next to him. Amidst Xiao Huang's impatient cooing, Alan picked up Xiao Huang and dug out a small black bag with white bird feathers in its nest, and then threw it directly in front of Kate without looking at it. He raised his chin and motioned for her to open it and take a look. Boom, boom, boom. There was a muffled sound followed by a crisp rubbing sound. Kate watched as Alan took out a black bag from the fat snowy owl's cushion and threw it to herself, then motioned for her to open it. Looking at the bag stained with bird feathers, Kate didn't mind it. She untied the drawstring and found a bag full of diamonds, a whole bag full of shiny stuff. Suddenly seeing so many diamonds, Kate's mind seemed to freeze for a moment. She didn't expect that she just asked for it casually, and Alan actually gave it to her, and give so much at once. So many diamonds are enough to buy her life. No, even buying her life doesn't require so many diamonds. Gently reaching out, as if digging out a handful of fine sand, Kate dug out a handful of diamonds. These were all cut and processed diamonds, and she didn't know much about them. Now that she saw so many diamonds in her hand, she was a little panicked. What? Not enough?" Alan pretended to be angry and stared at Kate. No, it's not enough. No, I'm just talking nonsense." Kate was even more panicked by Alan's look. She now feels like she usually hates someone very much or has a quarrel with someone and then scolds him. Go to hell. Then the man really died on the spot. She feels a bit like this now. She doesn't know if Alan can do it. She just instinctively speaks louder and the lion opens its mouth. Who knows that this person just threw it to her so lightly, and not just one, but it's a bag of diamonds. This is so scary. Haha, since you like it, just play with it. This is a sample that was needed for decoration some time ago. It's useless to keep it here. Xiao Huang will occasionally eat one as a snack. Alan didn't care about these diamonds, and they didn't cost much. Even if he wanted to sell them, it would be very difficult. In addition, the certificates were difficult to obtain, and the prices couldn't be sold, so he just used them to tease Xiao Huang. Feed this kind of shiny stone to Xiao Huang as a small snack to aid digestion. When it pulls it out, when the time comes, when the servant is responsible for cleaning it up, it will be regarded as a small gift for them. Very soon. Interesting point. But Kate was shocked by his words. Are the samples used for decoration now useless? Feed pets as snacks. The nobleman's pet bag needs to be fed with diamonds. Kate Winslet can't remember how many times her worldview has been shattered today. This is too rich. Is this an ability? Subconsciously pulling the bag containing the diamonds in front of her, Kate coughed twice. Now that the favor fee has been collected, it's time to fulfill her promise and tell Alan William's little secret. What? William has a childhood sweetheart girlfriend, and they separated because you took him to another school. Why didn't this little brat tell him before? Alan listened to Kate's report with a look of astonishment on his face. William, an idiot, secretly asks Kate for information. Is this necessary? If you really want to find someone who won't come looking for your cousin, why don't you just use your mouth and send bodyguards over to catch their whole family? As for asking so cautiously, what kind of behavior is this? This is dog-licking behavior. This wind cannot last long. Thinking of this, Alan didn't even care about anything else. He picked up the letter and began to secretly write a report. In the letter to Diana, Alan painted a picture of William who didn't care about tea and food and looked like a bitter lover. and then secretly find someone to ask about his little girlfriend's little story. Finally, he wrote the name of Kate's informant, and Alan also deliberately wrote a few letters of the name wrong. In this way, I believe Diana, who is full of curiosity, would never be able to resist it. She probably wouldn't even care about dating her lover. Now, I will definitely look for this so-called William's little girlfriend as soon as possible. But the name Alan was spelled wrong on purpose, which was enough for her to search for a while. In this way, wouldn't she have no time to do other messy things? Well, the plan was perfect, except that William, who was in puppy love, was sacrificed. But thinking about it, it was all for his mother, so this sacrifice was still worth it. Isn't the younger brother just there to frame him? When he grows up, it won't be so easy to frame him again. After hurriedly writing the letter and preparing to put it in the envelope, Alan remembered that he had just written to Diana and forgot that Kate was still sitting across from him. As soon as she raised her head, she met a pair of curious big eyes. Kate put her hands on the table and stuck her head out, boldly peeking at Alan's letter. Alan raised his head so fast that he almost bumped into her. "What are you looking at? Don't you know any privacy?" Listening to Alan's somewhat annoyed voice, Kate tilted her head, stared into Alan's eyes and said, "Then you bribed me just now to ask about William's secret. Do you understand privacy, huh? Damn it, this little girl." Alan pushed Kate's forehead hard and asked her to sit down. When someone grabbed her and blocked her, Alan subconsciously picked up the cigarette case next to him and took out a cigarette, not caring about the presence of a lady, and lit a cigarette for himself. He blew a puff of smoke at Kate Yao and said, "Give you one too." "But why?" Alan just asked casually, but she really wanted it. With a wink, Alan handed the cigarette case to Kate. "This little girl is interesting." Alan didn't know that this was the first time today that he felt this guy was interesting. She looked very ladylike, but upon contact, he found that she didn't seem to be a mature woman. Instead, she was very snobbish and realistic. However, she was very realistic, but didn't let it go. People are so disgusting, which gives Alan a very magical feeling. How can I put it? Well, it's probably not artificial. Yes, that's the feeling. Very real and not artificial. Watching Kate skillfully light a cigarette for herself, she then followed Alan's example and crossed her legs, puffing out the cigarette and raising her eyebrows at Alan. Ha. This scene made Alan smile. The appearance of this little girl is very interesting, and it is very consistent with the current generation of young people who are influenced by the United States and have very unique personalities. Although they are all about the same age as Alan, those young people are generally a little rebellious, even crazy, just like Kate now, who can do everything and doesn't care about other people's eyes. When Kate was looking for the ashtray, Alan hooked his hand at her and motioned for her to come over. Then as soon as Kate stood up, Alan picked up the bag containing diamonds on the table, opened the bag wide, and leaked the diamonds inside. With a surprised look in her eyes, Kate flicked the ash into this temporary ashtray made of diamonds. "Oh, this weighs too." Kate has no words to describe this behavior. This is something she has never thought of, but after seeing Alan do it, she also wants to learn it. Think about the price of this bag of diamonds. Think of this thing as an ashtray. It's exciting to think about it. Before Kate could think more, Alan took her hand and said, "Try it." But, finally, experiencing the feeling of flicking cigarette ashes into a pile of diamonds, Kate and Alan looked at each other and laughed. It was a bit inexplicable, but also had a sense of tacit understanding. As if they were doing bad things together, Alan pulled Kate to sit on his large chair, let Kate sit on his lap, and looked at Kate, who was carelessly holding a cigarette. He was almost fooled by this little girl. It was the first time he met such a little girl. Alan almost didn't know what to do just now. However, as an experienced veteran, through this trial, I was able to test out the quality of this little girl. She is carefree and realistic, and even smokes, but this little girl who has been hanging around since she was a child has no eyesight or social skills. How can she hang out? On the contrary, the more such a little girl is, the more conservative she is compared to the kind of little girl who looks very quiet on the surface. Alan now has ready-made examples around him such as Diana, thinking back to the reporter's interview, records that I searched for last time. Diana not only looked graceful and luxurious, but also looked like she was in love. But now she was slowly turning dark, and she was also having a lot of fun. But what exactly is Kate like? I haven't tried it yet. Touching Kate's cheek, Alan smiled and said, do you like excitement? Kate was cheerful, regardless of her shyness, and put her arm around Alan's neck, holding a cigarette in the other hand, and flicking the ash into the pile of diamonds. Then, let me take you to something more exciting. Alan's words finally made Kate come back to her senses. She turned her head, and looked at Alan's closed eyes. There was something wrong with this look. It was very aggressive, and the other person seemed ready to swallow her up. What's the exciting thing to do? You'll find out later. Alan put out the cigarette, butt in his hand in the diamond ashtray, took Kate's hand, and prepared to take her to play double Q. The flower girl of dating doesn't know what to feel like. Early September 1991. The US military in the Middle East is gradually withdrawing its troops. The arrogant United States is completely on edge this time, with a strong sense of presence. The Gulf War shocked the entire world. In this general environment, one ordinary morning, a Kuwaiti daily reported on its front page that the US military had injured civilians in Kuwait. It is said that civilians were injured, and the report contains a lot of words such as accidental injury in double quotation marks. However, it can be seen from the accompanying pictures that this accidental injury seems not to be accidental, but to be arrogant and domineering and intentional. Faced with such news, Kuwait, which had just spent money to reimburse the United States for military expenses, was so angry that the thugs it hired from all this way actually beat up its employer. How can the employer tolerate this? Now it has been reported and has aroused public outrage. Before there was too much fermentation in the outside world, the direction of the matter was already out of control. The reporter who reported the news of the accidental injury of civilians by the US military was published in the morning, and the reporter left at noon. Right in the downtown area, in full view of the public. That reporter's brain blossomed. The murderer is extremely arrogant. In this case, all the fingers were pointed at the United States. In the public's mind, it was the United States that became angry and acted against the poor reporter. The incident happened so suddenly, just a few hours after the newspaper was released. It was like it had wings, from an ordinary local daily news to an international news. While the outside world was busy reporting this news, a Boeing 747 special plane bound for Cardiff, Wales, from Banjul, Gambia, arrived in Wales very quietly. Spencer, who hadn't been back for a while, watched the plane slowly slow down. The scenery outside the window was so familiar. Although he hadn't opened the cabin door yet, Spencer had already subconsciously taken a deep breath and headed home. Feels great. This time, after the business was negotiated and the other party paid the money, he returned to Wales with several important officials from Banjul, Gambia. The excuse is that the business is done and the big boss in Wales wants to celebrate and distribute dividends to you to reward the shareholders for their hard work and dedication to the cause of the Gambia in the past few years. With such a strong excuse and the opportunity to visit Great Britain, these Banjul city officials were very happy to bring their children with them and were looking forward to this trip to Wales. Their overseas accounts are still here. After making a business, you always have to come over in person to confirm whether the money has arrived and how much it has, right? Thank you for your hard work, Sir Spencer. Welcome home. Huth had a beautifully trimmed beard, a bulging belly, and was wearing traditional butler clothing. He stood by the stairs to greet Spencer as he got off the plane. Haha, butler hooter, please come and pick me up. Where is that one? I remember that Alan's entourage is not the intern butler now. Spencer didn't expect that hooter would come to pick him up in person, but instead asked Zioshi. Oh, Stone, he went to do something for the young master and is not at home. P.S. Sprinkle flowers, celebrate. 1 million words have passed, and I will add a chapter with more meaning. Chapter 296 is very suitable for tricking people. Spencer was not surprised when he heard that little shito had gone out to do errands. After all, he was a young intern butler. When it was his turn to do errands outside, he certainly couldn't let Hooter, the old butler, go there in person. young man running more is beneficial. Taking the small suitcase he carried with him and handing it to Hutter, Spencer looked at the suitcase with a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Butler. Hooter. Here is the key. The goods are all in the warehouse. You can take some of them later. Is the number correct? Did you bring them all back? Who? Ted took the small suitcase, which was full of keys, but this key was very valuable, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Spencer subconsciously glanced to both sides, then took a step forward, leaned closer to Hooter and whispered, the money given over there is all in $20, a total of 36 tons and more than 500 kilograms. Who? Ted subconsciously felt that something was wrong. This weight was too much, but he suddenly realized that the money was not all new money, but also old money. Plus the weight of the straps, boxes, etc. on each roll of money, the total must be heavier than expected. Need more point in the United States. Although there are US dollar banknotes in several denominations from $1 to $100, however, the most widely circulated dollar on the market is still $1. In addition to $1, the remaining $5 and $10 are also in circulation. However, the maximum amount of commonly circulated dollars on the market is $20 for the remaining $50 and $100. You can only exchange them at the bank counter. Moreover, the circulation of US dollars in these two denominations is very poor. In order to prevent counterfeiting, most stores generally do not accept large US dollars, or to put it euphemistically, large US dollars are not accepted. I can't find it. Obviously those Russians also knew this. Their money was mainly in $20, and the payment given by the other party this time was also in rolls of $20. With so much change, it would not only be difficult for the Russians to take it with them, but it would also be difficult to spend it elsewhere besides buying Allen's business. As long as the amount increases, no matter the denomination, it will be useless. Smuggling that much money into Gambia is not on the same level of difficulty as smuggling it into the United States. The final transaction price negotiated by the two parties was $670 million for packaging. According to Hooter's estimated weight, the weight per dollar should be just over 33 tons and more than 400 kilograms. This is also the reason why Spencer chartered a special flight back and then flew directly to Wales. No one in Banjul or Cardiff dared to check his plane. Good luck. Now that the handover is complete, Hooter is left to be responsible for counting the money. And Spencer is responsible for taking people to the celebration party. Where's Allen? Is the location as planned? Looking away from the suitcase in Huth's hand, Spencer began to worry about where he would go later. He had an arduous task when he came back this time. He not only had to be responsible for transporting money, but also for transporting people. The young master should have set off from home by this time. Master Spencer, please organize them to get on the bus. The young master will wait for you in Lanelli as planned. Who? Te shook his left hand, glanced at his watch, and made his final instructions. Okay, haha, don't worry, they heard that they are going to see the big boss, and they are still changing clothes inside. Spencer winked at Huth and patted Huth on the shoulder to indicate that he could go to the back to count the money and just wait here. 6 ordinary minibuses, plus 3 Land Rovers, cleared the way. The convoy left Cardiff International Airport, and the road was smooth. Even the traffic lights were ignored. Spencer sat in the front seat of the minibus, listening to the low-pitched conversations of several Gambian officials in the back, keeping a smile on his lips. These people still haven't forgotten to praise Allen, a big boss they have never met. It looks like there is no hope if you follow the Russians. But you should have a future if you follow the British gentleman. Although this is indeed the case on the surface, Allen has spent a lot of money in recent years to raise these people to be fat and strong. The money spent makes Spencer feel sick. It is a one-time payment for one project, and no deductions will be made. The main thing is that he is honest, trustworthy, and helpful in doing things. Coupled with Spencer's personal status as the brother-in-law of the Crown Prince, he is very popular in Gambia. Now that the project has finally been completed, these people are also looking forward to naturalizing in Great Britain as soon as possible, and then they will definitely not be able to return to the Gambia. From now on, they will become people in Great Britain. After making enough money in their pockets, they can become rich in Great Britain. Well, if you give yourself a better education, who would go back to a shabby place like the Gambia? The convoy entered Carmarthenshire and arrived at the city of Llanelli, then turned to the seaside and drove up the coast along the coastal road. In the distance, there was a lonely castle standing on the cliff by the sea. It looked very strange. It is elegant, and there are many construction vehicles parked in front of the castle, as if it is under construction and repair. Spencer took the Gambian guests behind him, and when he got out of the car, he saw Alan standing very conspicuously in the crowd. I saw this guy wearing a very formal tuxedo dress. Tuxedo is a literal translation, which is an evening dress style garment that is somewhat like a suit. Different from a suit. The collar, pockets, and sides of the pants of a tuxedo dress should be inlaid with a layer of satin or suede, which makes it look very layered. When wearing this kind of clothes, you should wear a black bow tie with a different color. Must be black. Black looks solemn and formal. The overall color of the clothes is generally the same tone, but the top is slightly darker than the pants to highlight the layering. It is lined with a French single stacked sleeve shirt, and the top is only tied in the middle according to the body shape. 2 buttons, no belt or belt on the pants. The clothes of aristocrats are basically all custom made. The most important thing is to fit well. Clothes that fit well do not require a belt. As for wearing a suit with a belt, exposed in some cases, that is a sign of poor people. If they don't have money to customize, the clothes don't fit. Use a belt. Spencer curled his lips and tugged on his belt, looking at Alan's slutty outfit and the new female companion he didn't know next to him. This idiot is working hard to discuss business outside, but he is just at home filming movies and playing with beautiful women. Oh, my dear nephew, your Uncle Spencer is back. Did you miss me? Spencer hugged Alan very exaggeratedly, patted Alan's back hard, and rubbed the clothes on his back, intending to slightly destroy this guy's image of a slut. Ha. Ha. Alan pretended to laugh loudly, then leaned into Spencer's ear and asked in a cold voice, "Did you bring all the money back? TSK, you don't trust me that much. What do you think? Bring it back. Who stayed behind to count the money? Where is that person?" The two of them chatted a few words quickly while hugging each other. Alan glanced at the group of well-dressed young men not far behind Spencer, all with fat heads and big ears. Of course I brought them back. I told you, the big boss behind the scenes, that you would hold a celebration banquet and then personally distribute the dividends to them. Can they still come? Don't worry, everyone on the list, including their whole family, has been brought back. There are a few things that are not very important, and I have left people there, and I will wrap them up when the day is over. After Spencer finished speaking, he patted Alan's shoulders hard again, then tilted his head, looked at Kate next to him with a smile, and said, "Is this your new female companion? Won't you introduce her to me?" Another very vulgar blonde hair with big waves. Spencer could no longer complain about Alan's taste. Alan chuckled lightly, leaned slightly towards Kate, and introduced with his right hand, Kate Winslet, a very spiritual and hard-working actor. Kate was slightly dissatisfied listening to Alan's introduction to her. What a hard-working actor. The two of them have done everything these days, and now they can't even be called their girlfriends. But she didn't have the guts to defend herself. Seeing Spencer reaching out to her, Kate quickly handed over her right hand and asked Spencer to kiss his hand. "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's ask them to come over." Alan was too lazy to talk to them, so he put on a very kind expression, and then I raised my head and glanced at the sea not far away. The weather is good today. The spring flowers are blooming facing the sea, which is very suitable for cheating. I would like to give you a grand introduction. This is the hereditary nobleman of Carmarthenshire in the Principality of Wales, the Chief of Guards of His Royal Highness, the esteemed Earl of Carmarthen, Alan Hill. Spencer stood in front of a group of Gambians, leaning forward to personally introduce Alan's identity to the group of Gambians. Until this moment, there was a burst of exclamations in the crowd. Most of the people in this group now knew that the big boss behind the scenes was actually this person. No wonder even a power like the Bank of England could move out. This is really a top boss. He is a noble, but the key is that he is still so young. Looking at the formal attire of His Excellency, and then looking at the fat suit on his own body, a sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. Under Spencer's arrangement, several male Gambian officials stepped forward according to their positions and contributions. Spencer introduced him personally to Alan Point. Although this group of people were performing strange women's half-squatting salutes, at least their respect for latitude was shown. Alan listened happily as Spencer introduced the contributions and merits of each official to him. By the way, they patted the shoulders a few times, whispered encouragement or praised a few words after the introduction was completed. Alan smiled and invited everyone to move over. On the lawn not far away, there was a champagne area and a buffet area. Point as for the celebration banquet, it must be eating and drinking and talking a few words. The wives of these Gambian officials took their children to the buffet area nearby. The remaining Alan and Spencer were surrounded by a dozen Gambian officials. Everyone held champagne glasses in their hands and flattered Alan. Reminiscing about old times, some people took the initiative to tell Alan how hard they worked in Gambia, how much they paid for the company, for the project, etc. Haha, I will remember every bit of your hard work. I asked you to come here this time because I was afraid that you would not be able to integrate into Deng in the future, so I came up with a project and invited you to participate. Alan held a champagne glass in his hand and only motioned for them to drink. He had never touched the glass in his hand, but in his capacity, if he raised the glass slightly, the person opposite would have. He hurriedly took a sip with him, but he refused to drink, and no one dared to criticize him. Spencer next to him also acted in the same way, only letting him drink, but not drinking himself. After Alan explained the new project, Spencer would do the rest for him. In Spencer's narration, Bentley, the pearl of industry, the automobile industry, and the British automobile industry, has been bought by Alan. Now the factory is moving to Wales. In the future, Bentley projects will be led by Earl Allen. Next, become bigger and stronger. As for this kind of stable and high-end project, Earl Allen is now taking out part of the shares to absorb their funds, and everyone will make money together in the future. The castle next to us was taken out by Allen to serve as the future Bentley flagship store. The old castle has been in disrepair for a long time. Taking advantage of this opportunity today, Alan has also specially prepared a castle foundation reinforcement ceremony and invites you to join us. Watch the ceremony and let the friendship between us be as solid as the foundation of the castle. Spencer's eloquence was average, but he got the gist of it out, and a group of Gambian officials applauded him in a dignified manner. Have a look. This is the magnanimity that a British aristocrat should have. He not only takes them out to make money, but when he has made enough money, he will never leave them. He also takes these subordinates back to Britain, and even picks them up as soon as they get off the plane. Come and attend this outdoor banquet to determine their next investment goals, give them some reassurance, and then watch the foundation strengthening ceremony. What is a foundation strengthening ceremony? That is to dig out the foundation of the castle wall, dig deep, place steel bars underneath, and then pour concrete to completely stabilize the foundation of the castle. Looking at the number of concrete mixer trucks driving out of the castle and the strong workers following the mixer trucks, everyone put down their champagne glasses and followed Alan to watch the ceremony. Next to the nearly 100-meter city wall, 6 deep pits were dug, with steel column frames already installed inside. Several concrete mixer trucks were parked next to each pit. Alan pulled Kate and told her not to go forward. He stood next to him and looked at Kate, who looked stupid. Alan lowered his head and said, "Close your eyes for a while. Don't look at the children." This sudden sentence made Kate a little confused, but before she could think about it, she saw Alan wave his hand expressionlessly, and then what are you doing? Help. Sir, what is this for, Mr. Spencer? What is this? What is this? The Gambian, who had just come to watch the ceremony with a smile on his face, was suddenly grabbed by the workers around him. Just as he was about to struggle, he realized that his whole body was sore and weak, and he seemed to be unable to exert much strength. He was grabbed by these strong men wearing workers' clothes. He was thrown into the foundation pit like a little lamb. The sounds of begging for mercy and screams were endless. The corner of Spencer's mouth twitched, but there was no sympathy. He looked at Alan next to him, who was expressionless and even smiling, and then looked at Kate, covering his eyes with his hands, and sighed. All the plans have been completed according to the process, and now the biggest flaw is left, which is how could these Gambians, with Alan's character, keep so many of them? People talk a lot. With so many people, and living in Great Britain in the future, if one person lets something slip, at a point, so who is best at keeping secrets? Of course it's a dead person. As for any new investment plans to invest in Bentley, do they also support it? Chapter 297. Spencer, I'm in a hurry to go home. There were fewer and fewer Gambians standing on the ground. Alan glanced at Kate, who was shaking with fear, and waved to the servant to take her down first. Of course she was dressed so formally today, and even brought a female companion with her to numb people's hearts. If it weren't for the dozens of big men in black in the wilderness, it would look scary. If one of these people ran out, we would have to go to the trouble of sending someone to catch him. He has to make careful plans to deal with a Korean. With so many Gambians at the moment, how could he not be more careful? The plan is progressing smoothly now. After Kate followed the servant away, Alan stared at the concrete that fell into the foundation pit and said faintly, "Is there anything wrong with their account?" Spencer was a little confused. He was only 3 years older than Alan. In theory, he was also a handsome young man. This was the first time for him to do such a big job. In the past, in the Gambia, whether it was to punish thieves or gangsters, those who chopped off their hands, hung them up and beat them, etc., compared with today's scene, it really pales into insignificance. Alan's behavior even made Spencer feel a little chilled. Huh? Did you speak too loudly to Alan just now? Spencer heard Alan's question, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to help. Alan smoothed the wrinkles of the clothes on his back. Don't worry, I arranged 4 people to handle the accounts for them. I have negotiated with them. Overseas accounts with the Bank of England seem safe, right? But this depends on who handles the accounts for them. If they inform them in advance, although they can check these accounts, they are actually fake accounts that are not included in the file, and all other functions are normal. Everyone has said hello there, and the money that has been deposited in their accounts over the years is, at best, kept by them for a period of time. As for what they spent, it was just small amounts of money, and should be treated as losses now, as long as these people disappear. Their bank accounts will disappear with them. As for the money in the account, of course it must be withdrawn and distributed. The sheep have been fattened, so why don't they eat them and keep their young? How much do they charge for the fee? Alan gets a headache when he thinks about the bank's handling fees. There is no need for the parties to confirm it in person, and no bank card withdrawal method is used. Although it is novel, the handling fees are high, 30%, but in our hands, only 60% is left. Speaking of money, Spencer also had a look of pain. As for why 30% of the handling fee was deducted, only 60% was left in the hands of the two of them. The remaining 10% was a benefit fee for the people who helped with the work. This channel has long been a routine, and it's not the first time they've done it. This is just the first time Alan and Spencer have cooperated with them. You are 4 and I'm 6. It's okay to get 60%. Alan has to abide by the rules. At least the things he does there must be kept strictly confidential. The money will be divided between Spencer and him, and the rest will be enough to alleviate his urgent needs. The recent acquisition of Bentley has almost drained Alan of all his cash. He is almost out of money in his pocket, although this time there is still the more than $600 million in cash that Spencer brought back. But this money has not yet seen the light of day. It is black money. Why does his movie project have to be so big this time? He didn't even attract any external investment, and even Sony, his traditional money bag, couldn't participate. This is the money he is waiting for. After the filming of this movie is completed, at least $200 million can be laundered, and then his financial troubles can be completely relieved. The money now can only be watched, which is why Alan decided to kill him. If you have money and can keep secrets, you can't keep such a fat sheep. The loud sound of the concrete mixer truck stopped. The workers played by the bodyguards were really working. They would have to use vibrators to complete the remaining operations later. This was really strengthening the foundation. This old castle used to be surrounded by a broken city wall with no buildings inside. Now it will be converted into a flagship store. a modern steel structured exhibition hall, lounge, conference room, etc. will be built inside. The overall structure of the castle must be strengthened. In this regard, Alan still did not lie to Gambians, except that it is a lie to make them rich. The rest is true. As for watching a ceremony, where is it not a ceremony? Is it not a ceremony to watch a ceremony in a pit? This is called immersive viewing. How are you going to divide that money? Spencer was a little shy when he said this, but the brothers still had to settle the accounts. This was the price he had worked hard to negotiate, and Alan had promised him to share it together with this money. Spencer prepared a golden basin to wash his hands, go home with the money, marry a wife, and then wait for his father to see when he dies and he can succeed to the throne. Well, we can't rush this money. I have to wash it slowly. Plus the losses, I'll have a little over 500 million left in the end. What? Spencer looked at Alan's expression without changing, and instantly became more than 100 million black. He stopped smoothing his clothes with his hands. It's not like he didn't understand. This was too dark. And you washed this yourself. It's your uncle's money. What? How about you take it and do it yourself? Alan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Spencer contemptuously. When people launder money outside, even if they are acquaintances, the lowest handling fee starts at 25%. How much does he pay? This is called market price. Fuck. Then how much can I get in the end? Spencer's face was distorted. He injured the bank's charges. Now Alan has to charge again. And after all this back and forth, has he become a leak? Anyone can cut him. As for what Alan said about letting him launder it himself, money laundering is a technical job. What is laundering? Get wet. If you don't do it right, the money will go into the water and disappear with a pop. Anyone can do this, no matter how expensive Alan charges. He has to admit it. If it were him, he wouldn't even know who to go to. Why should everyone know about such a huge sum of money? Coughing twice, he signaled the servant to give him a cigarette. Alan lit the cigarette and finally glanced at the workers who were flattening the concrete surface. It had been almost half an hour. It was almost over. He was dead. Let's talk as we go. Let's go to my place 41st. Alan half-armed Spencer and prepared to go down the mountain point. But Spencer was startled by Alan's sudden movement, thinking that this evil-minded nephew was planning to throw him in as well. To make a base point, this guy is very shady. Who knows if he will do something like killing a family member just for money. He is so careless, so careless. Spencer trembled with fear. After hearing Alan's last words, he breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously he said, "Let's talk here. I won't go to your place. I'm in a hurry to go home." Laugh. Alan glanced at Spencer and sneered, stretched out the hand holding the cigarette and shook it. 500 million. Take out 200 million, and the remaining 300 million will be divided equally between the two of us. After years of hard work, busy schedules, and fears, Spencer never expected that he would only receive $150 million in the end, although this amount of money was already a huge sum of money to him before. But did he helplessly watch the money shrink from $670 million and then shrink all the way until finally he only had this little left in his hands? This psychological gap is too big. Why do you need to spend 200 million? That's not what you told me at the beginning. A puff of cigarette was likely spit on Spencer's face, and the choking smell made Spencer shake his head violently, only to hear Alan's voice sound a little low. "Spencer, what about money? Not only must you be able to earn it, but you must also be able to spend it. Some people can earn, but not spend it, just like those Gambians. The money they earn ends up back in our pockets." Is this a threat? Spencer panicked again. He was a little afraid of Alan, mainly because this guy was very cruel, more ruthless than he should be for his age, although Spencer was still dissatisfied with Alan's remote command of him to do this, and that when he was in Gambia, in the end, he would try his best to complete the plan assigned by Alan. But now in close contact, Spencer finds that Alan seems to have become more and more serious in the past few years. His methods have become more sophisticated, and he is not as violent as before, but his ruthlessness is still the same. We, in the eyes of some people, have the same status as we do to these Gambians. Alan broke off Spencer with his hand and said, "So, now that we have made money, we must be sensible and take the initiative to take part of it and hand it over so that we can keep the rest in our hands. Do you understand this money? Give it to whom? Leave it to your highness." Fuck. Spencer's face twitched hard again. This time he understood what Alan was thinking. This matter is being done relatively covertly now, but Alan is probably still worried, so he has to use money to find a backer for such a big matter. Just relying on words without giving benefits is definitely not enough, although I don't know how Alan will tell Boss Chad about this matter. As long as the money is handed over, then they will be completely safe. Their people are safe, and their money is safe. But seeing $200 million disappear like this, Spencer felt distressed and felt that the money was well spent. Although with his and Alan's status, it doesn't matter if they split the money quietly. But if something goes wrong, there will be no time to regret it. When something goes wrong, it won't work if you try to find a relationship before the battle. This time, it's me, Meng Lang, or Alan who is too evil. Okay, then contact me after you have laundered the money and ask your bodyguard to take me back. Slightly breaking away from Alan's hand on his shoulder, Spencer figured it out, but he was angry. I'm an elder, but now I'm being educated by Alan in person again. How shameful. But Alan smiled and glanced at Spencer. His right index finger was slightly bent, and the cigarette butt in his hand drew an arc and bounced into the gravel on the roadside. Funds were abundant again, and Alan was in a good mood. He went home, ordered food, and called Cameron and Luc Besson, who had just finished editing the film, to go to the screening room to watch the film together. In the screening room with the lights turned on, Alan took a spoon and dug out a piece of braised pork. This was Iberian black pork raised seriously using local methods. This thing doesn't seem to grow very big, but its growth cycle takes 1.5 years. In the past, they ate natural acorns in Spain. Now in Wales, Alan's farmers are raising this thing. Free range and eat whatever you want in the national park. The meat quality may not be as good as that grown locally in Iberia, but the difference shouldn't be big. This kind of pork now has no fishy smell, and the meat quality is very good. The lean part is all snowflake meat. If the outermost fat is cut off, it can be passed off as Wagyu beef. Finally eating the braised pork made from the non-saucy pork he raised, Alan ate and looked at the details of the shots on the screen. This is a shot of the German army capturing the Indian played by a Korean. With Rex's training, the Koreans performed really well. The visual impact in the camera was particularly strong, and the scream sounded real. Watching Alan put down the spoon, Cameron organized his words and said, "Master, I have a problem I want to report to you and make a plan." "Yes, didn't you say that we should take this film to Berlin for awards next year? If it is nominated for Best Supporting Actor or something, what if the actors who play these Indians are very popular?" You've touched on my knowledge blind spot with this question. Alan was stunned when Cameron asked, and then looked at the very real acting skills on the screen. Are these Koreans gone? Is this too useless? These people, are they gone? Alan called it a day after filming. As for what happened to these Koreans after filming, how could he have time to care about them? Oh, no, a few were beaten. A few were seriously injured during filming. I'm afraid someone will want to interview them. Cameron used to work in Hollywood. Due to some special circumstances, he didn't know or understand what awards there were at the Berlin Film Festival's Golden Bear Awards, so he followed the situation in Hollywood. These Korean performances, it's so real. What if the judges or reporters notice it and ask about it? You can't say that people are gone, right? Well, the actor was too involved in the film. After filming, he felt deeply about the miserable situation of the Indians at that time. He couldn't get out of the state and became depressed. He couldn't see anyone. Is this an acceptable excuse? Alan turned his head and looked at Cameron seriously. It should be possible. This has happened in Hollywood. That'll do. Alan snapped his fingers. What's this blind interview? I made the movie, so you can watch the movie itself. Actors are not important. Boss Luck Besson pursed his lips and couldn't help listening to Alan and Cameron's serious discussion of the reasons for what to do if the actor was interviewed. Cameron, a Canadian, doesn't understand the Berlin Film Festival, but Luc Besson, a Frenchman, does. We are neighbors. Although I have never been there, I have heard about it many times. What's wrong? You have a better reason. Thinking of the somewhat worn out Luc Besson, Alan thought this guy had a better plan. No, boss. I just want to tell you that there is no such award as Best Supporting Actor at the Berlin Film Festival. There are only awards for Best Film, Best Director, and Best Screenplay. No, as Luc Besson's science popularized, a trace of awkward atmosphere filled the air between the three people. Cameron glared at Luc Besson. An old cunt. You didn't say anything just now. I had already discussed it with the young master before you said it. Are you waiting for me to make a fool of myself? The French really don't have any good stuff. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Teacher Alan's Home Visit. Okay, Alan, who ignored Cameron and Luc Besson, stood up and said, you two will lead the crew to shoot the remaining small scenes. I'm still busy recently, so you will lead the filming of the crew first. After this big scene was shot, there wasn't much work left for the crew. They were all small shots and didn't require any acting skills. According to the shooting plan and with the storyboard script, I believe that with the talents of the two of them, they can still complete the task of point. While Hooter was still counting money, Alan finally finished his work for the day and hurriedly went to the bathroom to take a shower and change clothes. There will be fun evening activities soon. A slim-fitting dark Italian suit. Alan dislikes this style of suit, but this is the worst kind of clothes at home. He always feels that the hem at the back of the jacket of an Italian suit is a bit like a door curtain, which looks weird. Put on a pair of lace-up leather shoes and black-rimmed glasses without mirrors, dressed up as a teacher who looks like a human or a dog. Alan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror and turned around. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt that his current temperament was strange. Even if he put on clothes with relatively low temperament, he could not hide his handsomeness. Well, that's good point. After rubbing his hands, Alan came to his bedroom with a look of anticipation. There was an actor at home now. Although theoretically speaking, Kate Winslet had just debuted, but no matter when she debuted, she was still an actress. In addition, she is young and has a tender face with so many advantages. Alan couldn't help but want to play something else, such as a teacher's home visit series or a classroom series. The classroom series is not particularly easy to play. There is no place at home to play it. I just find a blackboard or a podium to pretend, but it doesn't feel very satisfying. So in the end I can only play the teacher's home visit series. The door to the bedroom was closed. Alan adjusted his clothes in the small living room outside, picked up the briefcase on the table, walked to the bedroom door, stood in front of it, knocked lightly and said, "It's Kate Winslet's house." After knocking several times, the bedroom door opened gently. Kate, dressed in JK, or what Alan preferred to call a student outfit, opened the door, timidly exposing half of her head, and looking at Alan, who had a completely changed appearance outside the door. "Alan. Teacher Alan, please come in." It was the first time to play this kind of thing, and Kate was not very skilled yet. In addition, what happened during the day made her a little afraid of Alan, so she put herself in this mood, making Kate's acting skills at this moment burst, and she felt a sense of herself. At home, the teacher suddenly came to visit, and the feeling of deja vu was both nervous and frightening. Alan opened the bedroom door with a smile and looked at Kate, who was wearing a white short-sleeved white-collared shirt and a dark plaid pleated skirt. She just looks like a schoolgirl. She is also a schoolgirl with blonde hair and big waves. It's not college, it's high school. Ahaha, your test scores this time are not very good. I just want to come to your house and have a look. Are your parents at home? Looking at his familiar bedroom, Alan opened his mouth and spoke his lines. He was not a major, but he was very familiar with this kind of thing. He didn't know how many times he had filmed this kind of marginal web drama before. It was quite interesting. A very nostalgic feeling. No, I'm the only one at home. When Kate waited for Alan to open the door and come in, she sat obediently on the edge of the bed, cooperating with Alan's acting with some stumbling point. This is a very strange feeling. The two people are obviously very familiar with each other, at least they know each other deeply, but now they have to change their identity and act. Alan took out a test paper from his briefcase. The test paper was taken from Harry. A big F in the upper left corner is very eye-catching. If F is calculated according to the 100-point system, it will be in the range of 30 to 40 points. That is failed point asking Kate to sit at the small desk. Alan was going to tell her about the test paper, but both of them were speechless when they looked at the test paper with Harry's name on it. Point, this exam is so bad. It's really eye-catching. Point, Kate almost burst into laughter. But after this small episode, the atmosphere between the two became much better, and Kate was somewhat in the mood. Point, Alan coughed twice and pushed up his glasses, pointed at the test paper with a pencil, and prepared to give Kate a question. Teacher, Alan, math is too difficult. I can't understand it. Can you help me? And don't tell my parents about this score. Kate held her hands on her chest and sat pitifully on the chair, looking up at Alan standing beside her. TSK, 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 what did you do during the lecture? I'm the teacher. No. Alan's eyes unconsciously glanced forward from Kate's face. The wide collar shirt has the most obvious visual effect from this angle. Teacher, no. Teacher, as long as you don't tell my parents, I can do whatever you ask me to do. Kate grabbed Alan's arm and shook it, then rubbed against Alan's thigh. This principle is not easy to stick to. At this moment, Alan finally realized that he could not stick to any test. At least he could not stand the test now. Then, Alan put a hand on Kate's shoulder. His eyes said everything. This teacher can't do this. Like a startled kitten, Kate pushed Alan gently and glanced at the bedroom door in panic. My parents will be back soon. Then, this will be difficult for me to do. Oops. Kate's acting skills are quite good. She's seductive when she should be seductive, and panicked when she should be pretending to be scared. This is a bit provocative. Point, Alan picked Kate's earlobe and used his index finger to gently scratch the base of her ear. This itching feeling affected Kate's state a bit. She rolled her eyes quietly and looked at Alan, which probably meant whether it was okay or not. As long as it was done, it would be okay. How long would it take to perform this? But Alan hasn't had enough fun yet. What are you doing in a hurry? This is just for fun. If the meeting gets down to business within 3 minutes, wouldn't that be a spoiler of fun? The scale was getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Along with the knock, there was a call from outside the door. Kate, are you in there? Although she knew that this was a servant playing the role of a parent, Kate was still subconsciously nervous when she heard this voice and said stammeringly, Dad, I'm here. It's time to eat. Come out to eat. The voice outside the door was emotionless, like an NPC who only knew mindless dialogue. Wait a moment. I'll go there in a moment. Kate's voice was already trembling a little, and the sense of immersion was too strong, especially when she was pulled up by Alan before she could finish her words and suddenly attacked from behind. Point, at this moment, she was not prepared at all. All she could think about was what if it was her family standing outside the door. After struggling slightly but not struggling away, Kate scratched Alan behind her with her backhand, earning a deep laugh from Alan. Point, after last night's home visit, Alan got up energetically early the next morning. He didn't ask the servants to come in to serve him. He first threw the few pieces of equipment that had fallen on the floor onto the bed and looked at Kate, whose eyes were a little red and swollen. This girl hadn't woken up yet, and he wasn't going to wake her up. Alan quietly left the back room of the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Point, after taking a bath in the bathroom, he heard from the maid that Ute was already waiting for him at the door of the study. Alan put on a bathrobe and asked the maid to bring his breakfast directly to the study. Has the money been counted? Everything is ordered. Master Spencer is still doing things properly. Who? Te fell behind Alan. When he entered the study, he closed the study door. After the two sat down, Hoot took out something like a flashlight and several rolls of dollars from his back. Seeing Hoot's posture, Alan raised his eyebrows and said curiously, "Is this an unexpected situation has occurred?" "Yes, young master, these bitches have indeed manipulated the money, whether it is US dollars or pounds. If there are only a few banknotes, let's not talk about it. If there are a little more, many people generally don't like to fold them in half or organize them by the dozen, but roll them up, which is convenient for storage, and are not afraid of being crushed or damaged." The $20 bill features Jackson on the front and the White House on the back, making it highly recognizable. Alan took the roll of banknotes opened by Huth, picked up the flashlight, and pressed the switch. A purple light shone on the banknotes. On these US dollar banknotes, there was an inconspicuous line in the upper right corner, but it was the same on every one. The small symbols are very inconspicuous, but basically every picture has them. This was due to Hoot's carefulness. After sorting it out overnight, he reported to Alan, as soon as he discovered the situation. The marks on these money are left by some kind of fluorescent agent that is extremely difficult to wash off. The purpose is to make a special mark on the money to facilitate tracking. Oh, these bitches are so thoughtful. How long have they been playing this game with me? What do they want to do? Want to see what our channels are, or whose business is behind it? Alan could think of such a use for leaving a mark on the money in a short period of time, and he had an intuition that the other party most likely wanted to find the boss behind the Gambia business for the purpose of testing. But they themselves are now in trouble, and they still have the mind to do this. As expected, they are people from that department. Even if they are no good, they will not lack the necessary foresight. However, this method is fine to deal with others, but it is almost meaningless to deal with yourself. If this money is in the hands of others, if you want to take it out openly, you have to launder it. But for money laundering, you also have to take this money out to others. If the other party comes across these dollars with a large number of marks somewhere, they will. With this method, it is easy to trace the source of the money and detect where the money flows out. But now that the money is in Alan's hands, it's not that easy for them to check. He has a lot of businesses in his hands, and most of them are about cash flow. Whether it is delivering food or the French restaurant chain that is about to be launched, it is cash flow. Although he cannot spend US dollars directly in Great Britain, he can use US dollars to find foreign suppliers to purchase goods. The money won't be so easy to find if you spend it like this. In addition, when his movie is released early next year and the box office is settled with all parties, he can even deposit the money directly into the bank and convert it into pounds. Want to trace it? Just check it out. They may not have the time or energy to do it by then. Throwing down the marked dollars, Alan chuckled and didn't care. These were all small tricks, and in his opinion, they were totally unacceptable. After looking at Hud Alan, he said, "Yesterday, I wanted to bring Spencer to my house for questioning. He was in a hurry to go home, and didn't tell me some things. How are our personnel arrangements?" "Did I tell you, the doctor and the old donkey are staying over there, and so is Chickley. They still have to stabilize the Russians. When do you think it's appropriate to pull out the other personnel?" "Well, you can send someone over later to send a message. First, withdraw our grassroots management staff, and then let the doctors and others come back next week." When he thought of the Russian guys playing tricks on him after he kindly sold them the business, Alan felt a little disgusted. Fortunately, he had some tricks up his sleeve. "Since you guys did these little tricks first, don't be cruel to Mr. Allen. Easy. What do you say to these people? As long as they keep up with nutrition and are strong, but the economy there is not good, the education is backward, and coupled with the environmental impact, the people there are very lazy. Sometimes it can't be said that it's just laziness, it's just that I have very poor self-consciousness. No matter what you do, you need someone to supervise and urge you, arrange all the regulations, make it clear one by one. This can't be done, that can't be done, and then use other tough methods to assist, so that the people over there can do it well." As for the entire Gambia, Alan's industrial chain, the managers of each key node are all the people he sent. Although there are not many people, only a few dozen people in total, it is under the management of these people that the entire industry can get up and running point. If it were all managed by Gambians themselves, the business would be over long ago. Now the Russians think that if the money and goods are cleared and they can let people stay and make a transition with them, the business will be able to run in their hands. It is too simplistic to think. Those low status, low level management who are like screws are the core of this business. What does the entire Gambia business rely on? It is a management model, a tough management model coupled with the ultimate customer experience. Without these things, the place will slowly become the same mess as before. If all the lower level managers are suddenly transferred back, it may seem like it can still run in the short term, but in the long run, if it goes on like this, if there are too many, it will probably run into trouble in 3 or 4 months at most. Thinking about 3 or 4 months later, Alan looked at the current date again. It was already September. Almost. But with so many people suddenly withdrawn, what should be done with these people after they come back, after working hard and taking risks in the Gambia for so long? You can't arrange to have food delivered by a food delivery company in the future, right? But other places are a bit unsuitable for this group of people. A group of professional turtle men, thugs and instructors. How to arrange this thing? Master, this is the land deed. Master Spencer gave it to me, saying you wanted it. Who? Tess saw that Alan was deep in thought after hearing the personnel arrangements, and took out a document from his bag and handed it to Alan. Oh, okay, I understand. Chapter 299. William, something happened to you. This thing is a piece of land he asked those Gambian officials to get for him before leaving. As for its use, leave it there for now and just watch. This is called a contradiction reserve device. When Alan thinks about it later and wants to cause trouble over there, this land deed will come in handy. The location of this piece of land is not bad. It has been left under shade for a long time, and the Gambian official who signed the document has disappeared. I believe that, after it has been left for a while, many people will have ideas about this piece of land. There are always fools who like to take advantage. After they try their best to take advantage, they will find that some of the advantages are not cheap, but other people's fishing bait. This thing is easy to hold, but not easy to use. Think about the area to the right of the Gambia. There are still so many American troops in Arabia that have not yet been withdrawn. Alan used to keep his business in the Gambia as secretive as possible. Publicity relied entirely on word of mouth and the movie. Others didn't care much about these petty profits, but now that the business has been taken care of, there is no need to keep it a secret. It would be more interesting if the news is released and Amy, who is now full of ambition, accidentally finds out. In the past, in the Gambia, even if someone knew something about the inside story, they would not provoke them if they inquired a little bit. Now the people taking over the business here have changed, and they are still a group of homeless dogs. Alan didn't believe that the Yankees could resist grabbing the Gambia's business. A group of rootless people seemed to be very rich. When they had conflicts, he could just watch the excitement. After a few years, he would be able to vacate the country. If you take action, this land will come in handy. This is an excuse. My overseas land has been occupied by others. It is reasonable to use this legitimate reason as an excuse to send someone over to take a look. Right. Then after arriving in the Gambia, I happened to discover the miserable situation of Gambians living under the rule of the United States. It would be reasonable for Alan to make a movie about Gambia's illegal industry. Right. Everything is a coincidence. Thinking of the fun, Alan chuckled, glanced at Ute, coughed twice and returned to seriousness. The servant knocked on the study door and pushed the dining cart in. One of the two servants tidied Alan's desk and the other started to lay out the dishes. Alan's breakfast is very simple. Today is because he exercised a lot last night and needs to make up for it. A portion of milk barley porridge, stewed very sticky, so sticky that it rivals Kate's 2 ounces of chopped braised beef, 4 fried eggs, and a few grains of deep sea fish oil. Alan has a big appetite, so if he eats this little now, he will be half full. In addition, Wedidoi called and wanted to talk to you. While Alan was eating, Hute put away the flashlight and dollars on the table, took out a notebook, looked at the items recorded on it, and reported to Alan softly. Oh, Wedidoi, are you in a hurry, Alan? swallowed a piece of beef and thought for a while. He had been a little cold towards Wendy during this period, mainly because he had no time to care about him. Now that he is getting closer and closer to leaving office, he is probably in a hurry. If he doesn't get it, he will have no chance. Haha. I feel like he has this intention, but this time he sent someone to send a piece of information. I looked at it, and it was the information about the successor that he had collected. He called me just to ask me if I had any information about the successor. I showed the information to you. I guess he was afraid that you would be disgusted, so he reminded you in this way. Who? Tess smiled and explained the whole story. Oh. Haha. Alan put down his spoon and laughed again. These politicians are just playing tricks. If something happened, he would not tell him directly, but would give him some so-called information to remind him. It was interesting. Well, tell me who they are. While eating, Alan asked Huth to tell him who had the information collected by Weedbury and see if the guy's collection was accurate. Positions like the governor of Hong Kong are usually very confidential. Until the last minute, you can only rely on guessing to see who is about the same age and have similar resumes and guess from several targets. But now Alan doesn't care anymore. The last governor of Hong Kong who is about to take office is destined to have a difficult life. He will take office until the moment when Hong Kong returns. To put it bluntly, from the British side, who will go this time? Just to stand up to the thunder, he will be destined to be nailed to Britain's pillar of shame. This job is no longer a fat one this time, etc. While eating breakfast, he listened to Hute's report until he heard a very familiar name. Alan raised his hand and interrupted Hute's words. Who is the person you were talking about just now? Who? Lowered the information and looked at Alan and said, this is one of the speculated candidates. His name is Patton. He is only in his 40s. Yes. Do you have any photos? No, but there is his resume. Explain. Huth lowered his head and looked at the information again and said, he was born in Bolton, Lancashire. He is a Catholic. His father is a jazz drummer. His family is fairly middle class. He later went to study in the United States. In 1979, he was elected to the House of Commons for the Bath constituency. In 1983, he was hired by the Northern Ireland Secretary as the Parliamentary Private Secretary. The year before last, he entered the cabinet as the Minister of Environment. As Hute finished speaking, Alan frowned slightly. Environment Minister hiss. It's this hairy one. In Britain, apart from Thatcher who has resigned, the person Alan hates the most is the Environment Secretary. Because of this, the ranger of the national park next to Alan's house secretly complained to his boss 2 years ago, saying that he went hunting in the national park and destroyed countless forest lands. Damn, it's been so long, and Alan still remembers it now. Although I don't know if the one who complained was Patton's instruction. Anyway, that one was Patton's subordinate, and Alan also hated him. Unexpectedly, this person was really guessed by Wendy. It's interesting. Damn, you're just a snitch, a cunning person, and you have some biased beliefs. If I don't send you to take the blame, who else can I send? Even if he is doing well now, Alan has made up his mind to write a letter to Boss Chad after a while, sue him high and low, and give him some shoes. After drinking the last mouthful of porridge in the bowl, Hute called the servant. Alan leaned back slightly and raised his chin slightly, and the servant wiped his mouth with a hot towel. I just finished my meal and was too lazy to move. Well, Wendy doesn't need to worry about him. I'm busy recently and can't take care of him. I'll leave him alone for a while. The more anxious he is, the more he will realize how important I am. Ha. After the servant went out, Alan and Hute looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Think about what Wendy looked like before. A humble gentleman, quite elegant, looking like an old university professor, wearing very simple clothes. Now Alan has successfully corrupted him into a money-minded Hong Kong governor. How long? Just a few years, alas. Our cadres in Great Britain always fail to stand the test. William, something happened to you. Please tell the truth. It had just entered October, a calm but not too calm day. Not long after school ended at noon, William was picked up by the servant. He was originally going to play football at school, but the servant told him that Alan was anxious to let him go back. Now that his cousin had spoken, William could only reluctantly say goodbye to his golf buddies and got in the car to go home. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got home, before he could put down his small school bag, he was fucked by Alan's first words. Senseless. What happened? Could it be that my cousin discovered that I secretly poured the foot washing water into Harry's water glass? Cousin, please listen to my explanation. This matter is not my fault. Alan reached out and took William's school bag and was not in a hurry to take him upstairs. Instead, he handed the school bag to the servant next to him, ruffled William's hair, and motioned for him to follow him to the door first. This is my first time, and Harry didn't drink the glass of water. It's not watery. What I'm talking about is that your puppy love was discovered by your mother. As soon as Alan said these words, William was so frightened that he almost jumped up. How could his mother know about this? Thinking of Kate, who had only left for a few days, William immediately placed his suspicion on Kate. It must be her who didn't keep the secret to himself. Cousin, you have to believe me. We are just ordinary classmates. Humph. It doesn't matter whether I believe you or not. Whether your mother believes you or not is what matters. Your mother will be here later. Alan felt quite happy that he was about to succeed in framing his little brother. What will happen soon? Will Diana cause a scene at Earl's court, and then a scene where the princess beats the prince violently in broad daylight? It's exciting to think about. A dark red BMW 7 Series swaggered into Alan's manor under the shit-eating gaze of the gatekeeper. Seeing this German car, Alan grinned. As expected of Diana. That's her. If anyone else had dared to play like this, the guard would have taken out a rocket launcher and hit her. William, look who mom brought to see you. Diana didn't even wait for the servant to open the door for her. Before the car stopped, the car door was pushed open by her. She wanted to give William a hug, but halfway through, she seemed to have forgotten something and trotted off again. He returned to the car, walked around to the other side, picked up a little girl from the car, then took the little girl's hand and proudly began to introduce her under the confused eyes of Alan and William. William, do you still remember her? If Alan hadn't written to me, I wouldn't have known about it. Look, mom found her for you. Are you happy? Alan didn't react for a while, wasn't he? As a mother, theoretically speaking, if I hear that my son who is under 10 years old has fallen in love prematurely, shouldn't I beat him up? Or you can learn from the vulgar drama on TV. Find the female client, and in the shocked eyes of her family, give them a bank card, and say very domineeringly, the card contains £1 million. Leave my son, you don't deserve him. But what now? I was kind enough to snitch on you, but you betrayed me to my face without telling me, and you found this little girl, and then brought her to William. This William cheered. He didn't hear clearly what Diana just said. He only heard what Alan told her, and then found her or something. He subconsciously thought that it was his cousin who told his mother, and then her mother found Catherine. This my cousin is so kind. Mom too. Catherine is better. Catherine, do you remember me? I'm William. William cheered and was not afraid of strangers at all. He went up and grabbed the timid little girl. The two little kids lowered their heads and talked. Alan, what are you thinking about? Alan looked at Diana standing in front of him with a proud look on his face, and then at William and the little girl next to him, and suddenly felt that he seemed a little redundant. Aunt, how could you betray me? Alan gently pulled Diana and motioned for her to stand further away. TSK, aren't you happy that William has found the one he likes? When their relationship becomes stable for a few more years, they can get married and have children, and I can be a grandma. Cough. Cough cough. Seeing the expression of imagination on Diana's face, Alan was speechless. He was still a child. You're too hasty. But obviously, Alan and Diana were not on the same page at all. Pointing at William, Alan said, then I'll ask the servant to take them to the living room. No, children, just let them play here, and don't worry about them. Diana waved her hand, turned around, and made a cheering gesture towards William, who happened to be looking in this direction. Then he took Alan and prepared to go in. Seeing that Diana was in a good mood, Alan was not ready to persuade her anymore. She just needed to be happy. After all, it was her own baby, so she could play as she wanted. Auntie, have you prepared the menu I asked you to prepare? Huh. I forgot to bring the menu. I'll give it to you next time. No, this is taking so long. I really made it for you. I made appointments with several French chefs to discuss the dishes, and several of them are very famous. I even wrote down their contact information for you, so that you can recruit them when the time comes. Oh, Alan thought of Diana's way of doing things, and he always felt a little unreliable. By the way, Aunt, why did you remember to come here today? Have you applied? Diana couldn't come to see William casually. Alan still remembered this. He was afraid that Diana would get mad and find someone and bring him over directly. She was happy, but after she left, he would have to suffer. I was criticized, mainly because it seemed like a minor matter, but what if it got to the Queen? She would be scolded. Humph, I must have applied. I still have a task for you. Alan was stunned again. What? Mission? After Alan wrote a letter to Diana that time, she took it very seriously, spent a lot of money to find someone, and even told Boss Chan about it. Then he helped Alan complain about food safety issues in India. Just like that. Boss Chap, who was not very determined at first, thought about it and decided to take a cruise instead. He couldn't bear the hardship, so he could pretend, but this time he would have to stay there for a while. However, although he agreed to change the ship, Boss Cha came up with a condition and asked Diana to assign tasks to Alan. Don't you like to talk about economic development? You used to develop here and there. He asked me to tell you that you have been thinking about how to develop the Indian economy recently and bring the project with you. Chapter 300 Diana's Temptation. Does India have a bright future for economic development? It's not like a few decades ago where you could squeeze everything you could, but now Alan had a very bad impression of India, a place that could not be described in words. Go there to develop the economy, and what? Cow dung, fertilizer. Isn't this competing with the Indians for food rations? It's good enough to be able to buy some food there. As for other things, Alan has no interest at all. But now that the task has been arranged, it is most likely that Boss Cha just told him to save face. Alan was really going there this time. He just wanted to get some qualifications and do some sightseeing. He had no other ideas at all. Okay, I understand. I will think about it during this time. After sighing, Alan agreed first, and let's talk about what to do then. Hey, did you and Spencer have a fight? He came back from your place some time ago, and he seemed a little depressed. After chatting about business matters, Diana returned to her natural nature and took Alan to chat about family matters. Theoretically speaking, there are 2 older sisters above Diana, but in an aristocratic family, as long as there are many children, conflicts are inevitable, and it is very common for brothers and sisters to not get along well with each other. In addition, her parents divorced early, and Diana did not have a good relationship with her 2 sisters when she was a child, mainly because of Diana's rebellious character, coupled with her characteristics of being a bad student. She felt a bit like a tomboy, but because of these characters, she got along very well with her brother, Spencer. Later, as Diana married into the royal family, her status rose, and the relationship in the family slowly became harmonious again. When she went home a few days ago, she happened to run into her younger brother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. She felt that his younger brother seemed a little depressed. She asked a few questions, but didn't say anything. Thinking about it, her younger brother, who is already in his 20s, can now be considered he was an older young man. He had been involved in some business with Alan a few years ago, and he had not gotten married until now. Now he seemed to have free time, and Diana was ready to take care of this matter. I came here to see William today, just to ask Alan what was going on. We didn't quarrel. My business there is doing very well. It's about to pay dividends recently. Maybe it's because he has money and doesn't know what to do for a while. There are some things that Alan is not going to say more about. Diana has such a poor sense of confidentiality that she can still tell him about small things, but she cannot tell her the key things that need to be kept secret. Who knows that one day she will be happy and mess with reporters again. Said, oh, okay, I will look for a few unmarried foreign nobles of the right age in a while. Spencer will probably get married next year. What about you? I still have to show you. Alan wanted to refuse, but he had no reason to refuse. Diana was still very concerned about her lifelong event, but it was difficult to determine the candidate point under normal circumstances. Nobility in England do not intermarry, except for the royal family. On the contrary, the royal family needs to always intermarry with foreigners, and in a few cases, it will choose marriage partners among the nobles of the country. Point in this generation, it was also difficult to find a boss when he was young. Because of his personality and other problems, he wanted to find a marriage partner in China, but most of the English nobles who matched his status refused to marry the royal family. Point they are very tough, and it is difficult for Boss Cha to find a partner abroad. Point in the end, the Queen Mother, who was concerned about her grandson's marriage, personally took action, and chose the youngest daughter of a rundown noble family. Namely Diana. Point. Although Diana's family is also an earl, there is no comparison between their earl and the earl of the Allen family. Point one is a traditional earl with a fiefdom and real power. Although it has been greatly reduced now, the arrogance is still here. It is still a warrior family. Point as for Diana's family's title, it was originally donated by officials. That's what you paid for. Such a title meant that their family would not follow the right path. Point there is no need to form gangs in a poor place like Alan's family in Wales. No matter who comes in, as long as his family can still control Wales, as long as their family can still kill people with a knife, as long as they swear an oath honestly, loyalty means an iron rice bowl. Point for this kind of naive and silly family, who only know how to fight and kill, but are honest and obedient, generally those in power will not embarrass them. Point all intrigues are limited to England or Scotland, and Wales has no sense of existence. Point but the situation of the Spencer family is not as good as that of the Hill family. They don't have this ability, and can only form gangs. If one person doesn't play well, the family will be destroyed, or the talent will be destroyed. Point anyway, by the time of Diana and her father's generation, the family was in decline. That is, it was such a shabby settlement, and they could no longer survive, so they would move closer to the royal family, marry a daughter, and then through the daughter's relationship, the family's embarrassment would be brought about. Point in recent years, as Diana's fame has grown, the Spencer family has slowly grown again, but with the benefits, there have also been some disadvantages. Because of Boss Cha's personal relationship, the current Spencer family wants to have an internal marriage with the English aristocracy at home, so it's probably out of the question to find someone who is well matched. Point even Alan was involved, so Diana introduced partners to Alan, mainly from abroad. It was not that there were no unmarried candidates of suitable age in China, but that domestic families were unwilling. Not all nobles like to rub elbows with the royal family. Some nobles like to live their own lives behind closed doors. Just because of the bad things that happened during World War II decades ago, everyone is only calm on the surface. Anyway, the Queen can only seal the family due, and they can't withdraw the title. As long as they don't provoke her, they won't give her face, and no one can do anything to them. By the way, what time does Harry get out of school? Diana watched Alan nod his head and agreed that she would introduce someone to him, then turned around and began to inquire about Harry's itinerary. Alan thought about it. Primary school ended at noon. Sometimes he would do some extracurricular activities at school. Sometimes he would come back early. Plus it was more than an hour's drive from Cardiff to Carmarthen, about 3 o'clock. He didn't notice it anyway. About 3 o'clock, it's not particularly fixed. Okay, you go and do your work. I will take William and Catherine later, and we will go to Cardiff to play. We will pick up Harry by the way. They will stay with me in Cardiff tonight. Diana waved her hands happily, ready to drive Alan away. Alan frowned and looked at Diana. This thing, he didn't want to say it too bluntly, and it wouldn't sound good. Diana came to the manor to play with William and visit him. As long as she applied, it would be no problem, but if she had to take William with her and then pick up Harry, she would stay up all night. This would not work well. If her brain gets hot and Cardiff is a port, she should contact the ship in advance, and the mother and daughter can board the ship and leave. By then they will be happy, but Alan will be in big trouble. Don't blame him for being unkind. This kind of thing involves you. so you should be on guard. Seeing Alan frowning at her, Diana stared at Alan for half a day, and the smile on her face disappeared. The two looked at each other for dozens of seconds, and Diana suddenly smiled, as if he said jokingly, "Alan, you are really doing your duty. Then you should send people to protect us. Just send people. It's not like I won't let you do it." "Okay, then I'll go and get busy first, so I won't disturb your family time." Alan looked deeply at Diana. Whether she was trying to test her, or was really unintentional, Alan would not give in. This kind of thing was not the time to talk about favors. The Gambia in October, it was the end of the rainy season, and it was drizzling in Banjul, just like when Chekhov first came to Gambia a few months ago. But he was in a good mood at that time, a feeling of escaping from the prison, allowing birds to fly in the sky, and fish to leap in the sea. Now just a few months later, Chekhov felt deeply tired and incompetent. In front of the office desk. Although the tall Slavic subordinate was wearing casual clothes, he stood upright, holding documents in his hands, and looked at Chekhov carefully. "Boss, according to the records we investigated, the British guy did charter a flight back alone." "Shit. He chartered a plane that big by himself? Do you believe this information?" Chekhov's face turned green. The British nobleman who sold him the property was gone. But the way he went was so strange. He chartered such a big plane by himself. He must have transported the money back, and even took many people with him. But when Chekhov sent someone to check according to his own custom, he discovered that the other party had done a very good job. A shabby place like Banjul claims to be an international airport, but the registration records clearly record that there was no cargo on the special plane, and the only passenger was the nobleman. Even a dog would shake his head after reading this kind of record. But now that the information is like this, he can only be helpless and furious. This is not their country. This is a foreign country, West Africa, and the Gambia. Chekhov was very unaccustomed to this feeling of someone leaving in a big way, but he couldn't even find any useful information. He felt insecure. Sighing, Chekhov looked at his men and said, "The missing officials have not been found yet." "Well, we only found regular people with connections to a few officials." "Oh. What did they say? Did they provide any useful information?" Chekhov's eyes lit up. It didn't matter if the little fish was found. The passing geese left traces. These British guys could always find some clues, as long as they checked carefully. Looking at his subordinate who didn't speak, but silently handed over a few photos, Chekhov took the photos. The photos showed a mass grave outside the city. He knew this place was where those gangsters were dealt with before. Now, the photos showed a few people who died in strange ways. This is who we found, and they were quick to do it, and by the time we found it, it was already decomposing. Chekhov took a deep breath. The other party left very cleanly. After handing over and confirming that there was no problem, the other party left nothing behind. This made him very frustrated and even a little uneasy. There was no problem with the business. Each department communicated with them very clearly. To put it bluntly, the other party even taught them step by step how to make the transition. Everything seemed to be fine. Even this batch of people who were killed looked like the other party's habitual actions in order to deal with some secrets that needed to be kept. But Chekhov's sixth sense told him that the situation was going in a bad direction, and he didn't know why. In addition, boss, those employees have resigned. So let them go. Chekhov knew who the employees he was talking about were. All low-level managers. Because they had to take over the business, his people squeezed these people out. Anyway, it was all about violent management. Just being able to beat people was enough. For all kinds of positions, it is better to replace them with your own people, so that you can rest assured. Nowadays, it is normal for people who are being squeezed out to want to leave. Chekhov didn't even think about this as for arresting them and asking for news. This is the Gambia. They are new here, and they don't dare to be as lawless here as Spencer. "Okay, you go prepare the documents. I will go to the United States in a few days to explore the road first. I will leave it to you after I leave." "Yes, haha, welcome home, my good brother." In mid-October, Alan stood at the door of the hall and personally greeted the last group of people returning from Gambia. His comrades, the doctor, the old donkey, and the little hero Chickley, all returned. There was no welcome ceremony, and there was nothing fake. Just at the door of the hall, Alan stretched out his hand, took the envelope handed by the servant behind him, and stuffed it into the doctor and the old donkey. "You have worked hard in the past few years. I don't want to give you too much," I said. "Here are the tickets to Hawaii. You go on vacation first, have some fun and rest, and we will get together at Christmas." Leo. Donkey had a rather out of touch personality. He snatched the envelope from Alan's hand and tore open the seal. In addition to the round-trip first-class air ticket, there was also an identity card, passport, bank card, and room card, which could be used. "We have everything together. We don't even need to bring our luggage. We go straight to Cardiff. We can just get on the plane and leave." Haha. It seems that Alan, you are not even interested in inviting us in to sit here. "Okay, let's leave now." The old donkey made a joke, grabbed the doctor, and was about to leave. The doctor was rather bored, thinking that he had just met him and hadn't even said a few words yet, so it would be a bit awkward to just pick up his things and leave. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the old donkey winking at him. Next to him, Chickley came back with them, but he didn't receive the envelope. It seemed that Alan was planning to leave him to talk alone. Thinking of this, the doctor, who originally thought it was Leo Donkey, forced a smile on his face, said hello to Alan, shook off the envelope in his hand, and was pulled away by Leo Donkey. Watching the two ruthless men go away helplessly, Chickley stood alone, looked at Alan, quickly put on a flattering smile on his face, bent his waist slightly and said, "Your Excellency, fortunately you have lived up to your mission. I have completed the task you assigned me." As he spoke, Chickley made a bottle gesture with both hands. He doesn't want money now, he just wants back what he has left. HMPH. Do you still have the nerve to come back? What is the task I gave you? What did you complete? Does this mean you have completed the task? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.